What is up, y'all? It's your boy Aniki coming at you with the My Hero Academia greatest arcs and MHA stream. We are loaded today with multiple bishops, the returning visitors of Sean Ross and Volk, as well as world champion Walkins. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing lovely. I'm just
What's up, y'all? It's your boy
just
Aniki.
had
Doing
some
wonderful.
eggs, got brain food, ready to discuss. So
Yes, sir. We doing good. We doing good. Everybody get a little lively.
Yes, sir. It's
yeah.
a beautiful Sunday, even though it's raining like shit over here. But still ready to talk about MHA nonetheless.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We got that boy Wreezy in here. Make sure y'all like the stream as y'all join, please.
Yep, excited to dive into everyone's top arc list. It's going to be, I think, interesting to see where people place each arc on their list.
I think that some of us have like what could be called literally like the classic spread for our arcs, and then there's a couple of us that have actually unique picks. So I'll tip my hat to you for having special taste buds. Walkins, for example, and say yes.
Yeah, but I think overall there are quite a few reoccurring arcs, so there seems to be a bit of a understanding of what are the good arcs, and especially when you look at the bad arcs, what are the bad arcs? Or the not as good arcs. The not as good arcs. Yes.
Well, I think arcs just don't have much of an impact compared to other ones, maybe, too.
Yeah, I want to say bad. Ain't no bad arcs.
Yeah, no, so here's the thing. Every time
test, Deku throws a ball.
here's my thing about My Hero Academia, right? A lot of times the arcs that I was like, yeah, about, whenever we get these really big arcs, it's like, ooh, is that dividends? And it's like something that was like really well like set up, and then it's just not paying off, but it's in these arcs that we usually are like, and it's whatever. And then like Compressed being the clutch player in like the Liberation War arc here, when you think back to Forest Training, he's the one who actually secured Bakugo.
Oh.
When Toga and Twice needed to escape from underground, they grabbed the Compress.
Yeah, and then they used him to mold their way out.
So like he's always been out here being a key player. It's just that the way, like even think about the fact that he lost his arm because he was the first one to get to Overhaul when somebody started tripping. You know?
Yeah, no, he was the first one to jump.
Then the greatest part of it all, he's still alive.
Yeah, he is currently right now, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering if he had to go out, because if he escaped with the others, then it was like, I think he's got to die. But now that he's been captured, it's like, okay, they can meet up again. So there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, and I think like just as you were saying, Aniki, like how he stepped up in those moments, and then kind of during MVA, it was even joked about how he really did nothing during that arc, which kind of I think played into what him stepping up during the final moments of the Liberation War, actually like sacrificing chunks of himself to escape and then grab everyone and try to give everyone a fighting chance to come out, I think kind of like makes that moment a little bit more powerful for him.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of like all these like characters. People will be like, oh, like this character doesn't have that much of an arc, but it's like, no. The issue with like My Hero Academia is that some characters don't have story arcs where they're like individually focused adamantly as a like heavy plot point for that story arc. And instead they just constantly have these like character checks sprinkled out throughout the entire story. So it creates like their own thread and plot throughout the story, but you have to really be, okay, like, oh yeah, they talked about this, which is a reference to this. And a lot of people aren't gonna read My Hero in their week-to-week experience casually with that kind of fervor, because that's not casual reading at that point.
It's like, hold on. Tarnish said Mr. Compressed being a background character was all part of the plan. Saving a true trick until the end, wasn't supposed to really care about him until now, which is true. Like, well, most people disregarded Compressed, but I always been a fan because he was always. But besides action, he was always very comedical in his actions, and as the daddy of the group, it was always funny watching him interact with the rest of them.
Yo, back in August, I had a tweet about Shoji and Mr. Compressed that nobody acknowledged. Like the two of them are arguably some of the most clutch players on both sides. Shoji, you could get the most utility out of him next to Momo. They're always using Shoji to look, hear, see, scout. Mr. Compressed, like Aniki mentioned, in the Forest Training arc, he snatched Bakugo and Tokuyami with nobody noticing. When they showed up to Suwa and Uraraka, they were like, "What do you mean you have Bakugo with you?" And like the guy has always been there besides MVA, like holding it down for his team. And like I don't see how people could say like the guy has been like a background character. Granted, he hasn't had much focus, but like the guy's been in the mix the entire time, other than like MVA, honestly.
I think that goes back to saying like what's always flat. It's always people go for what's flashy and what's cool, rather than what's practical support.
Exactly.
So people usually pick what's people like. If you ask anybody in here, most meatheads will pick, or most casuals will pick. Well, yo, if I had to pick a quirk, I pick Endeavor, I pick Shota, I pick Bakugo, I pick Deku. The big flashy quirks. When in IRL, if I'm not trying to fight every day of my life. I'd rather have more of a support quirk or a casual quirk like Twice or Momo when it's more practical for me. But Shoji, looks like Shoji and Compress always hold it down in the background. But it's always like those two dudes really don't ever really fumble like that. Like Shoji has never fumbled once. He always hold the bag down. But he was like, oh, he's just carrying people. Literally, Shoji is always carrying people.
He put Deku on his back and had to carry the team. Like,
here's the thing with Compress, he's literally a case of when you do your job correctly, it will seem like you've done nothing at all, because he was the stealth ops specialist and we were always encountering him from the perspective of the heroes. So if Mr. Compress is succeeding in his job, they are not noticing him. So by default, we are not noticing him. He just, hey, I did this thing off screen.
Yeah.
It's like,
the only time he doesn't do anything in MVA, that's not stuff he's suited for. Like,
And plus, he only had one arm. What you want the man to do?
So now he has no side.
What people don't remember is they were fighting Makia in the forest for over a month and a half. His arm was broke, and when they got a call, he was like, "Is that Garen? Tell him, can you fix my arm? Because this shit is broke, and we got no backup." So you want somebody to pull up with one arm and can only use one ball in their hand and go to war with it. Like anything, he held his own. That was more than enough.
By the way, you want to know what? Hold on.
Go ahead.
You want to know what really embodies Mr. Compress doing his job and nobody seeing him do it? My camera is currently on top of a Mr. Compress Funko Pop box.
There you go.
He's doing his job.
Doing his duties. No, but I would say like for Compress too, like he's definitely that one to like go in and go out and get the job done. But the problem with him is that he is an entertainer and he wants to be seen to when he actually does stuff. Like going back to the Forest training camp, like he snatched Bakugo and Tokoyami with no one noticing. But the only reason he was noticed is because he had to show off. He had to basically blurt himself out, be the entertainer, and be like, "Oh, look what I just did! Bow at my genius and bow at my skills," and then he ran off.
Yeah,
and he waited until they noticed. He could have been left.
Yeah.
He like super low dipped him.
He still got away with Bakugo.
That's the thing. I kept underestimating the kids, and that was something that Hawks took advantage of for this whole war arc. It's like they're not going to expect these guys to come in clutch and trip them up. And as we saw, they came in clutch and tripped them up at very critical moments. So
exactly, bro, come on. He was like, when he hit the little goddamn he was like, I always got tricks up my sleeve, and he had the balls in his mouth. I like, see, look.
Phrasing is everything, East. You could have phrased that.
Pause in between that,
yeah. When he had the two barbels contained Tokoyami and Bakugo within his dental region, also known as the mouth.
Oh my god!
And then I was like, but it he was like, he could have left them too, but it fucking nobody saw Oyama coming out of the blue out the woodworks and shooting that shit, but he still kept Bakugo. I was like, see that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yo, shout out to that nigga Oyama, always putting it down for the team.
For real. Oh yeah. Speaking of holding it down too. It was I hate how YouTubers and other people like to blame Shoji for his team losing. That was all their fault. He did his job.
Okay, time out. See, that's the thing. People who don't like acknowledging that you can do everything correctly and still just not get what you're trying to get. Because in that situation, Pony also did everything correctly.
Yeah.
The correct
Pony also has a quirk similar to him in a way that it's not super flashy, but very useful.
Right. And like in this case, the correct thing was just to keep her ally safe because she didn't have the power to beat Shoji. She already knew that. She couldn't take out his octo blow. So she's like, no, I'm not fighting you. And I'm
just going to float here for 20 minutes and let the clock run out.
Like, this is fair. This is what a hero could do. They could wait for help. That's a viable strategy.
Yeah, and that's kind of been stated, I think, throughout MHA too. It's just like if you are up against villains and you know that your quirk is not suitable for this, retreat and get someone that is appropriate for the situation.
Yeah, final exams.
It's part of what Aizawa was talking about. You know, he wants them to being self-sacrificing and suicidal and like being a hero aren't the same thing. You just being like, no matter what happens, I got to be the one on the front lines, risking my life, possibly dying. When you could just get help, like that's not being heroic. That's just you throwing your life away.
Yeah, it's just being a suicidal maniac in a situation type deal, which I guess what Deku kind of does from time to time, but it's just like a lesson. I think that's just been thrown into MHA, just basically showing that like there are certain situations to where you're going to realize that even though you have a quirk, it's not suitable for a situation. So it's okay to ask for others to help out in a situation and you not be like the star in that moment.
Yeah. Although there is a whole deconstruction of that as well when it comes to like certain threats that people aren't prepared to deal with, like with Shigaraki in Liberation War. Deku was really the only one who could do that amount of damage to him in that amount of time, and it's probably cost him some use of his at least one arm.
Yeah, he'll be seeing that hospital bed again very soon.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
Oh no, he won't be seeing it soon. He'll be in it soon, but he won't be seeing it.
True.
I actually like it every time when MHA does that, where they straight up say in these different training scenarios in school that you should run in this situation. Like there was also in the provisional license exam thing, this one scene where Inasa and Shoto, the ones who actually went out there and wanted to do the flashy thing and fight the villains, actually were just hindering each other, while the people who just carried away the civilians were the ones who actually did their job much better.
Yeah, but I think like the advisors in that situation, they saw Todoroki and Inasa go and they're like, oh, those are people with good quirks to attack the villains while everyone else can evacuate. It's just that they just had that dark history with them. I think that just made that situation worse.
Right. And that's one of those things where the return on dividends, those dividends. We see Shoto in this situation where he's reckless and it cost him. And because they make these mistakes in training, you see them succeed and not fumble when they're finally thrown into these real life scenarios. Mm-hmm. Because Bakugo, Deku, Shoto, like for what the situation is that they were dealing with, non-joking, no slander, did any of them fumble?
Nope.
Oh, no, they stepped up.
They were.
It took charge.
They were legends this arc.
Yeah,
they went nuts.
Yeah, I mean, they were basically showing up. I mean, Endeavor at points too.
Oh my God!
Whoa!
I just love seeing that.
Slow down there.
Okay, here's the thing. You got to admit that in the tag team battle royal, Bakugo was the strategic commander.
Yeah. Okay.
Deku was too focused on putting the screws in Shigaraki, so Bakugo had to take over and said, "Okay, this is what we're going to do with what we have right now."
And this is how he was literally like, "You're using your quirk like this. You're not, no, Endeavor. You're not wasting any firepower."
Yeah, Tamari was just telling Endeavor himself, step back for now, prepare for that final attack.
Bakugo is always the commander tactician in chief. I will always choose him to be my team leader. Fuck that shit.
Facts.
He was great at that, even back in Sports Festival.
4-0. 4-0. Know what that means? That nigga wiped out the fucking the other girl team. What's her name? Got there?
Satsuna.
Satsuna. He wiped out their team like it was no problem, dog. First he went in there, he was like, "Hey, now if I fuck up, y'all got my back." I think there was no hesitation in a single moment, bro. It was move on beat. I got everything planned. I ain't playing this. I got this backup. I ain't playing this. I got this backup. Like, come on, bro. That's my team leader right there. That go had to have Ochiko carry that team. I don't know why niggas.
That Bakugo spread where he's like busting out after like Sato frees him and he's like, "You guys gotta back me up." is literally one of my favorite spreads in the whole series because it's like, first off, the character progression in joint training was like, he was like, no, like I can need help and I will acknowledge that. So I'll just plan to get the help so that I can keep whooping ass.
Yeah.
And leave these people like he didn't wrap up Bondo. He blew him up and was like, all right, Sato, you got him.
Blew his ass up.
And also the fact that he went back to guard Jiro when Toguro was coming in with his knives.
Yeah.
Then he fucked that. Then he fucked a Cypher boy up. He was like
Toguro.
Yeah, Toguro. He was, that nigga said, he's like, we rivals. He was like, yeah, we going toe to toe. Nigga said, who the fuck is you? Nigga said, X catapult and tossed that nigga like it was a no tomorrow. I said, damn, dog.
So
no, that's always what I really loved about Bakugo, and what I'm really kind of concerned when people say like he's really bad at teamwork and stuff, because he was always great at that. It was always like the one thing he was really good at, even from the beginning, that he knew how to use the quirks of other people, even if he was rude about it. He was really good at that.
Yeah, you can kind of go back to the sports festival cavalry battle with that when he had Ashido, Sero, and Kirishima. Like he started giving orders on like use your quirk here, use your quirk here, and then they took down Monoma.
Yeah,
I think he had half of the teamwork down where he knew how to do it. The other half was just learning how to actually gain his teammates' cooperation instead of just use them as tools. I think
just needed to learn how to effectively communicate. That's all.
Yeah. What up, Rex?
Just snuck in.
I heard him come in. He was like, I was gassed. He's like, Bakugo, all right.
He's all right. He's all right. No, you know,
came in on his gift.
You know, I've been noticing ever since this arc is over, there hasn't. I'm gonna be on the Seiya side right now. There hasn't been enough Endeavor praise. Like I've gone back and read like some of this art, and like Bakugo cool.
Endeavor
cool,
is that nigga.
Shoto cool, all these other people cool. Endeavor put in a lot of work that goes like really under the radar. Like he facilitated a lot of the things that we praised Bakugo for doing. He facilitated Deku being able to get into the air to fight Shigaraki even a little bit. Like Endeavor facilitated all of this, and I feel like he doesn't get enough credit. Like yes, Bakugo commanding is cool, but Bakugo doesn't get the ability to command if Endeavor doesn't like weaken Shigaraki, doesn't fight Shigaraki early on. Endeavor fought the strongest Shigaraki there was by himself. Nobody else
is dolo, bro.
That's definitely. Endeavor held the fight for the longest time, and
Deku potentially fought one of the weaker versions of Shigaraki that we got, which was the falling apart Shigaraki. So like, and Bakugo was also part of one of the weaker versions of Shigaraki as well. So like, this is where I think that Endeavor.
No. The blow that like started getting Shigaraki to fall apart was the Vanishing Fist, and that was set up by Bakugo doing the
gauntlet,
that play,
the charged gauntlet.
Yeah, but it's like there are like 3 separate occasions where, and they were literally just roast Shigaraki completely. And if we hadn't done that,
round 1 Endeavor versus Shigaraki is one of the best fights in the entire series.
He dodged an all-for-one user point blank.
Just this curtain of flame. How did the hand survive that?
That's a great question.
Nana built different. That's all I got to say. Nana.
But the best moment.
I'm pretty sure the rest of her body just sitting somewhere in one of Off One's bases, and he's got it like plastered up because ain't no way in hell that motherfucking head should be still moving, bro. That's like, bro. What was that? It was like 5 different.
It ate a Hell's Curtain. It ate a Jet Burn Fist. It ate a Point Blank Fist, Vanishing Fist, and a Prominence Burn.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, if they hadn't woken them up prematurely, he would have killed them all.
Facts. That's facts, not fiction.
Wait. Real quick. Sean, what were you about to say though?
Well, just from thinking about the fight as a whole, like the images popped in my mind. The best moment though for me, for Shigaraki going up against Endeavor, is when he insulted the crap out of him by standing on top of him and mimicking his pose from defeating Hood. And he's like, wait, was it this hand or the other hand? And it's so like typical Shigaraki, like the gamer guy that he is, just to be like gloating in that moment and just be like, like, look what I just did to you. And I'm gonna mock you by doing the symbol that you did in front of everyone as you defeated Hood.
Something that I find also kind of remarkable about that panel, if I remember correctly, is that below Endeavor, there's a no move.
No, I think it was Ryukyu.
So like
that's
to
Ryukyu?
me,
You sure?
Yeah, Ryukyu. So the thing about that is that while Shigaraki was deliberately disrespecting Endeavor, Ryukyu is the one most disrespected in that panel. Because like You're a stepping stool for the dude who's being stood on.
Stepped on.
Like,
though I will say, like, it was definitely disrespectful to Ryukyu. She put her body through it to keep Shigaraki at bay throughout the arc. So even though like she didn't do much, she sacrificed her hands, like her entire body, to keep him at bay.
We're not going to discredit a lot of people that even if they got injured or they or whatnot. Like hey bro, I want to who in this chat go fucking put their hands up after that shit got blown backwards. Physically, your fingers, her shit was broke. You can literally see her hands pop back from the strength that Shigaraki had. Like her little fingers blew back.
It looked like boiled noodles.
It did keep going. It did keep going after that shit. Like
that whole skirmish really just kind of showed the gap between everybody. Like Ryukyu is here, Endeavor is all the way there, and Shigaraki was even farther beyond that. So it was a great showcase to show kind of like the tiers in MHA right there. Because Ryukyu, she was really just out of her depth. Like she tried her best, and I will always commend her for that. But she had no place being there. Like,
that's the other thing though, is that Ryukyu is a part of the younger branch of heroes. She's like her mid-20s. She's in that Kamui Woods age bracket, and that's why
Kamui Woods is actually old as shit.
Well, she's like 20. No, is he 27? He's 27, right?
27 is not old, bro.
I swear to God, I think it was 29. Hold on.
No, I think he's only like 27. Or he might have been like 27.
I don't know.
Yeah, but like
29 is not that old.
Yeah, like they're in like those 20s. You have to think Endeavor's in his
29
40s.
Currently.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you got like Endeavor who's in his 40s, you know, leading the charge here. Then you got this up and coming one who already expressed a lack of confidence during Pro Hero arc when the billboards was getting cycled through. She's like, I'm not even sure I should be up in this top 10. So I mean, she had the dedication for it, but well, I guess, man, now I gotta ask. Like, do you think she's another?
Oh, go ahead. Ask your question.
Think she might be another person looking for a new line of work after this?
No. It might be time to retire.
She's not going. She's not going. I don't think.
No,
I think she's tougher than that.
Yeah, no, she trains the girls. Like she's her mentor. So
she might be a little. She might go down.
She might be shook up, but I don't think she's gonna be one of the ones that quits.
I think her. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, real quick. This is why I said Kamui was. I think this is why I said Kamui was so old, because they call him the rising rookie, but you see everybody else is already rookies on the scene, but he's the rising rookie. That he only started like 2-3 years ago, I think, as a hero or whatnot. But he already like 28. That's why I call him old. So my bad. But Rex is on you.
Yeah, but
here's the thing: if Ryukyu were to step down, so many of the top 10 are injured or dead. So if she steps down after all this humiliating defeat with thousands dead across the country, is that just another big blow?
Well, here's the thing about like just her stepping down. Like, regardless of if she steps down or not, she's going to be out of commission for months on end. So like her hero work is done for a while. And also like the reason why I think she won't step down is just like when she was like, I don't think I deserve to be in the top 10. It was more so of self-reflecting. Like I can do so much more. I can improve so much more. This isn't my limit. I could do so much more. But so right now I don't feel like I am, but it's nice that I am. And like we were saying, like Ryukyu is here, Endeavor's here, Shigaraki's here. But like honestly, what other hero could have like held Shigaraki down in place that long as Ryukyu did?
Well, the only person that gave them all a fighting chance was Aizawa. Like,
yeah, I know
that's another thing to take into account too. Is just the fact that like sure we had all these heroes going after them, but if Aizawa wasn't there, how much longer would have Ryukyu, Endeavor, and everyone would have lasted if there was a quirk?
Well, yeah, I think that's true for all of them. I think that if you take away one of them, it fails, because sure, even if Aizawa can't cancel them, if you don't have Endeavor's fighting power, firepower, Shigaraki is still physically superior than the rest of them.
Like realistically, I think the only two people like that could have been there if Shigaraki was at full power was Deku and Endeavor, and it would have been Deku again breaking his arms beyond repair, breaking his legs beyond. Like honestly, like if the fight would have just been straight up Endeavor and Deku would have had to potentially like just ruin his whole body forever to the point where he would never be able to recover for them to even get the like slightest chance of maybe like the 0.1% of them winning, because I don't think there's a single chance they win. Like I don't say it's 0%, but it's just damn near close.
My guy, it
real
is
quick.
Zero.
Wait, real quick. I just want to acknowledge the super chat that wanted to comment on Ryukyu, and they said K9K. she might feel like it's her fault, which that's kind of what I was looking at, because she kind of sounded like she was down on herself just like as a hero. And that's where I'm like, oh, if she pulls up with the survivor's guilt, that'd be a very hoary plot line. You're right. That's how I look at that one.
But I feel like
sorry, Sean.
No, it's okay. I feel like going back to like what we were saying during the hero billboard charts, when she was saying like I don't deserve the spot right now, is because I felt like she could do better. It depends on how she kind of views this whole situation moving forward. If it pushes her to have a better resolve to actually like continue fighting with all the other heroes that are going to stay, or if this will just break her completely and then just, you know, leave it to Nejire, Ochako, and Sue, the rookies that she's been training. I don't see her abandoning them to just basically be like, yeah, we can't do anything else. I feel like with Nejire, Ochako, and Sue still under her, I feel like they can still push her and give her that drive, hopefully, to push past like this devastation and the loss that they just kind of had.
It is a potential plot line because Ochako was she encountered that hero who basically gave up when she saw all the destruction, and she's just like, she's stunned because it's like you're giving your all and you just see somebody give up right in front of you. That's in a lot of ways more shocking than death at that point. So
Yes.
I wanted to say about Rex said that Ryuki would be out now for a while. I'm not even that sure about it because I don't know how severely injured she is, but we knew that Recovery Girl can heal quite a bit. And I would assume that between Hawks, who I would assume his wings are completely burnt, and Mirko, who definitely lost a limb at least, Ryukyu is probably the one who would recover easiest with Recovery Girls.
I wanted to talk about that. Like, also, there's a possibility that her injuries are just so severe that she's
we don't quite know that.
The decision is made for her. But like something that we got to take into account, Shigaraki punched through her hand when it was a dragon, was in a dragon form. So we don't know how that like translates when she reverts back to a human. Because from the dragon form, it looked like it was just her hand. But when we saw her in the human form, her arm was completely messed up.
Yeah,
so we don't know. So we don't know if her hand is like gone or like, you know.
That's what I was gonna point out, because like, okay, so especially for the hand that got pierced, like the pierced wound, that's not the big deal. What is like really questionable is the hand that in dragon form was literally just getting punched every single finger until it was like hyperextended. Because that should have shattered like the bones and it looked like it was like shattering the bones in the dragon hand. So depending on how bad those fractures are, like when she shrunk down, like it's not like those bones are just going to be like, oh yeah, I just get to fall back into the right place. Like they could be like a bit soupy. Yeah. So you kind of.
But if
thinking about it,
bones,
I mean,
I was just saying, like, if the bones are kind of similar to when Deku, when he first used his quirk during like the entrance exam, like Recovery Girl twisted, like you saw his leg as it was healing, it was like twisting back into place. So it depends, I think, if the damage is equivalent to what Deku did to his legs, if it can heal back that way. I think it just depends on the severity.
I think it's it's worse because of like I think it's worse mainly because one, Shigaraki was constantly hitting it, and two, because she has a transformation quirk, I think the bones don't. Like Deku bones were just set in place. It's just how he is. But because she had to go back to human form, I think that's where the real issue comes in. And I think that Recovery Girl has stated multiple times that she only is able to heal what you could heal naturally. And I don't think Ryukyu's injuries are ones that, and I think this is for a lot of the heroes, I don't think any of their wounds are a lot of heroes that wounds that will heal naturally. That would just be very scarred, and it allows them to continue living, but not like
and I just thought that. We know that from Mr. Compress, for example, that prosthetics are a thing in this world, but I would assume it doesn't work with a mutation quirk. So
I got a question for you guys about Recovery Girl. Do you guys think she'll die because she feels compelled to try and overuse her quirk to heal as many broken heroes and civilians as she possibly can?
So one of the things that has to be pointed out also here is that Recovery Girl might not be able to get there in time regardless, because if she's all the way at UA and they're wherever they are, and if those places are miles and miles apart, then you have to factor in that as Ryukyu is laying in that hospital bed, there's swelling involved. There's going to be all kinds of things that make it even more complicated, that require even more attention, more bloodletting, stuff like that. It's just too soon. So like they would already be in surgery having to do stuff, where it's going to be too late until after the procedure's over anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they're that far apart, to be honest.
There's this tool I forgot that helps healing, not to the same extent, but it was based off of her. I forgot what chapter it was because it was so long ago. But there was something that they gave him that it helps healing. It's like a really bootleg or watered down sensu bean, almost like nowhere near the same healing capabilities as Recovery Girl herself. But I forgot what it was. I don't know. After Pro Hero, she said it was something they had, but it was something that it helps heal them just a little bit or ease their pain. I know Shoto carries around first aid shit too. I'm pretty sure they will have something more compact for medical relief.
Yeah, and it's not to say that Recovery Girl, I think, is the only person that can help out in this situation. I feel like with all the hospitals, there has to be some other nurses and doctors that have some type of healing related quirk in some way. So I feel like there might be other people that could help out in the situation until Recovery Girl arrives. It just depends on how much, like, what can they heal? What is the aspect of their quirk and whether or not they have that or not.
Or they're allowed
I actually don't think that Recovery Girl is that far away. I think we got a little bit of an understanding where they are in Japan. I kind of forgot it when we learned the cities that Gigantomachia was running through, and I don't think it was that far away from Musutafu. I have to.
It was actually. I made a tweet about this like in panic. I was like worried about Inko. I was like in Gigantomachia's path, and then I remember the translator had to come in and point out, no, that's not the case. Like, it was something I just tweeted out in panic, completely thoughtless. I didn't think it was going to blow up, and it became this like huge viral thing in the fandom.
Yeah, I've been seeing that like there's been like a theory going around, right? For like Inko possibly.
It doesn't seem to line up. She'd have to be out of Musutafu for some reason when it seems like she's just on a grocery run or something. So probably.
And I also feel like Horikoshi.
Well,
I was just gonna say I don't think Horikoshi would just off-screen Inko like that.
No, I don't think it's Musutafu. I think it's quite a bit away from Musutafu, but not that far that you couldn't reach that within an hour.
What if this is another comic book illusion and Inko suffers a heart attack?
That's what I was gonna say. No, because if you go, here's the thing. If you go back, I actually made a reference and said I could see Inko dying because she's already been like diagnosed canonically with depression. Like when you go through the volumes, it straight up says, you know, the reason why she goes from like the tall, skinny her and like she gets like chubbier is because she's like felt depressed and guilty because of like Deku's quirk. Now she's all anxious and stressed out all the time, having regular fainting spells when watching like sports festival events and stuff like that, like constantly fainting. So like if she's constantly passing out and like having all these issues, like that's a lot of stress. You could argue that she's been stressing her heart out this entire time. And this event, knowing Deku was at the center of it, knowing Deku is the target, could be a thing that if Horikoshi wanted to, could give Deku that classic comic book, Inko Midoriya, now your mom's dead, death, you don't have Aunt May, whatever, you know, anymore. Couple that with the fact that Gran Torino, what I'm looking to is more than likely him dying and Deku not getting to say goodbye, unlike with Mirio and like maybe Bakugo or somebody else has to tell him what Gran Torino's last words were.
That's exactly what I was thinking too, because I was thinking like, damn, he gonna cry over his death. I was like, wait, MHA too real for that. That nigga can't even get out of his fucking bed.
While we're on the topic of sad Deku, correct me if I'm wrong. Was All Might on his way to the prison to meet with Stain?
No, he was with Eri.
He was in the teacher's lounge, I think, watching it on the TV with Eri.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's gonna be another thing. He's just like, what do you say after all this? You're the strongest pen on earth, and you see the worst fight in history unfold right before your eyes, and you just all you can do is
you can't do anything.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
It all goes back.
My Hero Academia does not belong in that.
He gonna be like that couldn't be me. If I was out there, that shit would have
stuff we're talking about. It absolutely belongs in the hell set.
It wouldn't be going down that way because I was built different. Oh my!
Hold on, before we let you go, real quick. How we feel about this new name? We really set ourselves apart. I fuck with it. In Japan gave it, so it's legit. Instead of the new big three, Chainsaw Man, MHA, and JJ Carrot now considered, was it the Jump Hell set, right?
Yeah, that's what they call this release of volumes, the Hell set.
Oh, really?
That's pretty fine.
So that's the new name for the big three series here. Instead of the new big three, they have their own distinct set name now. Twitter actually collectively called it that.
Well, I don't care about 2 of those series, so I mean, it's just
Yeah,
like
see,
my
we're
hero.
not talking.
Here comes this nigga Rex.
It's just my hero and like 2 other series that people kind of like, I guess. So that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah,
Hashtag this nigga's lying, Your Honor.
I'm not lying, bro. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like for me personally, like the big 3, like when it was like One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, all like for me personally, I feel like I could get into all 3 for different reasons. And then with like with Chainsaw Man, it's like I don't particularly like the pacing and the writing. And like a lot of the characters fall flat for me. Like then and what was funny enough, we always like clown Jump for having a formulaic like approach to writing. I think because Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man are so far out there that the plot doesn't interest me as much. So when it comes down to the characters, if they would have just stuck to a more formulaic character structure, I'm gonna have liked the characters earlier on, so that could like kind of push me on till the plot got better. But because they're like trying to do so many different things and the characters are so like different, that the characters are not interested in me right now. So, and I'm more character driven than plot driven. Like if a character, the series could be complete trash. If the the plot could be complete trash. If the characters have great dialogue, if the characters are interacting well, and I enjoy them, I can go through any series for like a long period of time. But with Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man, the characters were so uninteresting to me. Like for Jujutsu Kaisen, what was it, Gojo? And the dude with the suit were the only 2 characters. I was like, yes. And I barely saw them. And I was like, okay. Then Chainsaw Man, it was like nobody. Because like Denji's cool, but like
So back to My Hero Academia.
No,
Yeah,
I was just saying like the whole big 3 thing. I don't like it's just kind of weird now because I don't think that these 3 series are like I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like when you talk about One Piece, Bleach, and My Hero, and was it Naruto? It's like this. It's like a feeling, and I don't get the same feeling from like these 3 series. That's what I was just saying.
That's a whole different discussion.
Yeah.
We don't go down the rabbit hole.
I know.
I just want to say, I have looked at the locations where we are at, because it was stated in the actual chapter that Chaku City is in the Kyoto area, so that's around. It's quite a bit away from Shizuoka. Like with these high-speed Japanese trains, you can reach it in 2 hours. But I doubt that the trains are still working at this point.
That's a fast-ass train.
Yeah, it's really fast. I was really surprised.
Japan's all the trains are like super fast.
No, Japan has a good rail system. That's
I was super surprised. You need like 4 hours with a car, but you need like 1.5 2 hours with a train. That's
our rail system is garbage. It's like, and theirs is like so, like it arrives so like on the dot or something. It's like it's insane. It's insane how fast it is.
I mean, your rail system is likely the same issue as the United States rail system, which is that you spec'd in the highways because the U.S. was like, "Yo, gasoline makes hella money." So
what does your mean? Where are we talking?
Boom, boom, nigga.
Just point is, there's a reason we don't have a good rail system here. It's all the highwaymen. Anyway, arcs.
All right.
Oh yeah, that thing.
I've been talking about this the whole time.
Culture Festival.
Yes.
Explain.
Oh, explain why Culture Festival is my favorite arc of all time.
Well, we started from the top. I thought we started from the bottom.
Ooh. Okay, so first, a little history. I used to study music and music education, so there's that. With this arc, it reminded me a lot of things that happened in my life. So with Gentle, he reminded me of how the system can fail somebody and what happens when the system fails somebody. Yeah, we saw that with Twice and Toga, and we learned more about their story. But with Gentle, it's more of somebody that he aspired to be a hero, but he just wasn't that good at it. So what happens? You fail. What am I going to do? Oh, let me just make some YouTube videos and try to get famous through that, trying to be this gentle criminal. Because at the end of the day, I don't consider Gentle to be a criminal, he is a criminal. I don't consider him to be a villain. He's somebody that's trying to make a living and trying to just get his name out there. So I can connect very well with Gentle in that aspect. The other thing is Cultural Festival comes right after the overhaul arc, which was this big arc. A lot of shit happened. You know, Mirio lost his quirk, Night Eye died, all that stuff happened. So having this student-centered arc was actually kind of refreshing, because you're just like, okay, we're just gonna take a breather from everything, and just remind everybody that these are still kids we're following. These are kids that are in high school, so they should, for the time being, they should be kids. So you see them, you know, starting to form this, you know, band that they're going to do for the Culture Festival. Bakugo playing on drums had me dying when I first saw that shit. And then, of course, you can't mention Cultural Festival without Jiro and her quick backstory. And that's honestly the moment. So I don't often tear up or cry when I'm reading something, because with me, I'm a full experience person. So like if I'm watching a movie or a TV show or something, like, and I have all this music going on, all these people talking, like hearing somebody say lines, you know, in a very beautiful way or something, that sends me somewhere. So that'll get my emotions running. So it takes a lot for me to shed a tear if I'm reading something. The first time My Hero Academia did that, the first time was with Night Eye's death, because that was actually, I thought it was done really well in the chapter. The second time was the Jiro double spread in that chapter with the performance, and it came from just a very simple line. This is why I mentioned the whole thing of me studying music before failing out of that. It was the line that her mom told her. It was after they were just like, it's fine if you want to be a hero. That's okay, because, you know, you want to do what you want. You know, it started with us saying, oh, this is so cool, or this is awesome, I love doing this. And her mom says a line that's very similar to, you know, do what you can with your sound. In that way, musicians and heroes are the same thing. And god damn, I can't tell you how hard that line hit. Because, and that's the whole thing with this Cultural Festival arc, is that it's showing what you can do with your own power, what you can do with your own ability. And what they did was, the other good thing in this arc was Eri, because the whole thing with Deku was, I need to make Eri smile. Eri needs a smile. Eri's this little kid gone through shit out of shit. And so the only thing she needs to do is just smile and feel what it feels like to be a kid. And that was part of the Cultural Festival. And you see in the panels and then in the anime as well, just that shadow of overhaul over her. And then just the music washing over her. So great. And then, you know, Mirio has this moment where it's like, look at her. Sir, Deku, she's smiling finally. Like, to me, the Cultural Festival arc got what My Hero Academia is trying to show. That, because when we read like a shonen and all that, we expect the villain to be beaten by a punch, a kick, a big flashy attack, whatever. That wasn't the case with this arc. You know, yeah, we had the villain with Gentle, and he was defeated by Deku and all that stuff. So we had our meathead fight with this. But the biggest thing was to show that you didn't need to punch a villain to save somebody. It was just the simple act of making this child smile, beginning her steps into getting through her trauma, like opening that gate for her. And that spoke to me on such a high level. That's what, for me, jumped My Hero Academia from a good series that I really like following to greatness. And that's why I have Culture Festival at the top.
All right. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
very nice.
It's great. That's great.
That was.
Well said,
Should we talk about Culture
well
Festival a
said.
bit before we?
yeah, like I mean, like I was going to say, like, who wants to follow his walk-ins?
Yeah. Cultural Festival for me, man, it was so beautiful, because it really had me question who to root for, and in the end, ultimately, I was rooting for Gentle, because he's somebody I felt more, who lost more or deserved it more than Deku at the time. because I was just thinking about Deku alone. Not thinking about areas like, damn, bro, I could really feel this nigga isn't a bad nigga. It just showed you how non-black and white shit was. It showed me how real MHA was for the time being. I forgot about it. I was like, damn, this shit is actually real. Not everybody you gonna face gonna be a fucking muscular, a moonfish, or a nigga that just got out of a fucking mastermind. There'll be people that you fight that just have actual reasons in the world for doing that shit, because they didn't get a chance. And I really felt that shit. And LeBron really top tier. I don't care what nobody says. You disregard her, but shit, I wish I had somebody that held it down like that for me, nigga. Shit, I wish I had a LeBron. If somebody's that in love with me, I'd be like, see, people run away from that. But honestly, someone put at my door just because they ain't infatuated with me, shit, bro. And they ain't stabby like Toga, shit, go on in. You got it, Chief. You my number one. You support me, I support you.
Yeah.
Yep. I really love Culture Festival too. Gentle is to this day my favorite villain. He's I think of all the villains, he's the one who moves me the most, because it's just where he comes from and why he does what he does, and the fact that he's actually just a really good guy who just wanted to do right, but was just failed by the system and also by his own incompetence in many ways. It's so raw, and I really love that. And he's like, I think for me, the villain I can feel the most for. And beyond that, I also think that with MHA, there are these certain arcs where Horikoshi decides to just do something else entirely. Like, we have these big arcs with the big fights and the big training arcs, but then there are these other arcs where he decides to just change genre completely. And this can be hit and miss when you do it in any show, because we are here for this battle arcs. We want to see the big fights. So if it does somehow goes into like more comic-y, more slice of life almost, and where the final battle is not something big and flashy, but something where most of the time they're just screaming at each other instead of actually punching each other. That's something that can go both ways, and it's really well done. I love this, and I think on top of that, I just want to mention that I think the anime also did it justice. That's something I wouldn't really mention in other arcs that much, but for this arc, it was like really important that they get this song right, and they did it. I like this song very much. I've been listening to it quite a bit.
I listen to it almost every day.
Yeah, it's something for most other arcs, I wouldn't really put that much emphasis on how the anime puts it into the anime. But with this one, it was really important to get the song right, and they did.
Yeah, definitely.
In my eyes, Hero 2 is a certified banger. So
yeah, I love it.
Oh, it's great, and I definitely love the Culture Festival arc. I have it in my top 10. It's number 10, just squeaking in there. But it was the first arc I really got to talk about week to week when I started doing YouTube and stuff. So like coming into My Hero and having this kind of being the first arc to really dive into and just see like interact with like the fan base and just seeing what everyone's reaction week over week was really, really fun. But I think just like talking about how everyone has touched upon, like this is the arc to where I specifically look at it for Eri. Its overhaul arc was saving Eri physically. This was saving Eri emotionally and mentally moving forward, because sure, you can save someone from trauma, but you also still have to work through that trauma in order to begin that process of healing. And this Culture Festival arc definitely was that arc that Horikoshi was really stamping into us. It's like, sure, a hero can save someone, but you also have to save their minds and hearts, kind of emphasis like what we've heard throughout the series. Like if you can save a person's mind and heart, then that will help them a long way moving forward. And then Gentle and Labrava being, I think, a really big contrast going from Overhaul to Gentle and Labrava. It was definitely a big shift, but I think it was a warranted one, just with going from the dark atmosphere that the overall arc gave us, and then going into, I think, a little bit more lighthearted, but diving a little bit deeper into how society can treat some people when they're reaching for their dreams, but yet they just fail over and over and over again. And eventually they just reach that point to where they kind of grasp at whatever's around them. And for Gentle, it basically was, if I'm not going to be a hero, I'm going to become a vigilante in a way, because I don't really see him as a villain. He's more of an antagonist for this arc, just because his ideologies kind of clash with Deku's in a way to where they're kind of mirror opposites, to where here's Gentle, a person that went down the hero path, but at every turn it kind of like just kind of pushed him away. It didn't allow him to pursue it. And Deku, for him, could eventually see that in Gentle and it can actually relate to him. more than any other villain or antagonist that he went up to prior. So like having that, I think for Deku, and he even says it too, it's like, Gentle, you were the hardest person I had to go up against, not in terms of physical strength or anything like that, just because I understand you and it's hard for me to try to stop you from achieving a dream that I can sympathize with, type deal. So I like that aspect. And of course, with the song and the way that the manga and the anime compares to one another, I think this definitely is the case to where you read the manga just for like, I think, the atmosphere and seeing what everyone's internal thoughts are. But the anime definitely emphasizes more of the performance and also with Jiro's backstory. So like both of them, I think, are good accompanying pieces just to, I think, for the climax of this arc as a whole, which just leads it to be a very, very enjoyable arc for me.
Yeah, and like for me personally, like Gentle and LeBrava are in my like top 15 favorite characters in My Hero. And one thing that I just like kind of like just hearing all y'all talk, like I realize is that the two main characters or the two main focal points of this arc aren't Gentle and Deku, is or even Jiro, it's Eri and LeBrava. So Deku is trying to save trying to save Eri from the the curse of overhaul, like through all her trauma things. And Gentle is trying to do the same thing with LeBrava. Like their ultimate goals and like wanting to get to the culture festival each is to save the girl that they feel like they should be protecting, whereas Deku is Eri and he understands everything that she's been through. But so does Gentle with LeBrava, where he understands that she was depressed. She thought about suicide. He understands her backstory. He understands how much she holds on to him for a reason to continue in this world, and he realizes that is him that he has to take up on the responsibility of making sure she stays protected, make sure that she's smiling. And like I can't remember who said it, but like it's like one person can save somebody, and it sucks for Gentle that he wasn't able to save LeBrava in a sense. So like that's why Brava is also my favorite female in the series, just because of like her backstory. It was just so relatable, like how and I've seen this with a lot of people, like it hasn't happened to me personally, like where like just little acts and like just how like unintentionally kids can be mean and cruel, and like how like you don't think about it in the moment, but when kids go back home and things like that, like it really affects them. You don't really get to see everyone's like backstory or their home life. And like LeBrava took it was a huge hit, like where she didn't want to go to school anymore. So or even deal with human interaction in the first place. So like I just think that the culture festival from a writing standpoint and the character standpoint was like so amazing. It's like one of my favorite arcs. It's like top 6. I think if it was like a top 6, I would have had it in there as well. So like Bravo's amazing, Gentle's amazing, everything was amazing about the arc.
Hey, so you know what you just said made me realize just how much foreshadowing for My Villain Academia is actually within the concept of the culture festival.
Yeah.
Because you think about LeBrava's arc, and then it was basically like this is similarly to what Latoga went through, and how her love ended up being destructive. And except for Toga, her love is destructive of the people she cares about, whereas LeBrava's love is destructive of herself because she ends up like it's so heavily attached that the rejection basically creates like a mental implosion. So, and then you think about the fact that part of the reason why Gentle was like, you know what, yeah, maybe I can be a legend as a vigilante or whatever, is because especially now what we know about Oji Harima is that when you look at the people he listed, he listed off All For One, but All For One was also seen, depending on who you were, as a person who could be really helpful, who was really friendly, who might have helped you get to go live back with your parents after they freaked out because you had a quirk, stuff like that. So like All For One, there was different perspectives on him as he was running the game. Oji Harima, we now know, was actually out here taking out corrupt heroes back in the day. And then Destro, and when you look at him, he was ultimately fighting for quirk users' rights in a time period where his mother was lynched, where he grew up where they were under oppression. So technically, while in a retroactive sense, Destro would be seen as like a criminal, and he definitely probably took certain extreme points, the things that he was fighting for were correct. So even the villains that he made it a point to reference and idealize, you have a reference point of certain good undertones and things that can happen or be perceived as good because of them. So Gentle being a vigilante who just truly ended up loving the light and the dark side, which, by the way, I'm really hoping in that we finally get Brave. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really thinking that it's like
I can see that.
One for All user 2 or 3. I'm like, come on, give me that. But yeah, like Culture Festival is literally this arc that's everything is for the future of MHA, and then it all really comes together. And think about the fact that the same arc we got the reference to Oji Harima was the same arc where the main villain was a showman, and Oji Harima would then be related to our villain showman, the League of Villains.
You see, basically, what Aniki is getting around the scenes, the MHA is obviously a 10 out of 10 in peak fiction, as anybody can see. It's so funny how you guys, is all the arcs to me are 10. I don't care what anybody got to say. Nobody gonna check me because can't nobody change me. So, but it's so funny how each and every person gets a different perspective. And no matter how many times I reread, I can never get that perspective until somebody says something. And then you revitalize everything that you just looked at, and you see the depth that's put into each arc and each character, and how you just get a different viewpoint. It honestly stifles me.
Ultra Festival on my reread. It's funny to me because I first read that arc sort of weekly, but also at the same time I was catching up with the backlog. I don't do that with manga, but it was My Hero Academia was like one of my first after Berserk. And it was a unique experience.
Unique jump right there.
Right?
Yeah, because I was keeping up weekly as I went through the backlog. I've never done that with anything, any other series, but it was weird. So it was bizarre to me, and I think I didn't quite appreciate it the first go around, especially since the chapter that released, chapter 182, that was like very sketchy. Horikoshi didn't manage to finish it, so it was over. And I was like, okay, that was different. Then I went back to it in the anime, and I was like, oh, this is really good. And that's when I really started to appreciate how the arcs just stacked and stacked and stacked. And it's gotten to the point where, looking over the series, I realized that I enjoy the stretch and the variety of arcs more than anything else I've read, honestly. It's like you don't appreciate it the first time around because it's coming at you and you can't see the big picture. But once it all melts together, it's brilliant because this is the right break. This is the right amount of character development for Eri and Deku himself, really.
Okay.
It's
Actually,
very key.
I want to tackle that now because what you say, what I think is interesting about that is if you look at the UA beginnings, like, the beginning of the series all the way up through Kamino, I feel like there is a lot of like classic, typical shonen archetypical structure to this, where you've got like, oh, we get the big battle, we get the tournament arc at the sports festival, we get them finally getting to see some action in the real world, their first mission out in the wild in Hosu City, and you get like the 3-man squad plus the teacher, so like you got like the classic setup there where it's a trio and etc. You got now like you got to really test yourself against test your metal again. Then you have, oh snap, they're getting dragged into a high level event with forest training, and they capped off
Invasion arc that always happens in every series.
Yeah, like you have all these things that like are the classics for all the way up through Kamino, and it's like the final battle of the mentor character. Woo, the classics. And then all of a sudden you hit this weird experimentalist phase almost, because you've got where like all of a sudden Horikoshi starts doing weird stuff. Like the Rise of the Villain Saga, you have like the provisional license exam, which most people are like, wait, why would you ever go all the way back down to this level of training after Kamino?
All Might versus All for One was the peak of the series. Don't you understand?
Like people are like, why would you ever do this?
Yep.
But it's like, no. The point of going back here is to show you that, like, one, they aren't at that level still. Like, just going up and showing to this event does not make them automatically capable of dealing with this event.
Yep.
In fact, all they did was help somebody escape and watch. Were we going to say this real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you're absolutely right, and it's something he started doing after Kamino Award, and it's, I think, the most jarring with provisional license, but this quick going from like one really big arc with really big fights to the more slice of life student arcs where they're just in school doing their school things. That I think that shift was the most jarring with provisional license, which is probably why so many don't like it that much. But
hot take, I was reading provisional license week to week, and I can definitively say the anime is the best version of provisional license. I still to this day think that Horikoshi could have wrote that arc better. I don't think it's like a shift, because like we got Culture Festival and after Overhaul arc. So what I think it is that this was the first time Horikoshi went from like a huge arc to like a less arc, and I think that he was still figuring out how to give that counterbalance. And like I think there's still some issues in the manga version of Provisional License that I think the anime fixes up. You have the Su Momo stuff, you have like the Todoroki, and then just like there's so many little things that the anime was able to like fill out that I was missing from the Provisional License reading week to week, that I think that I still think that the Provisional License like retroactively is good, and like there's a lot of setup for the rest of the series with it, like especially like we got that in this arc with the saving of the civilians with Ochaku. But I think week to week, even just like the Provisional License in the manga, like I think it's some glaring issues there, and I think that if Horikoshi had the chance to do it again, I think it would be the anime version in the manga.
I think it's important to note that when we talk about stuff like that, is that as we're watching Deku develop and Shigaraki and them, Horikoshi himself is still developing as a mangaka. So it's like it's easy for us to be like, if he had a second chance. But you look at the Overhaul arc, excuse me, like that was his first big dark arc, and that compared to MVA is like night and day. He had improved so much by the time he wrote MVA that we could all argue that it's the greatest arc in the series to date.
Yeah. Well, real quick, I'm gonna let fans go, but I just wanted to say right before that, real quick. I just wanted to say that I understand. I agree with Anki completely. I understand why the shift went back down. Is because in Kamino, who stopped the big bad and who made everything all? Who saved the day? That would be other than Toshinori, which AKA All Might. One man stopped all that shit. Yeah, you had everybody else on the side, and guess what they did? A little support here and there, but who was fighting the big bad that took out fucking 5 blocks with a flick of his finger? That was All Might. So then you get the license exam, and they literally state, well, listen, we need to revitalize everything we just done. It ain't gonna be no more just one big bad stand in front of everything. We need to call all people we can, and we need to start leveling this out. This teamwork is what it's about now. We can't just be relying on anybody else, because you see that one person is gone. But fans have been waiting for quite a while.
Hello, people. My bad. I was busy, so I came later. So we're just talking about arc after arc, or we are just
the greatest arcs in MHA. Luckily, you already did the spreadsheet, so you don't even need to.
Yeah, I know what is my favorite arc. So we were talking about.
But right now, wait, because what I was explaining, or like currently, we're kind of discussing the structure of the Rise of the Villain Saga, which is what my main point was revolving around before when I brought up the Provisional License. Is that the experiment kicks in, because even with like the Overhaul arc, Deku is like, he experiments with getting rid of Deku a lot during that arc. Like, there's multiple stretches where it's like, okay, we cut away to Red Riding, Fat Gun having a fight, we'll cut away to Muriel having a fight, Sun Eater gets a fight. We're constantly like we're experimenting with minimizing Deku during Overhaul. And so we give him this big moment and we're establishing that other characters' arcs are just as important to this story, so much so to the extent where sometimes Deku needs to take a step back. And then as we get the remedial course arc in the Culture Festival, which is, in of itself experimental because it's focused around mental health and the punchy kicky anime manga. And, instead of being like, you can't just win that way. And everybody's been taking this concept of being heroes, them getting stronger, them focusing on just like rescuing them like physically. And it's like, no, we take that deviation, like Watkins beautifully explained earlier, and we start dealing with issues of the soul. And then you get the joint training where we finally get to see like, okay, this is the dynamic between class A and B. This is what it's going to look like. This is what team battles look like for the class now. So we start seeing the progression, and you cap it off with like experimentation with the My Villain Academia, where we finally get rid of Deku for real, like we did with Pro Hero Arc. Also, we got to really test that out for like 2 months. And then, we have Endeavor Agency and wrap it up with this giant war, which is once again highlighting the experimentation with how he wants to structure like his villains' arcs, but then also his ability to fire off his Chekhov's guns and still have something in the tank to keep people invested to stick around. Because he fired off like how many of his Chekhov's guns? Like you had the Dobby reveal, Mr. Press. Like it was.
He kept giving in that arc.
It was like 5 weeks
for
of just
5
bam, bam, bam.
chapters. It was just every chapter.
It was trending for almost 2 months. My Hero Academia was trending for almost 2 months.
That it was a glorious 2 months.
That was week by week. So going on Twitter.
To avoid spoilers.
Yes, it was. Just going on Twitter, you're just there and you just see your fleet in one moment just gets flooded by just spoilers everywhere. You're thinking to yourself, okay, what just happened? So yeah.
So you use Twitter? That'd be me. That's wild.
Yeah, I was scared of Twitter for this month. I was just
I'm always scared of Twitter. Twitter.
You go online and the first thing you see is trending #toy. And you're like,
you get spoiled directly.
Oh, 185 that killed me.
Yeah, I hope y'all got your rest in, because you know it come back this week, right? And we in a prison break and everybody
but this whole DMCA thing, maybe
I heard highly about that.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Yes, thank you.
Since I posted a lot of manga panels and slices from different Shueisha stuff, thinking it was fine.
You guys underestimate the pettiness that is Twitter. If people start getting stricken down, the pettiness is going to quadruple, and it's going to be raining panels and spoilers.
They've been trying to get Atsushi.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny?
For what, a month now?
Yeah, you know what's so funny is that, like, I think, what's the first site? I remember Jermaine's box and what's the other one?
Stream.
Yeah, I remember they first got taken down.
And Jermaine's box, that was the bottleneck. And then those were gone as of last year. So it's just a whole circus.
It's last year. I remember because I was reading NBA on that shit.
It was December of last year,
yeah.
Especially with the fandom growing. And here's
December
the
of last year, December 2020.
Yeah. No, it was
December 2019.
19.
I would like to say something that we're talking about the arcs too. So the first arcs of My Hero Academia that ended with the Kamina arc or the Age of All Might. We saw the end of All Might, his reign as we get a good name for it. The end of it was the peak. He was there and was representing the peak of the hero saturated society, you know. So we saw that's what we saw, and everything was around All Might. He was I would say the real main character tonight. So and then from that moment we shift to Deku and we saw his growth, and this what I like about the so the first arc after the Camino arc, when they did their tests, it is not really it was to show to the readers that Deku is a student. He is not at the level to fight monstrous villains like that are real villains, you know. So he has to go to do these tests and everything, and to see the reaction of the society on Camino arc. It was really in the background that we saw just the reaction of the government. That arc helped to see this, that there is a government in the back. They have ideas. They see that All Might is gone, so they have to react on it. They worked on it. So this test was the result on All Might. All Might is gone. We need to do something. That was this arc was made to show us this. If you read the arc different times. So next to this, and in the next arc that we follow, I think it is Overhaul arc. The Overhaul arc shows us how the villains, what happened to the villain side, because All for One is gone and All Might is gone. We saw the rise of the villains with the Yakuza, and with this we see Shigaraki trying to have his way, and Deku too. We see that in the world of heroes, that kid, even he has the most powerful quirk, he's still a kid with a power that he can control. So there is other there who fights outside, dies outside too, fight in his place. People are working there. That's what we saw in that arc. That's why we saw Night Eye die. We saw the Miriam loses quirk. It was to show that when you go out there, what you see in the courses, that's what you will see. Alive out there is difficult. That was to show this, and then you get what was the arc after?
Hold on, Pontu.
Yeah.
You don't have to run through all the arcs. Don't worry about that. That was the point of that conversation. But one thing I will say is that I'm noticing that Overhaul is like 50% on people's top fives, 50%, like it's like half and half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the Overhaul is not perfect, but
the people who don't have Overhaul in your top five, say as because you eagerly that. Start with you. Let's talk about why Overhaul arc is not a top five arc.
I actually wanted to talk about something else first about Panzu. And that is only short. That is when I kind of only realized now that Panzu kind of said it was that that until All Might went down, there was a bit of a textbook escalation in the story, and it's like with All Might going down, Horikoshi himself, even in story structure wise, he just went wild because that's the point where we just said. He started his experimental phase where we can see UA is really desperately trying to just get day-to-day school business back on the run. But then we have Yakuza and Vigilantes and a whole-on villain arc. So it goes wild after All Might. And I find it interesting that story structure-wise, that happens after All Might has to go. But yeah, overall. I have a really mixed feelings about it, meaning there are parts about I like the Kirishima stuff. I like Sun Eater. I like Mirio. I like many of the new characters. I don't care much about the villains, I have to admit. So I don't like Overhaul at all, and I can barely remember. Rappa aside, I can barely remember the names of the Shia Hasaikai. So, and so that's something that kind of pushes it down. That for most other arcs, I like the villains, and in this, I don't really like the villains. Most of all, my problem with Overhaul is that during Overhaul, I kind of realized that I am not that big a fan of the, I said this before, one for all for one succession stuff. That is something, I know it's there and I know it's important, but it's something, it doesn't excite me. I realized this very much in the anime that every time Deku went up to All Might to ask him, why didn't you tell me about Mirio? And are you not sure that I'm your real successor? When he started doubting this, I understand where he's coming from. I understand why it's important to explore it, but I'm also really bored by it in a way. So that's something that is kind of strongest in Overhaul. It's something where I, at times during reading Overhaul, I was looking how long does this arc get. It's the only arc where I, at some points, thought it was dragging on a little bit for me. So there are parts I love, but this is just something I just don't really like. Yeah.
I've got bad news for you, Sayas. That's what the rest of the story is about. It's all for one versus one for all. So.
I know, but it's like.
I mean, it's like, look, I like if that doesn't excite you, of course the arc isn't going to do it for you. My thing with Overhaul is that despite where it stumbles, it does so much for Deku and Shigaraki, like a tremendous amount. Like it changes our entire perspective on what they're going to have to do to be greatest hero and greatest villain. Because up to that point, Shigaraki's been a man-child. He's been whining, and his plans haven't been working. So it's like to have somebody actually confront him about that, and to get like, for me, I've been on Shigaraki's. I've been all aboard Shigaraki's character development from ever since the Stain arc, where I realized what Horikoshi was doing with him. But that really outlined it for people who didn't quite get it yet. And to see Mirio and Overhaul positioned where they could be seen as these exemplars to be better heroes and villains, but in certain ways where they fall short, because what's very crucial about that arc very early on and tells you something about what it means to be a hero is Mirio doesn't rescue Eri when he has the chance. And that's something that I think some people downplay, but it's very important. And that's the reason why Deku was chosen over him. And it's not something that All Might can entirely put into words because he doesn't know how to explain it. That's very real to me.
No. All Might didn't choose Deku over Mirio. He didn't know Mirio at the time.
Well,
it wasn't like he said, I gave Deku this quirk because Mirio isn't up to it. He doesn't know Mirio at the point.
Of course. But here's
Volk,
the thing.
you're one of those.
He knows of his
existence. I'm talking about the story.
No, I was just talking about the he wasn't chosen over Deku. It's just, yeah, he does deserve it.
Yeah, okay. Sorry if that was confusing, but that's what I meant. But yeah. And then, of course, going into the rest of the arc, I think it trips up in a couple of categories. One, it does not. I know there's been a lot of discourse about Ochako and her place in the story. I think the overhaul arc kind of screwed her over just a little bit, because if she had gotten more screen time during that, I guarantee you wouldn't see as much discourse about her. Like, people would be more willing to accept that Horikoshi has something planned for her in the long term. And then the Kirishima stuff, that was surprising to have be a focal point, but did a lot for his character, and to this day is still doing a lot for him. You see him keep popping up in popularity polls, and there's
a lot of top 5 finishes for Kirishima.
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that's how that ties into Mina and how their character arcs are going to coincide moving forward. And the action really stepped it up. It's like I think that's something that people always acknowledge is there in My Hero Academia, but people don't quite give the respect it deserves. The action for being like general superhero type of stuff is really clean. It's really intense, and the art amplifies that very well. I think it's certainly bumpy at times. Maybe could have made the raid itself flow a little smoother. I'd have to read it again to just pinpoint where, but overall, like again, sort of has some flaws, but not many. I think it's one of the best arcs in the series, and I think the reason people are mixed on it is just because it's a lot to take in, right? It is a lot to take in. There's a lot of buildup, and there's a lot of stuff that goes down the raid, and
so
first time he's attempted something that big.
Yeah, that's definitely also a thing. It's a long arc, and we spent much of it with characters that are essentially new. So,
question for Rex.
Anaki's channeling Night Eye right now.
What's up?
You have Forest training arc over Overhaul.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's surprising.
Like, because I don't remember the last list, but I'm pretty sure Overhaul was really high on my list. Like, I'm pretty sure it was like number 3 or something. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. I remember being higher, so that's why I'm noticing this, and I'm like, wow, Forest, okay.
So one thing that I've noticed is, as I've been retroactively just like looking back at a lot of My Hero, the things that I like about My Hero and the things that really like get to me are all the things that happen to do with the kids, more or less, or just like character development between people. And like hero, like if you just look at my list, like I'm just do a quick rundown: MVA, Pro Hero, Camino, Stain, Forest Training, and I think all 5 of those arcs are like really focused. Like regardless of what the big situation is going on, it's really focused on developing the characters in a way that, you know, it's seen in other arcs, but it's like very exacerbated in those arcs. And like Overhaul, like the more and more I think about Overhaul, the less and less that it appeals to me as like one of my favorite arcs. Like it starts off with the Shigaraki and like Shigaraki and Magnate stuff with Overhaul, and then it eventually goes over to Kirishima stuff. Like all that's cool, but I realized like the moment to moment of Overhaul wasn't really interesting to me. Like the villains themselves, besides Overhaul and Rapper, because they have 2 really big things, weren't interesting. I think it's mainly because the other villains, like they didn't get a lot of attention and shine. Like they were just like Sun Eater one-off 3 villains. Ochako, Sue, and Ryukyu took out a villain off screen. So the only 2 people we got really were Rappa because it was developing Kirishima and Fat Gum's relationship, also Kirishima backstory and why he's like, you know, I want to say, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Insecure about his powers. There we go. And I think that's why I like Rappa so much, because he acknowledged that Kirishima was finally was a man and he was worthy of being a hero and all that. Then I like Overhaul because, like, regardless of how we feel about the evil things that Overhaul did, he was fighting for the elimination of quirks, which he thought was a disease in society and caused a lot of harm and a lot of strife. So that I thought Overhaul was interesting. But outside of that, the villains really did nothing for me. And then like they just really just fell flat. And then like when we got to the characters that were there, again, like Volk said, oh no, it was I think it was Volk or was it Sean? That Ochaku, like that whole thing, like at the time I didn't have too big of an issue with it, but retroactively they definitely should have had a bigger part to play in this arc. Sue Ochako, like they're, to me personally, they're the two biggest females in the class, and like it's a shame that we didn't get more from them, and like just to have it off screen and then have Ochako's big moment and only moment is to carry Nadai up to the above ground just to see Deku fight overall was kind of disappointing. The Aries stuff really didn't like hit me until Culture Festival. Like at the moment, yeah, like yes, it's sad that this girl is going through, but like you really don't see the ramification of how much that mentally affected her until Culture Festival. And I think that the Culture Festival reaps the benefits of the overhaul arc not being able to focus so much on that. Like Deku's fight was cool, but like it's just a big fight. Like I just feel like there's so many other arcs that like the thing does like everything that overhaul does, but better in aspects that I really like. And like and then the overhaul arc ran really long, and I think there are just some things that could have been condensed maybe a little bit. Like it's not bad by any means, like, and it's really good. Like it's probably top 10 arcs, but it's just like when I think of like my 5 favorite arcs, it just like the more and I think one thing that I really like kind of cemented this for me was the anime, because like as I was watching the anime I was like, okay, this big moment is gonna happen and I'm gonna be hyped, and as they were happening I was like, you could blame that on the anime not delivering what we thought they would deliver, but ultimately I think it's like I just don't feel as passionate about the overhaul arc as I did when I read it week to week, because like reading it week to week it was like, oh, Horikoshi is diving in deep, it's getting dark and stuff. But now that I have MVA, now that I have the Liberation War, now that I have Pro Hero, retroactively it's like it just doesn't impress me more. But like I could go watch a sports festival right now and get hype. I could go watch Stain, like the moment that Stain stepped on the scene, like get hype. But like for overhaul, like it's not really that many hype moments for me, or things that really like emotional moments for me that like really impact me. And the only thing that really impacts me that to that level is maybe the Kirishima stuff. Like, but other than that, like nothing else really like resonates with me like on a really, really personal level. So like I think the overhaul just drops down.
Did you with a straight face just say Sue over Momo?
Bro, I do this every week.
Here we go.
I do this every week. Amphibian Boys Unite. Sue carried my hero. Sue carried the My Hero fandom for years.
Sue was gonna stop Machia, bro. That's what I'm hearing.
No, bro, she carried. It doesn't matter. She carried
the rock girl that carried the show for a couple years, and then everybody realized
the same guy that has LaBrava at top 1 for his females.
Squid on that.
Come in and start talking. No matter where
because he coming for Rex Head as always. Hey, real quick, I want to talk
out here.
I want to talk about 2 points that Rex made though. As to,
I mean, you're wrong even if you're right. Okay, go on.
as to not feeling for anybody else but Rappa, that was literally the point. Nobody else was supposed to have an actual personality, and I understand you didn't feel for them. That's kind of the point. They were called the Expendables, and there was only one person in that entire group that wasn't sucking overhaul dick, and that was Rappa. He kept fucking messing with that nigga name on purpose. He was like over jerk.
Oh
shit! The entire time he was the only nigga that didn't fuck with that nigga.
Yo, East. So the only issue I have with that is that yes, that may be true. Like in story, like yeah, the only like person that like doesn't like a worship overhaul is Rappa, but still, like if we look at like for instance the like Forest training arc, Muscular wasn't the big bad. He was big bad for Deku, but like we had like Dobby and all of them. But I really resonated with Muscular, like Moonfish, just cool, like like on a level. Nobody was as cool as Moonfish. All right, like the first.
Huh?
What?
What?
Y'all gonna skip over the
Hold
fact
on.
Wait.
Let me explain.
Once again.
Hold on, let me explain. Hold on, squid. Hold on, let me explain what I'm saying. The character, like again, I said, Overhaul and Rapper were the two biggest, but the little villains like that Sun Eater and like Sue and Ochako beat. None of them are as cool as Moonfish. They're not.
Yeah, they were cool.
They're extras though. They were off screen.
Okay,
no. But that's my point. That's my point. They're extras and they're off screen. Moonfish was technically an extra, but I resonated more. Like the first thing we got of Moonfish was seeing this hand, was Shoji hand missing. We didn't know what happened, but that's the first thing we got. It was like, holy snap! Is somebody getting eaten alive? And then we see this dude with these razor sharp teeth, and he's like this criminal in a straitjacket, and like he's only using his teeth to fight. It's like that is so cool and that's so unique. And I was like, I'm so hyped for Moonfish. But then we got the 3 idiot trio that Sun Eater like one shot it, and it's like. I guess they were cool, I guess. And then the big Bane dude, it's like he got off screen. Like that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
So I get what you're saying. It just sounds like nitpicking to me.
But that's the point. When I'm talking about my 5 favorite arcs, it's like I have to nitpick to put it in my 5.
Moonfish is coming back though. Those 3 idiots aren't coming back.
But I'm saying what I think. Yes, they were just intended as followers who didn't have much of their own personality. But the thing is, that doesn't change the fact that ultimately I don't care about them. And there are these fights that we have. And the thing is, I always prefer fights where I can, at least to some degree, understand both sides. Because not just do they therefore are more interesting because I understand both sides, but also like the fight feels more intimidating, more threatening. And in this place against Sun Eater, sure, he was in danger because he fought 3, but like I didn't feel like the 3 would ever win because they were like no names in a way.
The biggest takeaway I got from this is somehow you resonated with some crackhead in a gimp suit.
I don't resonate with Moonfish, I want to add.
But no. Like here's
run it back real quick. I already gave y'all credit for not resonating with them. That's my thing. When y'all keep coming back, we're like, and if somebody said, well, I don't think that's an excuse for this, that, and the other. I'm not saying I understand why you don't resonate. I just ran y'all credits. I don't know why y'all act like I disregarded the credit.
Well, no, it's not you though. It's everybody else. It's everybody. Real quick, my whole point is that when we talk about these top 5 like favorite arcs, our greatest arcs, it's like I have to nitpick because if I don't nitpick, everything is just good. Everything is just like because honestly I think My Hero is a complete great story that I enjoy every arc besides the provisional license. So it's like everything is really good. So if I'm nitpicking to be in my top 5, yeah, then I'm nitpicking that I enjoy Moonfish more than those 3 losers and that Bane dude. Yes, I'm nitpicking that I enjoy Edith's character more than some characters like when I talk about Stain art. So it's like I have to nitpick these little things, and then like when it comes down to preference, like I said at the beginning of this, I prefer character development and characters over plot. But if I don't get that with my villains, I at least want the villains to be cool as shit. And those 3 villains weren't cool as shit, and Moonfish was. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm about to say is that I was gonna actually like take your side on that, Rex, say that you're 100% like allowed for that, because like the thing is that if you don't resonate with the Trash Trio, which they like, what they are to me is really cool because it's one of those like trope versions. Because I always say that one of the mistakes they made in the provisional license arc in the anime was adding that friendship speech, because they were the only characters to like randomly bring up the power of friendship in the middle of a fight in My Hero at the time. So like that was really cool for me. Like so for a writing wise, like that was really cool. But like that doesn't always hit for people. Like that doesn't make a fight for everybody. Some people like me are weirdos and they're like, oh yeah, like I can find this. Yeah, like according to my calculations, yeah, this is cool. But like, if you just want, like, if you want to actually like the characters, like, yeah, I can agree that there's not a lot to like about those the Trash Trio as individuals. to substantiate being like, yeah, they're better than like this or that. Because like I can understand being like Moonfish was terrifying. He had like that. He had real presence. He was like kind of like he was a villain that it made sense to be terrified of. The man's teeth was flying all over the place, looking like you don't believe in. Anyway, we don't get into that. But the point is, homie was a threat, so I can understand being more attached. Like somebody mentioned, you could at least bring up Mustard. I could understand liking Mustard more than like any of the 8 expendable bullets except like Rappa, because Mustard was like, wow, you have a quirk and I've got a gun.
like what put it in perspective. Had he
Mustard's
been,
a little asshole.
Yeah, bro, had Mustard been up against anybody else, they'd be there right now.
That is
true.
He straight up shot Tetsu. I think he shot him in the forehead first. Like,
Yeah, he did.
So like, if that was anybody
Shoot
else.
until your quirk
Even
fails.
Tetsu was stuck for a second. He's like, God damn, this shit hurt.
that shit don't
And that
tickle,
nigga,
bro.
that nigga made it steal. So he was like, God damn, shit, hold on, wait. The nigga was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna keep going there. I was like, we'll keep brushing. But anybody else ran up with that shit, they had blasted.
Honestly, the Shia Saikai as a whole are basically stepping stones for Shigaraki. Like, and I think you can see that by the fact that there are only a couple interesting ones.
Speaking of
Whereas
Tomo
the Vanguard
Shigaraki,
Action Squad are like all distinct personalities. Is like he's very into the League of Villains. Like he's very into that core central antagonist group. Whereas some of the others, like at least he didn't repeat that mistake with the Metal Liberation Army. That's a very good thing because the Metal Liberation Army did become embroiled into the League of Villains. So,
but it's just because they're
I think it's
highly
a matter of
important.
priorities.
Yeah.
Priorities.
I think they're calling Mustard the Sanji
I
ripoff.
forgot one
I mean,
nitpick I had about overhaul arc, which is a very personal nitpick for me, and that was that I went into this arc and I was like, yeah, Aizawa is here, what a great Aizawa fight, and then he reaches all the way to the finale and then he's just taken up by chronostasis and he doesn't do anything. I was really disappointed in that.
But there was a lot of that in the arc where I was like, yes, this, and then it's like, okay, I guess not. Let's switch focus to this, and there's a lot in the overhaul arc. I don't like retroactively, like when I rewatched and reread the overhaul arc, I was like, there's a lot of things that I really wanted that didn't happen. Like I was cool with the stuff that happened, but I was like, it's like okay.
Be honest though. If Eraser gets the fight Overhaul just gets folded.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I know. That's
no, we know that.
I was like so disappointed because I realized at that point that he has this plot-breaking power where he has to be taken out in some bullshit way so he can continue with the plot.
Shanked the hell out of
and
that
then he was just time frozen.
We got infinite 100% out of it, so that was a fair trade.
Yeah, the fight was great. I just wanted to see Aizawa do something, and then he was time frozen and spent the rest of the arc blindfolded, lying on the ground.
They got exactly that liberation
interesting.
So
exactly.
What could have been interesting is if we would have got a fight between Eraserhead and Chronostasis. Like Eraserhead erases his quirk, but then it's like plot twist. Like nigga, I can fight, I can throw hands, and then the two of them are just like having like their own little scuffle somewhere. But it was just kind of like, I'm gonna just stab you with my hair, and we're just gonna sit here till Sun Eater pulls up. And
I think for me that part of the arc kind of felt like there was something planned between Aizawa and Chronostasis, but then they ran out of time, so they decided to just end the arc there. It felt a little bit like that.
What's funny enough, if instead of doing this, because Aizawa was so OP, like instead of like putting him in that situation, I know this is a hard workaround and it doesn't make sense for him to beat his arc. Put Vlad in there, please, and just have him do something instead. Like we haven't got a lot of Vlad. Like Aizawa was just thrown away for some reason. So I think Vlad would have been really good in that arc.
Well, not in retrospect, and not really, because what comes after in the relationship, like the moment that fucking Deku had with Aizawa when he's like, I know you're just a troublemaker, like I can't really stop you. In that moment,
I know, but I'm just strictly speaking from an action standpoint, like where like Horikoshi, Aizawa again is a double-edged sword. Always, it's like realistically, if he's in any situation like with super strong villains, he should be able to realistically help take them out super quickly and efficiently. But because he's so OP, we have to find creative ways to remove him from the narrative and the plot so that he can not do what he's supposed to do in these situations besides this latest arc. And I think that like, yes, we get some great moments with Aizawa afterwards. It builds a relationship with Eri.
Or you have villains that don't overly rely on their quirks.
Yeah, like.
So one of the things I wanted to say to back you up, Rex, is that if you think about it, the kind of knife that Chronostasis had on him was very similar to Aizawa's. Where
wasn't it Aizawa's?
He either took Aizawa's knife or he had one like Aizawa's.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I think about though is that like you could have also had it where, let's say Aizawa got like injured, so like blood was like running in his eye, so he couldn't consistently like keep his powers on that long. You could have had like a knife versus hair fight where he would have gotten, you know, like be deflecting his hair attacks as he moved in to like wrap him up or something like that, and like trying to cut the hair off. But time wise, that just would have been like a way to flex Aizawa, and I think Horikoshi realized that like. This is it, like, first off, I'm gonna be honest. I would not care. It would be like a slanderless fight to me, even though it would 100% would just be fan service. Like, here's your meathead moments. Get to watch Aizawa like have a sword fight, basically. Like, but I would have taken it.
We do like a good meathead moment from time to time.
Yeah. Like when you're doing a raid, I think that's the moment that you meathead out. I think that's like my thing. It's like with Overhaul, it's like. The Overhaul is supposed to be like, yes, it's all these ramifications with area stuff, but we're doing a raid on a villain organization that Shigaraki essentially lost to in the beginning of the arc. So it's like this is going to be meathead fight after fight. These are going to be these cool fights with everybody that we see that's major here. And I don't think we got that for 100%, and we got some cool moments with Kirishima, Deku, Mirio, but I don't think we got enough of it.
I feel like the Overhaul arc, part of it you have to suspend like
disbelieve you.
Yeah, because if the raid was that big, they didn't contact Endeavor. Nobody was like, you know, Endeavor, that guy's pretty strong and he's pretty useful, but we're just not gonna ask him for help now. But granted, from Horikoshi's perspective, if you add Endeavor, it kind of makes the stakes on the floor, but
I mean, also they already had Ryukyu's. They had a top 10 already locked and loaded.
And plus, to the defense of this arc, it also works that they had who they had because everybody that was involved was near that location prior to. Like, they went out of their way to get everybody they did. It was like, okay, this is your city. This is your city. This is your city. Everybody that they called was all involved in this thing one way or another. And the way Fat Gum got them because they knew they found out about the corporation bullet. That's how Fat Gum and Sun Eater got involved into it too. So it was like, okay,
but I would never call Rock Lock before I call Endeavor. But maybe
like realistically, like in this situation, it's like there's potentially a bullet that can erase quirks permanently. We need the best one because if this is just mass distributed, it's a problem for everybody.
That's a big fucking issue.
That's a big thing, and I think that this is one of those issues. Like, yeah, of course we could talk about this like retroactively and stuff, but like logically, it's like Endeavor needs to be on this case. This is a huge case. Like whether we like bullets that erase quirks permanently can end hero society as we know it. Like heroes that are stronger than villains could one slip up, get hit by that bullet, they get mauled by villains.
But here's the thing: they didn't know the bullets had reached the point where they actually succeeded, right?
Yeah,
that too.
So they could still carry out the operation like it was normal because the objective of it was to rescue Eri. Overall, the bullets were a secondary thing.
Not to mention,
only when Mirio's quirk was taken away that they realized it was the problem. So
in universe, the Yakuza were kind of destitute at this point. They were a shell of them former selves, so it was like.
Yeah.
Before the operation happened, like maybe they trafficking a little of that stuff into the neighborhood, but it's like they third rate, they moms.
Yeah, we also should maybe keep into account that just like right after when we meet Endeavor again, he says like the crime rate really shot up, so he probably had his hands full. So
that's what I'm saying too.
They already asked like a lot of heroes to help out with this.
Yeah, like why?
And hold on. That was something that I noticed even during the Endeavor agency arc, is that they kind of like always had shit to do, and like they were constantly like Endeavor was just like, come on, run the laps.
Where there are presumably like really a lot of heroes.
Yeah, they're just like boom, 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 boom. Look, crime. Look, crime. Look, crime. Like, and it wasn't like that at the start of the series necessarily. Like you had like that All Might incident, but it was like, yeah. Like, everybody's chilling out now because All Might just ran through everybody real quick.
Chapter 93 of Vigilantes kind of summarized this best. The latest chapter, they had that little fight club, right? and they call up All Might, and there's like a whole mob of villains from the Fight Club, and in like 3 seconds he stops all of them and is ready to put that beat down on Hood, and then they escape, and then he escapes.
Yeah, and they were all ready. So they was like, well, even this might take All Might a little bit of a second. And he was like, bop, 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 bop. Okay, 3 seconds. I'm finished with all these niggas that was on the street, and like I swept them up under the rug. But to talk about this 2 points real quick, I'm gonna give a serious one, and then I'm gonna roast the heroes after that real quick. It's like,
right, let's go.
It's like, well, okay, yeah, the crime rate is also rising, but why we just count on Endeavor, who blasts through everything with the heat? That he has tight knit control. But agenda aside, there's also Kamui Woods. I mean, Ed Shot is fit for suppression. Like, you got multiple other top tens that realistically we could have called and could have ran up in there too. So it's like, it's a hero saturated society. We don't need to call every big name in every single time. Like, realistically, they kind of had it. They kind of like Night Eye had a damn near almost flawless plan. Like, if you really think about it, like, if they was running through that bitch, his plan was damn near like flawless. Let's be honest.
Flawless, but he lost his life. A kid lost his quirk. A lot went wrong. You feel me?
But I mean,
it was a good plan. But like Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face.
I don't even think it was a good plan because they didn't. Did they have all the information on all the
They didn't know about certain people because of the fact that Overhaul had been changing his operation, so that they didn't know about like Rappa, I think. Because of the fact that Overhaul was literally keeping people in the basement the entire time. Like Toga and Twice being there wasn't known because they literally never got to leave the basement.
Did they know about the dude that could change the wall properties and stuff like that?
They knew about Iranaka, but he specifically was also stated that his quirk could only use
like a fridge size.
Like the size of a refrigerator. He was literally doping himself up to be able to
That's another issue I have. It's like if you know
trigger,
that, like the quirk, like semi bullets are in the streets. You know that the boosters are like somehow connected to that, and you're like, and then we also have that meeting where they're like doing this interweaving thing where like it's stated that Overhaul is somehow connected to the boosters as well as the, so I feel like the plan to go underground when someone has a booster quirk that can affect things like that, it's kind of like, and I know we talk about the heroes always being able to come out in like situations like that, but I feel like there is a way that you do that without the loss of life in the we say it's a good plan, but like looking back at, I don't think it's really that, because you're going into uncharted territories.
So one of the things that I also want to point out though is that just like how they were like, oh, in the data book it was like stated that Majestic used to be in the top 10. I don't think Night Eye was a low tier hero. Because if you think about the way that the skirmish with the Rappa clone went, yes, it's a clone, but that doesn't change the fact that the you get lowered durability, not lowered skill. So like the Rappa clone pulled up, tried to punch Night Eye, he just like finessed him, tripped him, and threw him into a wall. Like that still would have happened if it was the real Rappa. He just might have been able to get
when he gets back up.
Yeah, and then
it just happens to him again.
I think my gripe with how the thing was planned is actually not with how the team was set up. I think it was said that he set the team up so that there were different heroes in different areas of Japan, so they could find the hideout at first, and then he, I assume, worked with the team that he had together. He didn't really, I guess, make the team so he had the perfect martial arts group together. So that wasn't my. What I really thought was more ridiculous was for me the scene when the police just walked in without being able to use their quirks, because that was to me like the most ridiculous scene in the show whatsoever. And the police just walk in with their weapons and they can't use their quirk and everything warps around them and they can't do anything. Why didn't they stay outside?
The funniest part about that shit is the niggas literally the commission has said something about this shit. Either it was the arc right before or after this shit's like, hey man, we're gonna have to work on something. Cause stand on the sidelines with fucking pistols and niggas can move mountains and move buildings with the palm of their hand. This not gonna keep cutting it. Cause you gotta be fucked up. I ain't gonna be sitting up here shoot a BB gun and I got a nigga fucking shooting flame tornadoes down the fucking street. That's not gonna be me.
Right. Like I remember during Camino Wars, the police were all waiting outside on the perimeter, making sure that the evacuation was fine, that no civilian would come in, and Endeavor was also outside to protect them if something happens out there, right? Nobody from the police went into the actual hideout. It was all heroes. So why Why did they suddenly just send all the police to the hideout?
I mean, to be fair to the police, when Ed Shot opened the door, they were standing behind him, so they were inside. They just weren't in the room.
Man, when those Nomu showed up, they had submachine guns, and those submachine guns did not a thing. Bro, give the cops their quirks, please.
Bro. Hey, listen. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Fuck the law. If I'm a civilian or I'm a fucking cop, I don't care. I ain't paying no bills. I ain't paying no whatever y'all try to hit me with. Nigga, there is a demon walking on my street. It with 3 heads and 5 arms, and they got chainsaws in 2, and they got a bazooka in 1. If you think I'm gonna sit here and be like, oh my God, I want to use my quirk, but it's against the law, so I don't even know what it is. You know what it is?
You know what it is?
Imagine you're in this room and the walls are warping around us. The ground is opening below you. You just let's shoot at the walls, I guess.
No, what's funny, East, you say that, but if your quirk is pulling your eyeballs out, you're like, well,
bro, why is listen, I'm tired of Rex.
No, because Rex spitting right there. Because some of these niggas, you know what they're gonna do? Point.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Hey, bro, you never know. It's all about the image. What if I pull my hood over my head, right, and I pull my eyeballs out my socket, and I look like a normal too, and I start talking to that nigga like,
yeah, I'm one of you. What's the plan again? What?
Yeah, man, it's like even the dude that Kirishima fought at the beginning of the overhaul arc, he like his quirk in itself wasn't bad. But the thing is that like he had the small blades, but I'm pretty sure
could basically make like razors out of his skin.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure like if he went to UA and
basically
got
Moonfish better.
Yeah, like if he went to UA and got proper training, who knows how strong his quirk? It could have manifested to what it was when he took the booster. Like, but that's the thing, human like that, and I think that's the ultimate thing with like society and civilians and the cops is that they're not using they're like appendages, the quirks. They're not using the muscle, so it's like a. I'm not gonna say that, but it's just like limp. It's just limp. It's like a limp muscle. It's just not been used.
What were you about to say there?
Nah, nothing. No.
Oh God.
It's just a muscle that's not been used, man.
They're not working it out. They're not stretching the muscle.
Yeah, they're not working it out. So they need Viagra to like boost their quirks up.
I need my quirk Viagra.
Yeah, man.
Quirk Viagra.
Go see Recovery Girl if it doesn't come back after 3 hours.
Listen, man. Hey, Rex,
follow-up appointments. Get away right after your COVID vaccine.
Fuck all that training shit. Steroids out, trigger out. You know what I'm saying? Just shoot that shit up one time. You know what's powerful.
Didn't they say the trigger came from America, so it was like the good shit?
No, the American variant lasts longer. I would considering like Florida's existence.
It came from either China,
Florida. But I would love to see more of an in-depth look in America because like Captain Celebrity is some of those other American things.
American trigger must be built different.
Facts.
Chris the GOAT, by the way. Chris is the GOAT. Shout out to Captain Celebrity.
Yep.
I'm gonna just randomly say Jigo Karaku is that gas.
Can I give away my top 3?
Oh, we're not going through the.
We're just talking about the unique picks and discussing the arcs overall, why they're great, etc. But you did write an entire essay. Now that I think about it, for the Billboard chart stream on why MVA is the best arc in MHA.
Yes.
So you know what, Squid? The floor is yours.
Yeah. Whew. Can't wait for this one. I'm pulling up my script for this.
Look what y'all don't started. Look what y'all don't started. It's gonna be a Rex disc. It's gonna be a Rex disc. It's gonna be a punk ass heroes. It's gonna be Shigaraki praise. It's gonna be Redestro dissing.
I did this in size 11 times New Roman. So
what's the word count we got on this script?
The word count 1,328.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So My Villain Academia is a unique, original, and ultimately series-defining arc While the PLF arc is excellent, the fact remains that because it's a catalyst arc, its powers change comes from the aftermath. While in MBA, the impact is immediate. The protagonist, Shigaraki, is given a goal and through a crucible of fire proves himself worthy of the power that can be given by the Doctor and Makia. Its biggest strength, however, is something the war arc utterly lacks, that being recontextualization of the society in the series. It is an arc that weaves an entire layer of sociological depth that connects between previous elements in the series. It gives the already excellent and surprising commentary and level of cohesiveness simply not possible without the arc. In terms of recontextualization, after MVA, the series can be read a little bit of a dimmer light because, for example, with Bakugo's praise, we also know that children receive the opposite approval of their quirk to where it's negative and they're viewed like a deviant or a monster. Uh, I give an example of suddenly the purse snatcher, the giant villain we first see in chapter one, seems a little more tragic because, with the context of Twice's backstory, one can ascertain what drove him to break the law as well. While the PLF arc is thematically cohesive, has great character moments, and artistically the best arc in the series, its artwork is very dynamic and just great and detailed. It did its job. Many of us predicted it was going to be the Marineford of the series and did its job exactly, with casualties on both sides, nameless and named. But MBA is a tragic tale. Characters rooted in suffering and empowering themselves to destroy the system that created their suffering in the first place. Now, while that element does exist in the PLF arc with the villains, it was solidified and expanded and ultimately defined in MVA, and fundamentally that's what it comes down to. The most compelling parts, at least of the villains commentary, had most of the legwork done by My Villain Academia. The themes and commentary around the PLF arc were built in MVA, uh, the Todoroki family through Pro Hero and internship. I would say that, yeah, it's mostly just a payoff for the elements set up in year one. And now I go into the art. Now, artistically, I agree. Hori showed far more dynamicism and detail in terms of like styles, and this arc far more experimentations done with paneling with artwork. But MVA was not weak at all in this department, with such as Sad Man's Parade, the ethereal, later holy imagery of Shigaraki. And absent from this arc, PLF arc, is the artistic inspiration of around Renaissance era biblical paintings, Toga and Curious mirroring the Pieta, a painting in which Mary holds the body of Jesus in her lap. The religious imagery and subtext of the arc, consistent with actual written themes, is much more apparent, and that apparentness and transparency is unique to this arc. It has an extremely recognizable and cohesive identity, while the PLF distinctly has a very chaotic one. There's multiple characters. There's two fronts. Just a good amount of fights as well. Uh, But MVA works far better due to its tight focus. One central conflict, Tomura and Redestro, two goals, rescue Year and prove himself to Doctor, to get power and be recognized as a successor. One central theme that's heavily explored, liberation. Um, Three character arcs, Twice Toga and Shigaraki, and the change in the villain Redestro, realizing Tomura is the true symbol of liberation. It's an arc all about proving, and this is where this is going to get a little bit confusing, but I'll explain it. It's an arc all about proving yourself um to your elders. For example, Shigaraki has to prove himself to the Doctor and rejecting their but it also is about rejecting their expectations. Look at Toga, with her parents repressing her quirk and quirk counseling. It's simultaneously about gaining the approval and subverting the expectations of your society. Toga liberates herself from societal expectations of her quirk. Twice liberates himself from, before he committed villainy, his economic status, because he had later been reduced to homelessness, and his internalized repression of his quirk in the present. Tomura liberates himself of his psychological and emotional trauma, and he ultimately becomes that symbol of utter freedom. In the past, he destroyed the household that repressed his desires and dreams. He later tries repressing his quirk and subconsciously limits the full capabilities of it. He later liberates himself of his familial trauma and finally unleashes the full power of decay. And by liberating and conquering himself, he is rewarded with the Army of Liberation, the Doctor's Research, and Gigantomachia as an ever loyal servant. It is a villainous coming of age story in which he has to prove himself to the world and his elders, in which he gains their approval at the end. My 11th paragraph goes into the philosophy. On a philosophical level, even the Jungian commentary made evident in the PLF arc in 281 had a majority of its depth and elements provided in MVA. It's just the PLF arc which made it blatantly obvious by the author. I then go into what I believe is a major weakness of the arc. Another thing that must be addressed is, well, the weakness of Kohei Horikoshi pacing, the rate at which information is conveyed to the reader. In the beginning of the arcs, Horikoshi has great pacing. It's brief while also painting a good picture of what's going on in these couple of seconds. For example, take 260, Mirko's race to the lab. She breaks the door down and begins hopping. Interspersed with the doctor, she slices through Nomu in an excellent double thread and eventually breaks the door down. It is brief but provides plenty of detail. It is quick, but it has plenty of room to breathe. The images for the audience to breathe in, to take in. Post 290, this brief but detailed pacing is gone. It's jolted. It's quick but not to provide brevity. It's uneven. Too much is happening in a single frame. The pacing, like Overhaul, another famously long arc by Horikoshi standards, dips significantly. What doesn't help this uneven pacing is the constant reveals, which just emboldens the issue. The PLF arc is another long arc with excellent moments, some of the best chapters in the series. 290 and 266 being genuinely masterful in terms of writing, with a drastic dip in quality pacing, a weakness that's existed since Overhaul. It's not the biggest problem, but for such a talented writer, it should, one like deciding what is the greatest arc, I do believe you should consider elements that were not up to their not up to par with their other content and elements. What makes something uh what makes MVA so excellent is not just the depth of the arc, it's how cohesively it was communicated. It was succinct, nuanced, and recontextualized the story. What makes something cohesive in a story is how the previous elements of writing are connected into a thesis, statement on society, the human condition, emotions. It's a theme. The rate at which these connections are made is judged by pacing. Poor pacing can make your writing less cohesive and ultimately less satisfying, less of weaving a natural web of threads and plot lines and arcs, and more a gluing and jamming of various elements into this glob of a statement. Compared to the razor blade type focus of Pro Hero and the efficient pacing of MVA, the quality difference is night and day. In conclusion, MVA is artistically more original, bold, thematic, more original, bold, thematically cohesive arc that recontextualizes the society in the series. It has a distinct artistic flair inspired through Renaissance biblical paintings. For example, Evelyn de Morgan, Michelangelo, and a distinct religious subtext. The PLF arc is excellent as payoff for year one, while improving on screen time for other characters. It still suffers from a dip in pacing like an Overhaul. Sets up potential amounts of it. It sets up potential, incredible amounts of it, but the potential cannot be judged as an active element of the arc, as its quality remains to be seen. So altogether, my top 5 is My Villain Academia, Pro Hero. 3 is Paranormal Liberation. Front 4 is Camino. 5 is Culture Festival. And that is my argument.
Nice. I didn't write.
Boo this man!
I appreciate the points. You've outlined all of them for me. Let me destroy them.
Okay.
Y'all don't understand. The chat don't understand what was going on behind the scenes in the chat while Split was going. I felt like the teacher was giving a lesson and niggas over here fucking around in the background.
We were in the back of the class.
I feel like I now have to wind back the time and re-watch the whole thing so I can make the counter argument.
It's 3 p.m. on a Sunday.
Did anyone take notes for the exam later?
Hell no. I was on Twitter.
That point about artistry, and I agreed. I agree that Horikoshi is great at writing these villain panels. That's just my take on it.
Hell no. I was there for 2 minutes, and then after that, I was gone.
So the thing that I automatically have to say is inherently false, though, is that Squid alleged that the PLF war did not recontextualize characterizations, and that is false. As Dabi and Toya with that reveal, what you have now is a recontextualization showcasing that the reason why he was in charge of the Vanguard Action Squad from joint training, the reason why he was always off doing his own thing is that because while in the same way that Shigaraki is written to be the foil to the protagonist in Deku, then you have Dabi, who is effectively written as the foil rival archetype character within the League of Villains. So that only comes to a head and is properly fleshed out and realized once he takes center stage, once he gets an equally important victory towards their machinations and ambitions, because Shigaraki rolling through them physically is what they are trying to achieve. But Dabi is the one who went for the sociological point. Dabi's the one who's got people questioning the Hero Society further. Dabi's the one who made people actually ask themselves, are these good people? What's going on behind the scenes?
That's why Dabi's shit is generally underrated. Some people I feel like some people say I wish Dabi got a bigger W. You actually haven't seen the full ramifications of what Dabi's thing is really finna do. Like, this is more of those long-term, not even long-term, within 10 chapters from now, you'll really see what Dabi said, how big it's truly going to affect everything. Like, I think people take that last chapter and they take the little couple lines people said and they just throw it to the masses. Well, you really haven't seen everything play out yet. And with the fallback and the consequences of everybody that's been affected by everything just now,
I do believe
all that.
I think what you have to understand.
I do believe there are going to be major consequences for
what you about to say, Volk?
Dabi's revelation.
What you about to say, Volk?
Yeah, I think what you have to understand about My Villain Academia compared to Paranormal Liberation War is My Villain Academia is very, very isolated. It is this chunk in the story that deliberately takes focus away from the protagonist. And that's why it feels so clean, because you get that payoff immediately. And that's not a problem, right? That's not a problem with the other arcs, because you still have a story to tell. Deku still has to keep going through this crucible of fire that you said Shigaraki went through. He did go through that, absolutely. But Deku still has this overarching journey, this overarching challenge that he has to that he has to go through. And so the other characters.
Ultimately, for me, when it comes down to judging MHA arcs, I go off of, like, my first major 3 is like character, themes, and narrative.
That's also strong in Paranormal Liberation War, man.
That's all. That's front. Yes, that's why I have it in my top 3. Okay, but then and then I have to go down to preference. I prefer a tight pacing, a tight focus, and MVA is what that provides. It's 23 chapters.
But that focus will get.
This nigga just say.
I said his preference is wrong.
Thank you.
Kick this thing out the chat.
No, hell,
objectively,
I say I'm nice. I'm nice. I say nothing to Squid. Anytime he disrespects me, this time your preference is wrong, Squid, and you're wrong. And here's why.
The Rex clapback. You notice the dynamic between Rex and
he wrote a 1,000-word essay, and he gets disrespected like this.
1,000 wrong words. That's what he did. That's what he did. All right.
It's death by 1,000 cuts.
C plus because your preference is
my
wrong.
My main thing is that you said at the end there that the pacing at the end of Paranormal Liberation War was all out of whack. Complete nonsense. The real climax of Paranormal Liberation War is Deku versus Shigaraki in that escape, whatever. What happens after that? That's all falling action. That's because we have to deal with everything else that happens afterwards, and that's simply a storytelling choice.
Yes.
Like it's how it's organized. Like you didn't like it in the moment. I guarantee you this. You didn't like it as much in the moment because it was coming to you week after week after week.
Hold on. There's also another thing that has to be addressed.
Wait, and then I have to reread.
Hold on. There's another thing that needs to be addressed here that gets kind of missed in these discussions, which is how you think something should be paced is partially based upon how you think the story is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So so when you think there's going to be a definitive I win moment where like somebody's going to put somebody in the dirt and either kill all the opponents in front of them or everybody's going to get captured, you're like, okay, one of these points has to happen and we've been waiting this long. When the reality is that nobody was going to get what they wanted out of this arc completely. And because of that, you have to look at, no, like Mirio showing up is another case, a way to deny the villains the final thing they want so they don't completely get to win. But at the same time, having all these extra heroes finally get to pull up, having the near high end, some of them die, leaving him with the 7 for other reasons, doing all these kinds of like things is so that, because it's never going to be a conclusive ending. So from that perspective, I think everybody especially needs to reread the series, this part of the arc, and like think about it, recontextualize that this is not something that was going to have a hard conclusion, but instead was going to be the goal was to get away and somebody needs to escape, and whether or not they do or don't is going to come down to who's in control and how they handle it. Because when everybody was looking for
I always said it was a
resolution.
I think this is an after effect of the Big 3 era, because Big 3 arcs, they're very conclusive for the most part, except Naruto to a degree. But even that, I think, has a lot more endings has a lot more arcs with conclusive endings than My Hero Academia does, where it's all just kind of same continuous thing.
Yeah,
like it's flowing into the world instead of ever stopping, because we never actually just stop. Everything picks on from that point on. Like, yes, it might not be high octane as previously, but that doesn't mean a story arc for a character stop. It's always keeping going. So and it's always knee-jerk reactions, because I guarantee you, that's why one of the reasons I'm staying on Twitter. Because when I come back, I got a list of everybody that was talking shit, baby. Because you thought this was really over, but when I hear the praise after the entire fallout of this prison break, and you really start taking heads, and you really start seeing the consequences of the people. Remember who started this war. Remember, war doesn't end in a day, baby. We're coming back. We're coming back tomorrow to catch that. So since we got
technically,
I saw tweets saying that like, the aftermath was terrible. No. You saw one chapter of the
exactly.
Technically, this is
Rise of Villain Saga. All these arcs afterwards from All Might versus All for One. That's All Might versus All for One aftermath.
Which is why
the rest of the series is going to be Paranormal Liberation War aftermath. You're going to see it more fleshed out. You can't judge it off one chapter. And by the way, that one chapter was the perfect starting point for the aftermath of the war.
I feel like I remember Squidgy said art. I remember not going to judge it off.
God damn it!
Like in the aftermath.
Let my boy Wreezy speak.
I feel like a great example of this was last week's stream when Roger showed up at the end, and we had just made all those points. And this is no disrespect to Roger, like he was valid for his opinion, but when he said he was disappointed that the villains lost, and it's like, by what metric did they lose? They crippled Hero Society. Pro heroes died in spades. And it's like they did a lot of damage, even though the heroes got the drop on them. And then it's like All for One is literally heading to Tartarus to be like, this isn't even over yet. We're not done damaging you guys. We're not giving you.
It's the classic meme of, oh wait, there's more.
Exactly.
Wait, you know what's funny? Yeah. Hold on, Wreezy, to counter your point, you know what's funny? This is the reason why I agree with Roger. It's kind of like that thing. I think we've all seen Haikyuu. If you haven't, watch it, read it. But there was when Karasuno lost versus Oba Josai, the people in the fans like, when I was and we lost, I hated when people told me, hey, you did good. It's kind of what it is. You're saying the villains won. We're saying, like, you can say, oh, you can say, oh, they won this, they crippled this. They themselves don't feel like they won. So I think that's the big. Hold on, that's the big thing. Hold on, real quick. That's the big thing, and I think that like yes, this isn't over, but in the moment. And I think, and this one thing I always advocate for, in the moment reactions, because like if this wasn't a medium where, you know, if we got everything at once, then then somebody read one volume, then stopped for some odd reason and said, "No, this was bad." When you got more, then I will understand. But because this is a medium where it's week to week, I allow people to have their in the moment reactions to things.
Yeah, that's why I started it saying Roger was valid for his opinion.
Yeah. And I think there's something. I'm not speaking strictly to you. I think I'm speaking more in the general sense of this. I think we get so caught up in the, hey, wait to see. It's like, it's cool. Let humans change. People and like keep that same energy take. Like, no, I don't keep the same energy because sometimes my mind and opinion changes. That's me as a human. I change my mind and opinion. I may dislike this today, this week. The horror culture says something, and it makes me, oh, okay, I like it now.
But the reason why I brought the point up is because like it wasn't even like we had to wait a whole week or the break. Like Horikoshi literally had All for One at Tartarus at the end of the chapter. Like, but wait, there's more. Like Sean said, so it's like I don't really like. I get it. People are upset. Verdestro lost. Geaton got captured and Trumpet, but it's like the three of them, as great as they are, they don't come close to All for One himself, like by any metric. So the fact that Vestige All for One is about to get All for One out of the slammer, and plus the other pieces that are within Tartarus, it's like you would have to literally suspend the majority of your logic to be like they lost.
Yeah, this might spring us off into something. Anarchy, that video you made about the inverted Holy Trinity concerning All for One.
Oh, thank God.
All for One Vestige. I wanna discuss that.
All right. Do you have something in particular you want to get out?
Yeah, summarize the video.
It's more so how Shigaraki is going to surpass All for One and take his place.
So the way that has to work, if we're going to get that, because that research I've been doing, like I said, Shigaraki could be dead too. There's a couple things at play here with what I've been looking into. But I will say that what's necessary is for Shigaraki to get past the very weaknesses of his quirk, because the whole point is that he's got this itch. Every time he caves in, that's supposed to be how he relieves himself of, like, you know, the symptoms, just caving into that negativity. But towards that same degree, All for One straight up said, as he reaches into that rage, as he reaches for power, what he ends up doing it inadvertently is setting himself up for failure due to the fact that he's more or less able to tap into the vestige that gets control that way, through that metric. So he needs to actually be like, okay, no, I have to let go of this hostility, this negativity, this anger. And so Shigaraki has to reach a point of like emotional maturity where he's no longer just having these, where he's like just snapping off, in order to make sure that the vestige can't take root in him. And I think that, you know, with All for One, the person being like, dude, you're just a quirk. You don't need to be trying to run the show. Like, just let Shigaraki be in control. That's not what Vestige for One's ego is going to want. So I think if it ends up deciding to attack and eliminate the original body and absorb it and become its own thing, then like you kind of have both the original All for One's personality, who wants Shigaraki to live and be at the top, and Shigaraki himself, that would then be able to like work together as like the father and the son against the unholy thing that is the spirit within, and balance Shigaraki up so he can properly ascend to his role as the savior. You know what I mean?
Do you think Deku factors into that somehow? Because he wants to shave Shigaraki from All for One. Like, it's not this forgiveness or become good thing that I've seen people we worried about. That's not what it is. That's specifically Deku wanting to eliminate All for One's presence entirely. Like, he wants to get rid of him. Like, at this point, he thinks that like Shigaraki's a threat, but All for One on top of that, that's too much. You gotta defeat both eventually, but it's gonna be a process of defeating them. Like, one will probably have to go before the other, right?
Right. And so for me, Deku doesn't actually have to factor into this, and I think it would actually be better if he doesn't.
Yeah.
Because in my eyes, having him, Shigaraki, come into his own, reach this role, and get through his quirk and his situation to come to a head and achieve that goal is what would make him the actual villain, like what makes him the king of evil. So he needs to work that out on his own, and then like Deku can just be wrong about Shigaraki.
Yeah,
that's what I want. Deku to just be wrong.
Yeah, he needs to experience that in and of himself. To touch on this point Aniki made, because that video was so god tier. Because I was getting tired of 2 months on end hearing this nigga off one name in the goddamn church. Every damn second I pop in Viz officials or scan, it's off one this, off one that, off. I'm like, god damn, kill these niggas now, because I am sick and tired of hearing their name, because all they do is overshadow and step on other people's toes in storylines. So I'm so glad he's out of here. Until another point. Well, Rex, yes, I'm addressing you. What we talk about in the chat, talking about being a part of gotcha culture. I don't care about being right. That's not my thing. People think like, oh, I'm ready to do this. No, Ian can vouch. There's been times like where I was right about shit, and it just comes to the point like I'm ready to be right, but I'm like by the time I'm just happy I got what I wanted in the story, because Horikoshi didn't fail me. But it comes to a point where this Horikoshi does the slow burn. You know this. You complain about other people doing this, and giving him a second, not giving him a second to breathe, and then people just going through the same thing. They just complain about other people doing. It's like, you know how this works. This is a slow burn, more payoff too, because you didn't trust your boy. It's like, all right, the villain, he's like, it's different. Like, okay, you could change your mind, yes, but like Roger's like, okay, you talked to Roger, right? He was like, oh, okay, when he first made that initial tweet, okay. He made an example, a cool-headed example. Okay, I see what you talked about. Okay, I can see what you guys are saying. Now I get it. Not this shit dog ass. I can't believe the nigga whole rant going off the top of this nigga head. And then you want me to be like, oh, you know what? You changed your mind a little bit down the ways. Now that we right. Let me switch. Like, no, you keep that same energy. You just dog me the fuck out like the fuck, and then now a little bit around right. Now you see my side, my point of view and shit. Now you want to change up? Like, nah, you just slapped me in my face. You spit on my face. Like, the fuck, you stuck on my ones. And now that was a different story.
Like this.
Come on, bro. Like, what the
fuck? My main thing though is like Shigaraki's reason for being a villain is that nobody saved him. So I'm just curious if Deku reaches out to save him somehow, however that plays out, or if it'll play out, then Shigaraki's entire reason for being a villain is kind of like he's defeated that purpose, right? So I'm just speculating here. It could go either way.
For me, here's why it doesn't make
what's going to happen to make Deku the greatest hero, right? Because he needs to do something that makes him worthy of the title. It's not just going to be defeating Shigaraki. It's going to be that little extra something. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if defeating him on an ideological level by reaching out to save him will be what that is. So that's just me. That's just me wondering.
For me, I think he's going to. Well, what was the AM? All Might. He was a deterrent, just a roadblock for people to not do villainy. But the reasons for villainy weren't really eradicated. It was just hidden away. I think what he's going to do is exist as more than just a deterrent. I think he's fundamentally going to change the way how, the way villains and heroes work.
Yeah, he encourages everybody. That's his main strength. It's not that Deku saves them specifically. He encourages them to save themselves more than anything else, right?
And what do we see in 296 and 237? We see a populace that is wrought with apathy.
Sounds beautiful.
A graveyard
about time
had to be.
So briefly, I just want to say, Aniki, you not slick. I didn't forget that part about Shigaraki dying before the stream started, sir. My nigga, I did not forget. You will be held accountable. You need to elaborate now. Thank you.
Get his ass.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I've been curious about that. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Is this a death soon?
As the right hand
death at the end of the series?
As the right hand of the church, I hold accountable my leader and my prime bishop Aniki to explain himself.
So look, here's the thing: is that I was looking into some stuff, and I noticed that there's a certain, when I think about how Horikoshi said that Shigaraki couldn't be saved, I'm like, first off, one of the things is that nobody can take All for One from Shigaraki. So that vestige is always going to be inside of him anyway. You could argue that no matter what happens now for the rest of Shigaraki's life, he is vulnerable to being taken over by this vestige. So that's one thing. But then two, it was some stuff that I noticed in the research of how the person, like the historical figure that Shigaraki is based on, died, that I realized that the same like time period that this person died within, something happened within the story that was implemented to help create the exact same scenario. And that's all I can tell you because I'm not ruining my video for you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, he trying to be slick.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you the whole story.
He's doing exactly.
What I'm thinking now is, it sounds like you're acting as if the vestige is the Horcrux that has to die with the body.
Well, so here's my
look,
thing.
you see how he was quiet, right? You see how he was quiet, right?
I can't explain this. That's not even what that video research is about. I'm being honest.
No, as I said, exactly you should. I mean, as a YouTuber, if you have a video, don't talk about the video.
Right, all right.
You can't give.
Tell me off stream. Tell me off stream.
All I'll say is Shigaraki's built up as Deku's ultimate antagonist. So once he's gone, it's like I don't know where you go from there.
He has to come back if he's gone.
Well, and also like one thing I wanted to say about like especially the vestige and like the notion that Shigaraki has to live with it, I think that's kind of false because we saw that Shigaraki was beginning to decay All for One in the vestige world, but he just wasn't strong enough at the time. And All for One pointed out that no, like you're not strong enough to take on One for All in the vestige world because you're just not used to the vestige world. It is what it is. And I think what's going to happen, this is just my theory of what's going to happen. I don't think that Shigaraki is going to kill the main body of All for One. I think that they're going to have a conversation. I think that because like him killing All for One and stuff, like him being his own person is cool and everything. But what I really want to happen is that Shigaraki and All for One need to really have a sit down and really have a dialogue about why All for One did what he did, why him, why like I feel like Shigaraki needs to have these conversations so he can further like know why he's doing and like so that and also so he can better understand himself and All for One and while they're both on the same path essentially and like why he's giving his baton over to Shigaraki because I feel like we've got that with Deku and All Might where they've had these conversations over and over again about themselves and how they feel and like it doesn't have to be as mushy. It could be them arguing and stuff, but they need to have that conversation. And I think what eventually ends up happening is that Shigaraki destroys the vestige inside of him. He doesn't kill All for One. I think All for One allows his life to expire by himself by no longer being on life support, and allowing and finally realize and finally feeling that Shigaraki has reached the point to where he can be on his own. Because I feel like right now All for One is still thinking that Shigaraki needs a little bit of help. I think we see that especially in this arc where he says, "Oh, let me step in to help you." I think like as much as All for One and things like once Shigaraki do it on his own, I think there's still like I don't think he like loves him like a father, but I think there's still some like parental like guidance that he's like I still like he's not yet fully complete. Like he still needs a little help along the way to where I can like just like fizzle off and just like go on my way and let him be the person he wants to be. Because I think him just killing off All for One like right away and killing the vestige or like whatever is just like so boring and so like. We just get like I feel like when the best time to get like all the full One for All for One backstory and stuff won't be from Deku because that has to be like when he hits 100%. I feel like we get that with All for One instead, and I think that'll be really great because it's All for One and everyone loves All for One. So and also like I hope that Shigaraki like Deku doesn't save Shigaraki. I hope that what happens is that something happens where Deku does technically save Shigaraki, but Shigaraki is like, what the hell? I didn't ask for that. It's way too late for that, and he still continues fighting. It's where it's like, yes, you could try to save me now, but the me that you save now is not the person that needed to be saved. It was not Tomura, but it was Tenko Shimura that needed to be saved. You can never save Tomura Shigaraki. That's what I want to happen.
Let me add to Rex's point. Let me add to Rex's BG.
I was just gonna quickly say, this is rare. I actually almost 90% agree with everything Rex just said.
Yeah, I take back everything I said.
I said 90%. You can take it back into the 10% that I didn't agree with.
Yeah, disagree with me 10% and disagree with 90%. I like that more.
All right, just thinking. As a Rex's point though, real quick, even okay, let's set aside just everything we know about Shigaraki, right? Let's set aside everything we know about Shigaraki being as evil as he is, and let's talk no jutsu shit being bullshit. You know why Shigaraki being redeemed is complete bullshit? He's no longer destroying or doing things just for himself. Multiple occasions, he has stated his comrades, he also values them. His allies, who he considers actual friends and family, he goes for their dreams too. It's not just about Shigaraki doing becoming the greatest evil on his own. He always values his comrades. And you see, I was literally looking up points again. Once again, overhaul arc is like again in NBA. Even like this time, it's like and even in this arc, the first thing he does, let's get started. Makia, bring everybody to me. Who does he bring? The most important people to him specifically. It's like he's not just doing it just for himself. So that's not even going back on just Shigaraki character for himself. That's like literally betraying everything they've ever done and come up for. That's like entirely spitting on the face because there's literally no reason you can justify. Well, you know what? We've been through all this in the mud for months and time. We rose to the top, but you know what? I think I changed my heart. I don't really vibing with y'all as much as these niggas, these hero niggas. Like, come on now, like, especially after how he'll feel about Twice and what they done and shit like that. Like, bro, he's not like this. It's not just about Shigaraki solely anymore. He values his comrades. He said, "I'm destroying everything, but whatever my allies require, what they want, they can get it." This is a guy who hates everything, by the way. That's on his fucking Shiketsu thing, Shifuku thing. He hates everything, but he still values what his friends care about.
Yeah, I think I agree with Volk so far that I think Deku's way of being the greatest hero would be to show compassion and to try to save even the villains. But I don't think it will work in terms of Shigaraki in the way that Shigaraki would be able to be redeemed. Like, I don't think there's a redemption for Shigaraki, but I do think Deku. Yeah, but I do think Deku will show this sort of compassion for the villains.
I mean, he could pull out the Renegon and save everyone from the dot they killed. That'd be dope.
Deku's definitely gonna save Shigaraki just so he could beat his ass himself. Like Deku said, like, I'll never forgive you, my guy. Like the fade has been set. Deku just has to get All For One out of the way so he can run Shigaraki's fade himself.
Hey, it go both ways. Cause that nigga Shigaraki said, "I won't forgive anyone."
Facts. So
that fade running both ways.
The fade has already been set. They just got to get all the other people out of the way so they can fight to the death themselves.
Yeah,
I don't think Deku's the type for that. Yeah, he doesn't. He says he doesn't want to forgive him, but he also says
Deku's the same kid who jumped off the ceiling and was gonna kick Overhaul in the back of the head with an iron cleat.
With the tins, bro. Like the steel tins.
Deku is definitely not been one to run from fades.
Exactly.
Bro, you forgot that nigga Deku is a complete hypocrite. He says, I can't. I'll show you Shigaraki. Wasn't 10 chapters ago this nigga had 100% when I almost smashed that nigga's skull? Like that was aimed at kill.
I don't think the saving he means for Shigaraki is necessarily not killing him, because he knows he's a bad guy. This is the gray thing where I think more specifically he's going to save him from his anger and wrath, or at least possibly. Or even if he doesn't, like, again, these both offer equal opportunities for serious Deku growth. And
I think overall, in terms of the saving thing, there is, and that's not just for Shigaraki, but that's for all of them, we have to make with the villains a clear distinction between stopping them and saving them. And that is that Deku has to stop Shigaraki, because what Shigaraki is doing is horrific. So even if it takes beating Shigaraki to a bloody pulp, or maybe even killing Shigaraki, if that's what's necessary to stop him, that's what he will have to do. But if there is a time where he can stop him and then afterwards show compassion, that is absolutely something that Deku can do.
The only way I can see him stopping Shigaraki without killing him is if somehow they develop the quirk racing bullet themselves and they use it on Shigaraki. And that way he's no longer, all he now has is the physical body and the strength, and all Deku has to do is break his arms and legs. And then that's what you get. You get a broken man that can no longer use his quirk. That's just kind of super strong. And like realistically, like All Might thought he killed All For One. Like he thought he killed them because like at a certain point, All For One didn't have the regeneration quirk that Shigaraki has. Let's say you knock out Shigaraki, beat him down. Eventually he will just heal back up to full power and be ready to do it again. And you cannot hold someone like that in Tartarus. There's just no way you can hold him in Tartarus or any facility that would, contain him. So he has to die. Shigaraki is one of the rare cases where in order to fully stop him, you have to kill him.
Well,
there's just no way.
There's something I question about that though, because this is something I've been wondering for a while. If that's the case, why is it a threat for there to be like red laser sights on fucking All For One? Yeah.
Well, to keep in mind is
All For One is severely weakened. Like he needs a respiratory system to keep him alive. Like if All For One was really strong enough to break out, he would have.
Okay, but the thing is also All For One. Again, his power comes from the fact he's able to take and give quirks. The monitors essentially monitor how if he's even thinking about using his quirk or not. So at this point, he's just a crippled, old, smiling, evil man. Like a machine gun could take him out at that point, which they do have. They got like a little red dot on him. So if he thinks about it, but then I wonder,
he still has that. He still has super regeneration.
Mutated quirks.
He does. He has that. He has super regeneration. So I'm like, and the super regeneration just doesn't heal old wounds, but it'll heal new ones.
But no. But the thing is, his physical body is just weak. Like that's the ultimate thing about All For One now in the state that he is in. Yes, he has complete mastery of All For One. Yes, he knows every quirk. Yes, he probably knows how to put them to their like utmost potential. But that's the real reason why Shigaraki is a success. His physical body, his quality of life is just really bad. He literally needs a support system. So like him getting hit and stuff, his durability, even with the regeneration, is like it's not that good. Like it's just like his quality of life is trash.
Shigaraki actually got enhancements from the doctor to where like his quirkless body is extremely strong. Like this ain't no old man. It's a Nomu with All For One.
Yeah.
The thing is, what we have to think is if he loses quirk with the Ari method, which is essentially reverting the body back to before the quirk was given, wouldn't he also lose his strength?
He would, yes.
No,
he would just be an
No. But y'all missed what I said. I said they have quirk racing bullets. Not that they use Ari to revert Shigaraki. There's no reason why Ari would be on the battlefield at any point.
No. But the bullets are based on Ari, right?
No, but they only
but they target the quirk factor, not the body.
Not the body, because like Aizawa like just turns it off and turns it back on. But so like we see that Shigaraki still has his strength, so it would be no situation in where.
Yeah, the way the bullets work is once they hit you, it'll target your quirk factor and erase it and rewind it from existence.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if the strength had something to do with the quirk factor.
Oh no.
But not in the way that it can be erased by erasure, but in the way that if the quirk factor disappears completely.
No, he's still, even if the quirk factor was erased completely, he would still be super strong because they enhanced his body to be able to hold all those quirks.
So, do we think Bakugo is gonna go back in time somehow and be a vestige?
No.
Get
that garbage out.
Yeah, Wreezy.
Why you did that, Wreezy?
Y'all don't understand.
I think we're talking about NBA.
Y'all don't understand. Aniki,
oh my God.
Hey, Aniki, you know why he said that too. You know why he said that.
I know why he said it.
Fucking fatty.
We texted each other about this recently. We talked about it recently. No, we on the same wave.
Hey, listen. We'll tell the rest of y'all off street. That's locker room talk. But that nigga Wreezy
is absolute dog shit. Oh my God.
Yeah, like there's just a couple theories that I just hope never come true. Like the dad for one.
I hate that.
That's already out the window. That's already out the window. That's already out
time traveler.
Actually, no. I'm curious. Why do you say that?
What there would have been an inclination right then and there, like when they met in the Ventures world.
Oh yeah. I'm almost certain this, but I was just curious. Like, what's your reason?
Yeah, because like they literally met in the Ventures world already. There would have been something, anything.
Would it?
Yeah.
But All For One, yeah, he's too petty.
Yeah,
he's too petty to say
also
nothing.
one would have been bragging about that, and plus he's already been calling Izuku a worthless successor. Why not add insult to injury and say, "Oh, how's it going, son?"
Yeah,
he
would have literally. He's so petty. He would have literally been like, "I was like, you so worthless and pathetic. I had to find a new son just to take over your place." He would have said, he would have said something fucking petty. It would have been the slightest inclination. Actually, you know what? It would have been fucking very blunt with All For One, because that nigga is the stunting guy. He's literally a Vestige ghost that knows he's where he's at right now is in prison, and he's still shitting on niggas that's already dead and he defeated. Look, Trapora, it's a corpse. How you like that? Like,
y'all say that All For One is so petty, but I think that his petty level is even beyond what y'all are saying. I think I don't think this theory is true, but if he was to reveal this, he waits the perfect moment. I don't think the Vestige Royal stuff is the perfect moment. There has to be a moment where Shigaraki is near Inko and Deku, and he's just like, "Hey, yo, Inko, baby, what's up?" And Deku's like, "Wait, what?" That's the perfect time.
I feel like you can say that for the character, but for Hori as the writer, I don't feel like he would just drop that out of.
Oh no! Of course not. That's why I said dumb
it's trash. It's just funny, like to make a trash scenario, like
but like I think if he really wanted, if we're just going along this line of thinking that if this theory was true, I think that the perfect moment would be if All For One put up on Inko and Deku, and he knows personal information about the family. That you will be there, like secret bedroom stuff.
That shit would be
I just thought about
the peak of pettiness, because All Might kind of used Deku as a son, and then All For One would be like, "Well, I fucked that bitch, and that is my son."
So here's the thing.
No, something came to mind though.
What
about both of those shitty ass theories, specifically the All For One? Have you noticed? I don't know if anybody's ever noticed something. Has anybody ever noticed that when about the Bakugo part, but not the second person, when they try to say it's Kirishima, but they never really talk about him in this theory?
What?
Yeah.
No,
nothing like Kirishima. Nothing
than the Bakugo. But yeah.
No, the one dude does look like Bakugo.
No, he doesn't.
No, like literally, it looks like he has gauntlets on and everything. I'm not saying it's true.
Look like Bakugos for one; they're shaped differently. No, I'm saying the problem I have with that is the gauntlets aren't shaped like Bakugos. And the second thing is, and they're gonna use the hair argument. There's two other niggas in the series with hair like that.
Well, here's the thing, BG.
Yeah, this is shonen. Spiky hair is the most common thing ever.
I'm not defending this theory, and I think it's wrong.
Character with spiky hair.
But here's the thing: I'm not defending this theory, and I think it's completely wrong. But just for argument's sake, like you can say, "Oh, the gauntlets look nothing like Bakugo," but if we go on the premise of a time skip, he would have changed his hero equipment, so that would be a different gauntlet style. BG, I understand, and I don't agree with it. I agree with you.
I know you're trying to play devil's advocate on the point. I'm saying that even on devil's advocate, I still think that's too much of a reach because that's too speculative. That's far too speculative.
But that's the point of a theory.
Everybody here.
I'm saying it's speculative with no substance. That's what I'm saying. What are you saying?
Everybody here and in the chat, you see how these niggas like agreeing but not agreeing, but they like agreed. I never seen this level of discommunication.
No. My thing is like to say that looks nothing like Bakugo is just wildly.
I didn't say he looks nothing like Bakugo. I'm just essentially saying like it's not. I don't think that's enough to say it is. Like, oh yeah, that's definitely Bakugo. I'm like because there's the problem is the gauntlets don't look like him. Not really, and honestly, it's just too speculative to be like, well, it could look like that in the future. And then there's also the hair. The biggest thing I've heard besides the gauntlet is the hair, but the hair is also a weak argument because there's three characters in the series with hair like that.
Okay. All right, so BG, let me tell you how wrong you are. I will call my mom down right now, and I will show her a picture of Bakugo, and I will show her the silhouette, and I guarantee she says they're the same person.
That's not really. I don't think
I'm just saying.
I don't think that's a good argument because I'm like, that's somebody who doesn't know shit about the series.
But what I'm saying is, just from a visual standpoint, they look the same.
I don't think they look the same. No.
Okay, VG.
They don't look the same.
Hey, I want to sit. Are y'all finished?
I'm done. It's hilarious.
Y'all think this is funny, man. But real quick. There was a point I was looking at, and when Rex was talking about Tenko could have been saved, but Shigaraki can't or Tamura can't. If you truly look at that scene in Shigaraki's dead world, Tenko has literally made peace with his past. So there's like some people are really still trying to salvage if he gets in touch with his past again, that's done.
That's dead.
He told Hana like, yeah, it's cool. I ain't stressing, Mom.
It's like tomorrow you didn't do this. It's like yeah, and it's like yo, dad. It's like oh fuck that nigga. It's like he's already made peace with his past, and then everybody tries to hold him back from walking into Offer One. He says, "Do not deny who I am any longer." He's fully accepted his role and the person he has become. So, still, once again, that redemption thing, going back, it doesn't work on any facet of level. Like, just especially how deep we've come, him, his teammates, is everything. Is just like, it's not just some random villain that we meet one arc and he gets to talk and it's like, oh, you're right. You know what? Damn, this is like next level. Like, so much stock put into him being who he is that going back on that, it completely abysmal.
Yeah, and like I think the only person that could save Shigaraki is his mom, and she's dead. So there's just no chance. Like I agree with you that he made peace with it, but like the only person that got Shigaraki back to being Tenko Shimura and be in that state of just like innocence was his mom. So like if she's no longer there to be that like rock in that core for him, there's no filter. There's no one to hold him down. So like there's just no one that can save him at this point. So. Kill that nigga, Deku. Kill him.
Today.
Yeah, man.
Can't wait to see them go on both blows for blows.
Oh, question. Do y'all think we will ever see the All for One in All Might fight?
Yes, we have to. Like when Deku gets more of the Vestige world after All Might dies, All Might has to sit down with Deku in that world and explain what happened. Then we need to flashback to that fight. Horikoshi, I will riot in the streets if the series ends, and I don't get to see All Might curb stomp All for One.
Was it a curb stomp? Like,
well, not like literally, not literally. I just meant like because All for One's head like popped, like you know, that picture of All Might on the ground. All for One head is like open, and that's like his blood all over the place. So
like he thought that nigga was dead, bro. Like,
exactly, he thought he put that nigga on a t-shirt. I need to see.
Like when people say, Deku was
but it's just like Shigaraki. All for One was too angry to die.
Crushed his skull. It was brutal.
That's the thing is that like how badly do you got to beat a nigga ass for you to punch the top of his head off?
Exactly. Like, that's the thing I love. Like, I hate in other series where a villain is clearly not dead, and it's like they leave them, and it's like, what are you doing? Finish him off. All for One should have been dead. He should have been done. It's like he should have been.
Yeah.
But that's the real question. How was he saved?
His anger.
Ujiko.
My question is.
I mean, I know Ujiko. I'm saying, how did Ujiko get to him to the point where like All Might thought he was dead? How did he save him like that then?
Yo, a question is like, how do you have a fight between like All Might, no injuries, where he's throwing like 100% smashes left and right against All for One with no injuries, and nobody knows that those two fought? Wouldn't all of Japan be shaking?
I wonder about that. That is one of the big questions of this story.
That's one of the actually plot holes that that's gonna have to be addressed if we ever get like these niggas had to be on some remote island to do something.
Yo, exactly.
We saw where
remember how Nana died, sent him off, and she was like on an oil rig or something. That's where her last stand against All for One.
And you seen that big ass like it was like some cataclysmic electrical explosion that just engulfed everything. I was like, yo, what's up with these niggas? What's really good?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure in this fight, All Might wasn't doing the like 30% movement thing. So there should have been storms everywhere just with him moving. Like him moving at 100% and punching at 100%, like fully at his prime. The level of devastation and like scarring of the earth should have been immense from both of them. So I don't know where they fought, but like we need like that's one thing that I think we really do need because like for the send off. I think for the send off for the next fight of like Deku versus Shigaraki, I feel like we need a kind of unless Deku and Shigaraki are just like crippled and they just never get to that point, like which is also something that could happen. I think we need to see like where All Might and All for One was, and then the next thing we're gonna see is how much stronger the next generation is.
Yeah. Now Fall said they had Kurogiri, so I'm guessing that's how they got to him. Got the All for One after he got
Kurogiri, Uchiko,
or John. Okay, see, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So
And why didn't they just jump All Might? Like you have All for One and Machia.
Bro, no,
barely
dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, I promise you, I always say this. Like, yes, Makia is a contingency plan, and I understand contingency plans, but All for One and Makia, and just like Kurogiri with his gates, like, come on, that would have took him out. That would have took him out.
All Might not winning that, bro.
Honestly, think about it. Okay, let me ask y'all this question. Everybody, yes or no? Don't go into the entire thing. I just want to set this up. Can Prime All for Might? How would Prime
All for Might
All for Might? How would Prime All Might and Makia go? Who will win?
All Might.
Answer yes or no.
All Might's too fast.
All Might.
Okay, my point being, wouldn't Makia be a hindrance if he's not on the same level as All for One?
No,
think about
that's different.
I kind of feel what Anisha is saying.
Exactly. So wouldn't he be think about Kamino? Wasn't everybody else just a hindrance in the way between the two gods battling each other? Because if Makia can't beat him, will he really be that much within? Like, remember, like these two are on par because he knocked All for One's face off, but that nigga knocked his fucking guts out his body too.
This is where the MHA Fight Club specialist comes in. He will not be hindered.
This is why the final fight has to be 1v1. It's like the power scaling is too much. You cannot logically have anybody else involved in that. It's just like I see people say it's like, oh well, that contrast that clashes with the themes. Well, no, not really, because a fight does not equal what that wasn't what All Might was doing wrong, just doing a fight by himself. What he was doing wrong was taking everything onto his shoulders. Absolutely everything with society and being back. Every villain's like you see even early in the series, like he's encroaching on other heroes doing their job because he can't help himself. Like that's what Deku needs to do different. He needs to understand that other heroes have their place and that he doesn't have to put it all on himself. That's what he has to learn.
Bakugo is definitely going to be involved with that fight between Shigaraki and Deku.
No. We've gotten twice now, man. We've gotten 9 versus them, and we've gotten Shigaraki versus them. If you do that a third time, it's like, it's just, I'm sorry, that's boring. That's very boring.
But it's like everybody kind of has something set up though. Like Shoto has Toya, Deku has Shigaraki. Where does Bakugo go?
Compress.
Wait. Bakugo versus Compress? Yo, saying that with a straight face?
Wait. Reezy. The reason why Bakugo versus Compress is still a viable matchup is because if you have Compress live through this arc and you specifically make him like the Pokemon master that he really should be with this setup, then you kind of like let Bakugo fight like a couple like deep, like you have to give him a couple Nomu, have him like throwing up like different things, and you kind of make it a finesse, a mastermind battle.
I see where you're going.
I don't want Bakugo.
I like it.
And that type of fight again. Like I love seeing him and Deku fight together, absolutely, but when it comes to that final confrontation against Shigaraki, I don't want him. I don't want him involved.
And also, I always thought that Bakugo's display of power is always more when he's fighting multiple enemies. Like I've always thought that, like Bakugo 1-on-1 is cool, but when he's fighting multiple, like when he was trying to get captured at Kamino, when we saw the finesse in which he was escaping and dodging everyone's abilities, I think that's what we need. That's why I think Bakugo shines the most in his character, like in his powers. It's like him able to, and also Bakugo is just such a like amazing person. Like he's just that strong. It's like I had to take out all these people by myself, and then I think it's also an arrogant thing. Like let's say Deku beat Shigaraki, right? And then Bakugo at the end of it's like, yo, I took out all these high ends and Compress. Like I did it all by myself. I could have beat Shigaraki too. I just happened to do this. Like I really want that to be the case. I don't want it to be like where Bakugo would like. And also, Horikoshi's already said that the original ending for the series was the movie, but that's not going to happen now. And also we had this in this arc where Deku and Bakugo work together again, so I don't think we're going to get it. I hope we don't get it.
I just hope that, because Bakugo is already getting pretty fucking strong, like as Endeavor is the strongest natural born hero, Bakugo in my opinion is going to take that title when he gets older. And it's like I would just want Bakugo to be able to showcase like the pinnacle of his quirk and abilities that we've seen him progress throughout the series.
And realistically, he should be stronger than Endeavor by the time he's an adult.
I kind of hope that Bakugo actually fucking gets to fight another villain before we get to the end of the series, because it took until this point for him to actually fight a real villain.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
this is a 1v. Yeah, this is a 1v mini. If anything, it was like there was like him in the middle of like 5 other people jumping one nigga.
Yo, but one thing I just got to say while we're live on the air is that Ida fought two like no moves at the same time, and nobody ever talked about it. That panel was clear as day. Mirio had explicitly described how strong they were, and then the next panel is Ida taking
I thought it was
two
ridiculous.
of them. I was like, "What the hell is going on?"
Okay, whoa,
Because I've been sleeping on Ida.
No, that's not even it. There's a difference between not getting hit and fighting a nigga.
But if I'm
like
okay, I'm just trying to rationalize.
I'm with you,
Mirio,
that's still impressive regardless.
Because Mirio, he explicitly stated like they're not smart, but they're all super strong and super fast. So either Ida is like way faster than we're giving him credit for, or something is just a little bit off.
Yep. I also honestly think that maybe I don't know. I felt really odd because Mirio said they were like on par with the one in Kyushu, so the high-end Nomu that I never fought. But then next chapter we say that they are like all near high-ends. That's in the summary that they are called near high-end. So it sounds like Mirio might have.
No.
No.
The thing is the strength of they have the strength of Hood, but they don't have the intelligence of Hood. That's the issue. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the deal breaker between them and being like an actual high end at that point.
Yeah,
they got the specs physically. They just don't have the mental capacity right now.
Yeah, they're just easier to predict. And
that goes back to like you having a good power, but you're utilizing a good power too. So it's like, yeah, Shoto has like a really great power, but like, is he really better than Endeavor? No, not really, because Endeavor got better showcase. He's smarter with his moves, more experience. That's the same thing with Hood, and it was like Hood is very intelligent, and as we've seen in Vigilantes, like, he's got a very big fighting background already.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but the main point I'm saying is like Ida's quirk is his speed. Like that's his bread and butter. Right,
yeah, that's his bread and butter. But
if we're talking about these high ends who Mirio just stated, like one panel prior, they're just strong and really, really fast, which is why most pros were having trouble with them. So it's like two of them, right? Just two of them. Not like we're talking about Ida finessing one of them and just outsmarting them. There was two of them against Ida.
Yeah, I was very
okay, but
I mean, there's something else to keep. Go
ahead. So, not you, Reese, but like other people be really disingenuous to Ida hell of a time. Remember, so let's apply this logic. Deku grows faster than everybody, right?
Yeah.
Everybody also grows too. At joint training, which was over 3 months ago, right? He was already at Gran Torino's level. He's faster than Gran Torino. Yeah. Stated by Deku in the story, he's faster than Gran Torino with his 10-minute reciprocal burst. So we factor in everybody growing over that course of 10 months, even faster than that. It's definitely on par to like, yeah, this nigga's easy to dodge them. He might not be doing no damage like how Endeavor and them might have been doing, or the other heroes were doing, but it's still easy to like get around it. Just like he just capturing their attention. They're trying to hold Genus down. So all he's doing is just capture their attention, speed blitzing them. It's easy to dodge because I think it's fast as shit.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going to say, because I was going to bring up the fact
rank the top 5 in Class A right now. Then now that Ida got crackhead speed.
I was definitely very impressed with Ida's speed and that.
I still put Ida.
How you judge it?
I'd still put Ida at 5th because like
Ida and Kirishima are interchangeable at 5th. Honestly,
I don't think so.
Well, here's the thing.
I still put Ida at 5th.
Here's my reasoning for. I agree that Ida and Kirishima are interchangeable. Ida, we agreed that he's fast as hell now. He was already faster than Gran Torino and joint training. He's probably removed his pipes again or whatever, or he just got better at using reciprocal burst.
Turbo.
Whatever the shit is called. The speed equals power. So if Ida is moving that fast, we saw what Gran Torino did to that Nomu in Hoshu City. He basically destroyed his top of his head, like it evaporated. So if Ida's moving faster than that, his kicks should technically be able to do the same thing at a higher level. So Ida is really, really strong, and I don't think we're giving him enough credit. But the only issue is that Kirishima, as strong as Ida is, Kirishima got stronger too, and his durability should be extremely high too. So it's like in a straight up fight, 1-on-1, Kirishima is really strong because you can't hurt him, he can hurt you. But Ida is super fast, can hurt people.
Are you dying over there, nigga?
Yeah, the bullshit getting stuck in his throat, so he kind of struggling right now. That's bullshit.
But if we go for ranking, and like for me personally, right now, ranking is Deku, Bakugo, Shoto, Tokiyami, Ida, Kirishima.
I would definitely put Kirishima underneath not Todoroki. Ida. Yeah, because the thing is
he's more versatile.
Yeah, he's more versatile. And the fact is, and it's also he has what is it? He can just do more. I feel like in majority of matchups, most of the opponents could just outlast Kirishima.
Yeah, true.
So that's what I was gonna say is that. Wait, you can go first, Sayas.
Yeah, I think something we learned from Kirishima's fight against Rappa is that Kirishima is pretty awesome as like the shield if there is somebody who can do the attack. Like he isn't that strong on the attack, and so you need somebody to work with. And Ida can do, I think, pretty much work as a single hero alone.
Exactly. Yeah, he's more like a supplementary hero than a combat oriented hero.
Yeah, because the way I look at it is currently, I look at it as like Deku and Bakugo, I like keep flipping around.
Because it's Deku after this arc, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Hold on. The main reason being, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen with these like new explosions. So like before, it was in my head like I was like now it's Deku, Bakugo, Shoto, Tokoyami, Ida, Kirishima. But then I'm like, all right, I don't know what's gonna happen with these explosions, and he's not gonna be injured as long as Deku is.
I think Deku will have a harder curve with danger sense and stuff. Like him and Bakugo are gonna be sort of even, but about 40-50 chapters from now, he's gonna pull ahead again.
To be honest, I still put Bakugo before Deku, but that's not so because he's stronger, but more so because he's smarter. Like, it's still that in most fights, I would prefer Bakugo to fight than Deku, because Deku has this very straight up, just run into the action.
He's smart. He's got a lot better at thinking on his feet.
I mean, no.
Better thinking on his feet.
No, I would pick Bakugo over Deku too if I was like in terms of who I would want to in a fight.
Yeah.
But it's for a different reason. It's for a different reason. It's not because of Deku's fighting style, due to the fact that Deku's too reckless.
Yeah,
he's far too reckless in a fight.
My thing for
no. It's his mindset that more than his fighting style. Because
that mindset informs the way he fights, though. So it's still ultimately the same thing.
I got Bakugo above Deku too, because like the best Deku showcase was him going 100%, but that 100% you can't really count on in an actual fight. So him,
why not?
Bro, I mean, that shit is a one.
Bro,
okay,
all right, so let's do this.
He has 45% now.
It's a problem because
45% now, though.
I have a way to talk about that. It's kind of a problem because it's kind of like using Power Bond in Yu-Gi-Oh. If you use that, it'll double your attack. But if you can't kill your opponent, you're gonna lose because it kills you immediately.
The reason why
go ahead.
It works the same way. Because then at that point, go ahead.
Oh my bad. I keep finish, bro. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna say because at that point, even if you for some reason can't finish off your opponent, but they can still move, you're gonna die. They're going to fucking beat your ass.
Cool.
I think the reason why I would still put Deku slightly above Bakugo for now is because we haven't seen Bakugo develop his new explosions yet. But Bakugo had to really push himself to keep up with Deku at 30%, and Deku can boost to 45. Not to mention he can use float, he can use Black Whip. Deku has surpassed Bakugo for now, just for now. I think Bakugo will catch back up after he heals up and gets to like train with those new explosions. But for right now, Deku has put in too much work with Black Whip, his base one for all percentages, his Air Force moves to lose to Bakugo right now. So in a serious fight.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely.
You also have to factor in though. They directly stated that Bakugo was still finessing him and catch a Kachan.
Right, that's what I mean. I think if I just took these two and I compared, like, this is the attack power, this is their speed, I think Deku would probably win in all of these categories. But in the actual fight, I prefer Bakugo because he seems more creative.
His technical prowess just exceeds what Deku has.
Well, one thing I also want to bring up too about that.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, with the Ketchikachan thing, like, we know that was within the flashback of the 3 months, but we don't know if that was at the beginning of the 3 months or near the ending when they were training with Float and stuff. So that time frame, we don't really know how much growth Deku had in that game of Ketchikachan. And all we really have is when they were rushing to escape Shigaraki, Bakugo was inner monologuing saying, I'm having a tough time keeping up with Deku right here. So we don't know how much growth really took place during that time. All we know is that by the time that they were running for their lives to get Shigaraki away, Bakugo was already like, I'm having a tough time keeping up with him. Deku has the edge right now, but it's still like a coin flip to see, like, power-wise, I think, for Deku and Bakugo within that moment. But I think moving forward with increases in One For All and also with Bakugo's explosions, it's still going to be that coin flip, but Deku eventually is just going to widen that gap, I think, more and more.
Yeah, it's like it's just a different rate of growth for them given the nature of their quirks, right? It's like, yeah, Bakugo is fine to keep up, but eventually there will be that like 5% gap he just can't reach, and then that's going to keep increasing to probably about 20% or something.
And so that's one of the things, though, with My Hero Academia that I like is that your technical prowess with your quirk is very, very important. And currently, like, Bakugo is still like very clear, and there's certain things that, as like that gap widens, like power wise, Bakugo will more than likely keep clipping him skill wise even harder, because fine, you're going to be practicing danger sense and like precognitive abilities and all these other things, but I already have to calculate for the angles that people are coming at. Because think about how many times like Bakugo's doing explosions mid-air and it's just like dodging, like paying attention to where he is. Or like even when he was fighting at Kamino, like Rex mentioned earlier, where you have like the skirmish with all 6 of them where, all right, he didn't beat anybody, but he made it a point to not let them touch him for several minutes while All Might and AFO were clashing.
That's definitely impressive. And I fully agree, but I'm not disagreeing, but all I'm going to say is like the 2 times we've really seen Deku and Bakugo go head to head, Deku has finessed Bakugo. Like when he tossed him the first time, and then when he outsmarted him to win the training exercise. And I get it, that was just a training exercise. But when they fought after the whole fight thing,
because what also happened during that first fight after he got that little judo throw.
And Bakugo did get tired of his bullshit. It did start beating his ass a bit. But it's important to note the second time they fought, like if Deku didn't throw that one punch at 5%, like if he was like I'm not saying 100% because he would kill the kid, but where he is now, if he were to boost that to 45, Bakugo's not going to get up after that.
But also,
you're saying the same Bakugo who got kicked into a building by All Might can't handle?
But was All Might trying to put Bakugo down, or was that just like
he broke his spine in half?
Like I agree. I get what you're
it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to gauge him though.
Yeah, their ability.
Well, here's
let me add something to those points real quick. You have to factor in also the mindset. He was still doubting him. If you underestimate your opponents, you're often likely to get caught off guard. Like what happened to Overall. The Bakugo no longer underestimates and downplays Deku. He wasn't positive. He was, and he's more level-headed now than ever. Those 2 times, he was in a mental stray area. He still didn't have all the confidence. He was fucking with Deku like that, and he was breaking down the second time they fought. And the first time, he was just super duper fucking angry, and he just still thought that nigga as a little shit. Every time he's like, "Where you at, little shit?" Like he's going through the thing, raging like, "You think you can beat me? I'm gonna kill you. It's like he's not thinking that level heavy. Like, but now he knows what Deku is capable of, so he won't be underestimating him, looking down on him. Like he fully goes in.
That's exactly why I hope that little conversation from the movie is actually something that actually comes to fruition.
Which conversation are you referring to?
It was like before they met the kids. It was like he talked about how they're gonna fight a 3rd time.
Oh yeah, but also.
Awesome.
Wow.
When we're having this conversation, I think we're focusing too much on the Deku Bakugo matchup, which I don't care about. I'm speaking on when I do power scaling, I think I don't do the one-on-ones because, like, yes, some people just have better things than other people, and I think that in the Bakugo Deku fight, I think that it's a coin flip of whoever's going to win. And on any given Sunday, whoever wins. But I'm talking about in these real life situations, who do I want? I want Deku over Bakugo. I'm sorry, like yes, Bakugo can finesse, yes, Bakugo can has this witty about him, but when it comes to it, I just want overwhelming power. Punch the hell out of this dude and go on about your day. I don't want you to maneuver around and jump in there. I don't care. Just punch him really hard and go on about your day, bro. Like,
yeah, Rex sound like one of them anime only meathead.
The thing is, there's one thing I will. There is one thing I will say. There is one thing I will say that while we're all speaking on the Bakugo developing his shit, I like developing his explosions. There is still the fact that Deku did that black whip thing that he did, and he probably can. And I'm wondering if he's gonna be able to use that in the future too. Because if he can, that's also gonna be a big step up for Deku too.
How about like the Berserker mode?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, honestly, that's why I enjoy
that, like,
making
Berserker
my
mode, like kind of like manufactured by the fact where like Danger Sense was like overloading his senses with like information. Just
it's when it started showing up.
Yeah, that's the first one that showed up. Yeah.
Because in 286 he saw like images of like Torino and all of them like heavily injured, and that just like drove him, who was already pretty upset, into like this rage where he just bit through the rivets.
Question for you guys, real quick. Who do you guys want to fight Gigantomachia right now, Deku or Bakugo?
Kirishima.
God,
get out of But it has to be Kirishima and Ashido and a couple others.
No. I'm talking about no. I'm not talking about story. I'm talking about we're in this power scaling discussion right now.
Oh.
Who do you guys want
obviously,
to fight?
I want Bakugo to trick the hell out of
Bakugo.
I want Bakugo to trick his ass.
You know what? I got
Bakugo.
Tarnish thought we were overhyping Bakugo a little bit. Do you think he's right?
I think y'all overhyping Bakugo a little bit.
I don't like Bakugo would get stomped out by Manga.
Overhyping him a tiny bit.
Let me tell you why I choose Bakugo. Bakugo will go in there to kill this nigga Makia. Okay, that nigga will aim to shoot. Bakugo the type of nigga to fly in this nigga mouth and blow this nigga up from the inside. Listen, he don't feel no pain and he get morality boost. Shigaraki say one word to this nigga, he getting back up, and we don't even know how much that Deku how many hits does Deku got to hit that nigga, knock that nigga down 100%. And if that don't work, what we gonna do?
Bro, let me tell y'all.
Listen, here's why I want Bakugo versus Makia. In terms of the fight, I think it'd be much more interesting just choreographically.
I'm not asking about choreography. I asked who would you want to have the bigger chance versus Makia? Who has the bigger chance to beat Makia?
I don't think any of the kids are at a level where they can take.
They can't beat him, but who has the bigger chance? Who has the closest to 1% or 2%?
I just like.
Come on, boys, Deku.
All I want to say is this is why on my channel I make these MHA Fight Club videos, because like MHA's like the quirk system, the way experience and how you apply your quirk matters so much. It always has these fun, interesting conversations because like everybody has so many different takes and opinions, and it's just really fun to talk about. Like just hearing you guys talk about how Bakugo would finesse Deku and seeing how Bakugo would magically like nuke Machia somehow. I'm here for all of it, and I love this community, and I love talking about these fights. This shit is glorious to me. Go ahead.
And also, wait. Another thing I want to point out.
You have to mention.
I'm hating y'all. I'm hating y'all. You're making me agree with Rex.
End of series, 100% right now.
So
you're making me agree with Rex. Stop.
The other thing though that I want to say is that we ended up way off where we're supposed to be discussing here.
I knew it, but it was so good at a while ago. At like the 2 hours and a half mark, I was like, "Hey, man, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm gonna let it keep going," because I know Araki don't pay attention sometimes. I'm like,
I'm working on a thumbnail, so like,
before we go back on topic,
I actually mentioned this. Try to bring the topic back like an hour ago.
Yeah. Hold on, before we go back on topic, the last thing I want to say is about the Deku Bakugo thing. Is that back in USJ when these were little fledglings and little hatchlings of birds, what did Bakugo say? Sometimes finesse doesn't matter when he got overwhelming power, baby. Give me that meathead 100% punch versus Makia. That's what I want.
Yep.
Oh my
god. That fight would be kind of sad, seeing Deku just break his arms and then Makia beating his ass afterwards.
Makia
sad.
Doesn't feel pain, so that might be real dark.
That'd be like,
at his base, would y'all choose Gin or Overhaul?
You said base. You said base. Oh, never mind. No, getting. Sorry.
Yeah, because Overhaul don't get his monster big back blue form. Like, you know what I'm saying? He don't get that. It's just them going at their base.
East, we trying to go back.
point. I mean,
you're not gonna be.
For more meathead My Hero talk, subscribe to Volk and Wreezy, MHA Fight Club every Wednesday. Get your meathead on.
Look, you're going to hook me by talking. You're gonna hook me by talking about power scaling.
Wait. Arc was NVA in this stream.
Here, yes, real quick.
Right.
All right.
Sayas was the only one trying to have good behavior. You meathead degenerates.
I hate you.
Because y'all want to be wild and uncouth and make us look bad in front of a civilized woman. Go ahead, Sayas. Explain why Endeavor Agency is top one.
I think it's a very personal decision for me because, as you all know, Endeavor is my favorite character, and for me, this is Endeavor at its best. I think we get a lot of great development from him, not just regarding him, how he is training Shoto, Deku, and Bakugo, but also in regards to his family. But beyond that, it's also great for Shoto's character. There's this one scene where he tells Endeavor off about how he's here to learn. He's not here about any family business. He's not here about anything like that. He just wants to learn. He just wants to use his father. And I think there's a bit of a Shoto kind of becoming independent and taking some power from his dad. I think there's a lot of great character moments for Shoto in this little speech he has. I mentioned this before when we talk about Culture Festival, and that is that I like it when Horikoshi just goes way off script and way off genre and just does something else entirely, and sometimes he goes slice of life, and sometimes he goes suddenly we're following the villains around, and this time he just went full on family drama, and it's so full on family drama. It's barely even a hero show anymore. Yes, there's a bit of training arc halfway in between, but then halfway through the arc we go into Fuyumi calls her father, invites him over to dinner, and then it's just family drama. Even the final arc is barely, the final fight is barely even a fight. Ending is a rather underwhelming villain in that regard. But how well this family drama is written is just, I love it. How sensible Horikoshi writes each of these children, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Shoto, is amazing. Every time I think about how they have internalized and developed because of the abuse they've suffered, in the different ways of abuse they suffered, I'm very amazed at how much effort he put into making these children so believable and so real. And that despite Fuyumi and Natsuo barely being in the show at all. I love these children to death just because of this arc, because they are so well written in how they react to the abuse they've suffered, despite really only being in this arc and this one short scene during Pro Hero where they are eating. And I really, really like this. This does wonders for all the characters involved. And for me personally, it's just the moment where there are a lot of arcs with like really, really great fights and great action that's amazing to see. But for me personally, this arc has something that is just emotionally, it hits unlike any other arc for me. There's that moment when Endeavor and Natsuo are kneeling on the pavement, and Endeavor tells his son, "I just want to atone, and I don't want your forgiveness." And Natsuo, who feels bad because he wants to do his sister this favor of giving her, he feels like he feels guilty because Fuyumi wants this big family, and him being still having this grudge against Endeavor, he feels like he's ruining that for his sister. And for him to have this big moment where he says, "Yeah, I am not kind," like Deku says, and where Deku's word basically hit him in the face because he said it to Shoto to make Shoto feel better in a way, to say, "Shoto, you're kind." But that for Natsuo, it sounds like, "I'm not kind." And I think this is so strong, this moment, and the way Natsuo reacts to his father telling him that he just wants to atone. And we see how traumatized Natsuo still is from everything he watched Toya go through. And then even in this arc, it's kind of recontextualized where we see how Toya speaks about Natsuo now, that Toya doesn't really mind that much that he put Natsuo in danger when he sent Ending over. And then we contrast this with Natsuo still being traumatized because of the things Toya had to go through. I think this is it's just so heartfelt. It's so emotional for me. This is the one scene, the one on the pavement, where I'm actually bawling my eyes out. And I love it so much. So yeah.
Say it soft and she cried. No, I'm kidding.
Right. I mean, that's
wow. Look at you
scene,
showing
my
that
softest
toxic
scene in this entire show.
masculinity. And you showing that masculinity.
Yeah, Mans was saying we're being inconsiderate. Look at him now.
It's just the Endeavor Agency is a family drama on a level as I would never expect from any random show in an arc.
Yeah,
and I love it so much.
It's great. It flies under. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, yeah. Speaking of Fuyumi, I wonder how she's gonna because a big thing with the internship was that, again, she did have this kind of, she did share some of the feelings of Natsuo, but she was willing to put that aside because of, again, Enji was changing and she wanted to, have that family that, she's kind of never been given. She wanted to rebuild into something functional.
Wait, real quick. I'm gonna say it's actually the opposite. The reason why Fuyumi is the one who wants the family is because she's the only one who actually remembers.
Oh yeah, Toya. Yeah, my bad. So I wonder what's going to be her reaction to this arc, knowing that, well, she's never going to really get that, especially with Toya being like a mass murderer and extremely deranged, and Lord knows what breakdown Ray might suffer. I wonder what's going to be her reaction to that dream kind of dissipating.
I think she's very. I think she's a very strong person emotionally. I think she's going to adapt, and I think that she's going to accept that she has to. She's been doing it this entire time. She's making the best with what she's given, and she's never going to be entirely happy. But I think she is going to accept that because of the siblings, she's the most emotionally put together, honestly. And this is the reason why Endeavor Agency is so brilliant, because it's an under the radar arc in a lot of ways, because everybody's talking about My Villain Academia, Overhaul, Paranormal Liberation
It doesn't have these big action moments.
Yeah. While Endeavor Agency is very quiet, it's very slow, it's very refreshing too. That's the thing. It's the type of break that I don't see in other series by nature, because these are weekly manga. You got to keep the excitement going week to week, typically, if it's action stuff. But Horikoshi goes the opposite direction and chooses to focus on the characters instead. And it was the relationship between Endeavor and each of these boys that was so brilliant throughout it, because there's obviously his relationship with Shoto, and then there's his contrast and parallels with Bakugo, which has been brought up directly at a couple points. And then there's this more implicit comparison between him and Deku, as likely because Endeavor's the number one hero, but also, like he says, Deku's power hurts him just like Endeavor's power hurts him. And I saw a cool theory about this. It was suggested to me by a mutual of mine that that Endeavor might see Deku somewhat as a replacement for Toya in the future. What do you guys think of that?
Ooh.
It's powerful.
Yeah,
it's powerful.
I think definitely.
Sounds unhealthy.
Where he says that one of us, he concludes Toya as that. So,
dude,
I wanted to say something.
You want to go or you want? What you want to do, man? What you want to do? How you want to do this?
You can get it.
Okay, yeah, but
damn, nigga, you going to
taking too long to answer the question. All right, so
you only gave him 3 seconds.
Rex got it.
Yeah. So, the one thing I loved about the Endeavor Agency was
that. Fuck you.
The one thing I love about the Endeavor Agency, I always used to poop on all the Todorokis. I was the only good Todoroki is in NG, and the rest of them are trash. And what the Endeavor Agency brought to me was Natsuo. Oh my god, is he my second favorite Todoroki? The way that he's able to just be you trying to fix everything, it's hurting us more than it's doing good. Realistically, if you just continue, we've already moved on from what, not moved on in the sense that we've forgotten about what you did, but moved on as where we no longer need you in our lives to be productive members of society.
You're too late.
And you're too late. And I love that Natsuo's yo, just stop trying, bro. Just literally stop and let us live the life that we're going to live as a family without you in it, because you didn't care about it for how old is Natsuo? 18, 19 for the last
19.
For the last 19 years. You haven't done anything for the last 19 years. So why start now? And I think it's very powerful when like that when Endeavor saved Natsuo from ending, he said, well, he didn't save him. He said, I couldn't save you because if I saved you, I feel like you wouldn't be able to like tell me off in the way that you're always telling me off. Because I deserve that. I deserve everything that you're saying, and you are right in what you're saying. And I think that's one of the beautiful, like that's honestly my favorite Endeavor panel is where he can't move, and then the volume 26, like we like that.
It's so much better.
God,
the update version is really good.
It's so good.
This nigga didn't just sneak in here like that.
Ian,
yeah,
I heard Ian earlier, but then
no, it's just now, and like it's so good.
Video with Ocean is so. I guess he just came out of obligation. So
yeah, man. And I just really love that in My Hero we get so many character moments and character like pieces, and I love that this side family that's not really integral to like they are integral to the plot, but like the overall like One for All for One Thing, Greatest Hero, they're not really a part of that. And the fact that he fleshes them out so much because he really doesn't have to do this, like he really doesn't.
But he just cares so much about his side cast.
He does, and it feels like a more complete world, and we get to see how Quirk family abuse is already a thing, but to see how Quirk's enhanced it to the point where like you get Dobby and Toya, you get like kids getting neglected because their quirks aren't the snuff, and like I akin it to like people like having kids to live their dreams, and like I want him to be a football player because I couldn't do it, and like pushing them to that extreme. And I love that parallel with Endeavor family, and and always Shoto is definitely the worst Todoroki at all.
So you just suffice to say that you
no, I lied. It's still Toya.
Nobody taking that
shit
serious.
I want to speak on this arc. Excuse me, because Endeavor, that's my boy. I'm not really gonna touch on the Todoroki family dynamic of that arc because you guys have said a lot of beautiful things, and I feel like you captured the essence of that family dynamic very poetically in your words. But it was just really nice to see like the teacher side of Endeavor,
Yep.
Like
yes.
To me, like it tickled like that fancy of like what Endeavor could have been as like a father and a mentor if he wasn't bogged down by that just jealousy of All Might. Like imagine how far Shota would have gotten if Endeavor would have been a great father and trained his son with love the way
love is fire.
Yeah, and teaching Deku and Bakugo the way he did in that arc, because like he really just Deku went on that whole spiel at the beginning of the arc, and Endeavor was like, okay, well, you need to do this, this, and this, and this, and then you'll get somewhere. And Deku was like, okay. And then at the end of that arc, we see Deku use Black Whip to lift the cars. It was just nice, and it was great to see a guy as prideful as Endeavor be like shook into his core and vulnerable at the thought of like saving his own son would backfire on him. So it like paralyzed him in that moment. It's just, I'm an Endeavor fan. The guy was an asshole, but a man who can overcome his own demons is a man who can overcome anything in life.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that section, because that was like a section I definitely wanted to just emphasize about this arc as a whole. Because I think one thing I was looking forward to once we got to like the Christmas party and everyone kind of having a good time was Shoto coming up to Bakugo and Deku and basically saying like, hey, come do your work study with me with Endeavor. And just having the Trinity, like both learning together and training together, was like a cool concept already for the arc. And then putting Endeavor as that teacher role, taking these three under his wing and actually utilizing his knowledge as the new #1 hero and just being a hero for how long he has been, and watching him basically destruct or like basically listen to Deku and Bakugo and as well as Shoto, and hearing what it is that they know about their quirks, what it is that they're trying to learn and grow. And the scene I really do like is just when they're taking a break, when they're going through the city and they're on top of a building and they're just snacking, they're just eating, and just having having Endeavor talking with them as if like they already are his sidekicks, and just giving them knowledge on what it means to be here, what it means to improve. I really like just that feel of this arc, just having Endeavor in that teacher role, and him not being I wouldn't say like he's not really the #1 hero in that moment. He's just a veteran hero passing down the knowledge to aspiring heroes that are about to, go through the UA system and eventually graduate and become heroes.
Well, can I talk about it real quick? Could I talk about the arc, Aniki?
Oh yeah, go for it.
You go. Hold on. You want to do the super chat real quick, or you want to wait for that?
Oh snap! We finally got a super chat. I'm out here doing all this editing and shit.
Hold on, Ian. Sorry, we gotta get these super chats.
Oh, no, you're good.
People sleep
shout
on
out
the
the people
sports
who
festival. Chapter 39 is what made me love the series, and it's in one of my top 5 favorite chapters, and it's from Special Grade Lucci.
Shoto Todoroki Origins.
So
hold on, let Ian go.
I know, but I just wanted to talk on the super chat because he just said it real quick. I just want to say that we always talk about what's the classic arc in My Hero, and I think the only general consensus classic arc in My Hero is the sports festival.
Anime sports festival.
Yeah, anime sports festival at least. Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, as I mentioned, I reread parts of Sports Festival recently, and I've kind of noticed how a lot of Endeavor Agency kind of parallels how we can see the development in the sense that Angie in many ways says exactly the same things as he did during Sports Festival. Like there is this time where he says your quirk is very much like All Might, which he already said during Sports Festival. There's a time where he essentially inviting over to Shoto is something he first did during Sports Festival. There's a time when he expects to know, when he thinks he already knows what Shoto wants, and then is kind of put off when Shoto just tells him off. That also was already in Sports Festival. But it's so recontextualized because we know so much more about him and because he changed so much.
Yeah, and in the beginning of that arc, when Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki first meet Endeavor, as he's bringing them to the work agency, it flashes back to that moment when Deku stood up to Endeavor, and Endeavor basically said, like, you're right, like, Shoto isn't me, and just Deku could realize, like, something's different about him. He's not like he was back in that moment.
And it's great to see that. It's great to see that come around in this recent arc. I'll go back to Endeavor Agency, but just to see it fully come like back around to where when he's saying, Davi, you're not Endeavor, in that moment, he's telling Endeavor, you aren't Davi, you aren't your past. Whereas, and it's not something of like, oh, it's the main character, so the other characters have to be inspired by him. Like, no, we saw this progression from all the way back then that he remembered it from Sports Festival, brought it up in Endeavor Agency, grew close to Deku, and now Deku's words can mean something to him as they mean to Todoroki. You know, he's their therapist.
Just to add something to that, this one quote is so multi-layered in when Deku says it to Toya, because he's also like, I'm watching Endeavor, which goes back to Pro Hero where he says, watch me. And he's like, yeah, people are watching what I'm doing. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. And it's such a multi-layered quote in that arc.
Especially since Deku's one of the first people to really watch, because he was one of the first people to know what was going on behind the scenes. So it's even more than just like a fan watching or something like that. It's someone who knows what's going on in his life and has kind of had these little marks with him. So like you said, there's a lot of layers to it. But anyone else have anything to say?
I wanted to say something. No.
You in the chat has just contributed $5. He says people sleep on Sports Festival chapter 30.
We did that vote.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was checking out.
Like, no problem. You can go talk on EA Ian, because I'm gonna talk about EA too.
Yeah. Okay. So with Endeavor Agency, for a little while there, it took me a little bit to come around to what the arc was going for, and I finally come to realize, like, I mean, I realized this a while ago, but it's another Endeavor arc disguised as a training arc. And so what was tripping me up for a while was that I was getting invested in the training arc. So whenever we got to the Endeavor stuff at the end and it kind of came full around, you really get to see how, like, no, this really is an Endeavor arc, even when the kids are being focused on, because what is it actually being focused on when Deku is restating kind of certain things we know about his quirk? It's not necessarily that, oh, look how Deku's grown to understand Black Whip. It's that Endeavor can understand that and give him encouragement. Then you have Bakugo, he talks to Endeavor, and then Endeavor gives him words of advice. And then you have Todoroki, and Endeavor reacts to how he explains himself. And so I really like that it's a training arc, it's an Endeavor arc disguised as a training arc, and how it just comes around at the end. But I'm sure you guys have talked about a lot of what's great about the arc. Just little things that I really enjoy is like that scene on the rooftop where it's a little thing, but just the fact that they're eating food, like, that puts in your mind, like, well, Endeavor probably bought that for them. And that's a very tiny thing, but that really humanizes it just even a tiny bit more than what Endeavor or what Deku and All Might went through. Or like, it's this little thing of like, oh, he bought them food and they're kind of just chilling out on break and stuff, watching the crowds, watching the people. And so that's what's up?
I was gonna say that, like, one would think for such pristine agencies such as Endeavor, they would have like their own like food supply. Like,
but they're just like chilling, and that's cool.
Well, the thing about that, Squid. The thing about that though is that Yeah, they have their own lockup and they got all kinds of stuff. Because it's clear that the Endeavor Agency is also a dormitory, which I thought was like a nice bit of
Oh
world
yeah, that
building.
was also that was like 100% like confirmed in the data books. They even
Yeah,
had like a little spa there.
yeah. So like you already know, it's like a whole resort, which means that Endeavor is probably one of the best bosses.
Right,
Which
he's
is
a great
another.
Oh man,
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
another one of those
yeah,
things
it's
that like
good idea.
shows you how somebody can be great at everything except their personal life.
Yeah.
Because it's
family,
So
yeah.
Like the only
Yeah,
one
so
more extravagant than that agency is All Might's, which you see in Vigilantes, which is a whole ass like
Tower.
yeah,
Mike's
It's a
Tower.
huge ass
I don't know
tower.
what that was
on
based off
top.
of, but that was some cat. I don't
yeah.
know.
Ian,
And then,
Ian, let me
oh,
finish.
yeah, okay. So then just my last thing I was gonna say is that the arc is just really, really funny. Like, of course, everybody knows the like, oh, welcome to the Endeavor Agency. Is that what you thought I was gonna say? I don't want any of you punks here. And then you have like it's crazy to think that like Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku are like the three, they're the big three, obviously, of the story.
Trinity.
But they're the Trinity. This is actually like the only arc in the whole series where it's actually focused on those three as a group. And it's crazy that it took this long, and yet in your back of your head, you're like, oh, it's always been like this. It's like, really, it hasn't. The closest would be Sports Festival. And so that's another callback to it. But I also just love the joke of like Endeavor goes in and he's thinking of like, oh man, Fuyumi, you've done so much to me. And he just screams like, out loud where nobody else knows what he's thinking, but he's like, let's go. And he's thinking of that because they're going to go have a dinner party. And then everyone is like, yeah. And then it smash cuts to the dinner party. They're like, why are we here?
I mean that's
It's just very tightly written, like little things. I noticed like when Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku are talking about their work, it's like they there's this offhand comment about like how Bakugo's the fastest out of all of them, and that's why he instantly goes for the whatever, goes for
Natsuo.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then that leads into Natsuo later, and you see it play out. It's like, oh, and
Natsuo.
I caught the first time around because it's like
and
I
really love just like
was
Shoto. Oh, what's up? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Oh man, I just when I'm about to begin a thought, like someone else talks and I feel bad about it. But
Oh, you're good. That's the whole thing with streams. Go ahead.
Okay, so one thing I liked about the arc, I really thought like Natsuo really shined in this arc, because like realistically, Endeavor has had like what ever since Natsuo was born, like he's only really like kind of heard of this monster in his house. Toya tells him the stories of just how evil he used to be, and you're hearing these stories, right, through your lifespan, and then this person that's been telling you this, someone you've grown attached to, is considered dead. And then when you're like a college student, he's 19. Now suddenly, ever since like Camino, he's been this nice guy. What happened to the last 20 years? Like if a person has been this just piece of garbage for 20 years, and for 8 months they've been cool, it's like you start to think, what is your goal here? Like, I feel like he's trying, like he knows he's changing, but it feels fake, you know?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of nuance in all of the Todorokis by just simply having Endeavor and Todoroki as the baseline. It's what I talk about all the time with the fights in MHA. The fact that all of them, or the characters, I mean, is that the fact that all the characters get their own piece of the theme. So in the same way in the Todoroki household, because Endeavor and Todoroki exist as the baseline of all that nuance and all that like all the details, basically, you can have Natsuo come in and he just has to have a few scenes and he already gets like 3 layers of depth because he's connected to all these other things. Same with Fuyumi, same with Rei, same with Toya, of course. And it's just like this really, it's just really great how much has come about from the story of Shoto and then eventually Endeavor and then moving on to all these other characters. And in terms of Shoto, like I know a lot of people in this call kind of we meme on him or whatever. He's one of my favorite characters, and I just really love the aspect of his character of just seeing how this is the same guy who started out as that typical like I'm the really quiet and I don't talk and I'm a bit standoffish, to now he's at the point where he's like, guys, are we ready today? Let's go, gentlemen. We're gonna go take out some villains, and he's like pepping everybody up, and then he's like, these are my friends and stuff like that. And there's just these little things about him to where he's just come so far in terms of just being able to express himself, and it's not a simple thing of like, oh, he's still stoic and standoffish, but every now and then he'll like, he'll throw in a smile, and that's how he's a person. Like, no, he's gentler, he's kinder, he's more understanding, and just the fact that he was listening in on Bakugo and Deku's situation is like, hey guys, you want to come to our or to my agency or to my dad's agency and learn a bit? And the fact that he considers them friends, and just all these things that I think makes Todoroki a really compelling character to follow. Just these little things that build up. And of course, I'm a Deku fanboy, so I just got to point out that, the scene where Fuyumi comes in is like, hey, Todoroki, what do you think of our dad? He kind of is still in his like, well, I'm considering this and this. But then when Deku talks to him, you'll very much notice that his eyes widen. He's listening very intently. And then, of course, the very next scene, because I figured it out and Horikoshi figured it out, his sister goes, Deku, thank you for being Shoto's friend. And Shoto's like covering his face because, he's like, that's my best friend. I love him. So yeah, Deku and Shoto.
I disagree with.
Wait. I wanted to real quick back Ian up on some stuff.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
No, I ain't gonna talk to Ian like y'all crazy. So
there's some stuff that I wanted to talk about that Ian mentioned. First off, like with the Trinity thing, that's one of my favorite things about Endeavor Agency. The fact that as you go through the story, as you mentioned, the closest you get to the three of them being the focus is Sports Festival. And the thing about that arc is that Bakugo is fighting to be looked at that way, and Shoto is not acknowledging him. So throughout that arc, Shoto is barely acknowledging him. He acknowledges Deku. Deku is working out his dynamic with him. Bakugo happens to hear things, but he's not deliberately involved in the narrative arc by Deku or Shoto for really most of the Sports Festival. And then the next time you're like, well, you got Hosu City, Bakugo's removed from them. You got the final exam arc, Shoto's paired off with Momo. You like, as you go through the story, even during joint provisional license exam when you could have had that, nope. Like they all went off to go do their own things. Like Bakugo ended up leading his own squad, so instead we get the emphasis on both Deku and Bakugo's leadership, but then with Shoto's leadership, and instead he gets the emphasis on his failings to work with people. So each time, like at most, a lot of times, two of them have the same goal. Even
because the media course is Shoto and Bakugo. So.
Right, and like even in Endeavor Agency, Deku has a completely different goal than what Shoto and Bakugo get assigned. So it's like, even when they're in the same arc, they get different goals, but at least this time they did have one big goal, which was to beat the villain first. This is the first time they actually get to work together. Overhaul, like we were all like, wait, how did Shoto and Bakugo even score this high? They were gone all year.
That point
that was a big question. Like that the community had when that happened.
What this also does is not just that we see them work in some way together, but we see exactly one after the other compared like where they are at their training. Bakugo is very far at how he controls his quirk, and he just wants to see the limits basically. Deku is not as far at all, and he wants to learn how to use the quirk in the first place. And Shoto is in this area where he has to liberate himself from his father. So we see like one after the other, they all tell their goals within like one or two chapters. So that's also something we didn't really have before.
Now, Rex, you disagreed with me. What was it?
Oh, it was
because he's trash.
Yo, Squid. One day, I'm gonna
shots fired.
One day, I'm gonna release I'm gonna do a Google Doc, and it's gonna be a slander fest on like everyone that slanders me for no reason, and it's gonna be glorious. But Ian, the thing I disagree with you about was I think that Shoto and Bakugo are more. Bakugo doesn't say it this way, but I think in Shoto's mind, Bakugo is his best friend. It's like it is only because throughout the entire series, Shoto keeps hitting it like, no, this is my friend, and Bakugo's like, what makes you think that? And it happens so often that I think that Shoto really believes that him and Bakugo are close, or the closest of friends ever. And like, yes, Deku is a close friend, but I think it's
the best friend thing is just a throw in out there because I love Deku, but he definitely values Deku and what he's done for him.
Well, doesn't Shoto mention it during like their interview? Don't they have like? Doesn't Shoto say like, yeah, this is my best friend, and Bakugo's like, we are not friends.
He just says we are. I don't think we are friends.
I don't think he's picking.
It's certain wording there, yeah.
The only reason I go at the Deku thing is just simply that obviously what Deku did for him the sports festival guides his entire journey, and he comes back to it so many times that the fact that, you know, we all talk about like, oh, he's the Todoroki therapist. The fact that he's kind of like that rock that he always goes back to. You have during the Pro Hero arc where he's like, you know what, Endeavor, if you want to try to change, I know it's possible that people can change because I know that a perfect moment can come for someone. Or during the remedial course where he's like, okay, and he gives the exact same advice to himself that he gave to Deku about, hey, if you want to prove to someone that you're a hero and that you're someone there for them, you have to show it through your actions. You have during the provisional license where Deku's the one to snap him out of it, and he says, Deku, it's you, it's always you. And then, so just all these little things that show, and then of course the scene with Fuyumi, where she's like, Deku, thank you so much for being his friend, and you just see him, and he just looks like he really is appreciative of it. And of course we know he's appreciative of it, duh. He says so. So
the thing.
I mean, there are multiple points in the story where he straight up admitted that Deku in many ways saved him, right?
Yeah. And I think the thing that for me that kind of paints the narrative that Bakugo, that Shoto views Bakugo as a closer friend, is that they went through the whole remedial course together, not just the arc, but like before that they were going off together for what was it, like a couple of months or so that they had to take classes.
It's 3 months.
Yeah, so those two have a relationship that I think
time.
Yeah, they have personal bonding time and went through things, and that's why I think Shoto views Bakugo more than Bakugo likes Shoto. It's like, we were together this whole time, so obviously we went through all this. We must be friends.
Oh, yeah. But you're not disagreeing with me that he
I'm not disagreeing with you.
highly values what
Deku
did for his life.
But like, I think that, which is funny because like, I think that realistically, like, Ida is like somehow like the middleman in all of this, where I think he's the
bridge
point
between everybody.
Yeah, he's the bridge between like Deku, Shoto, and like Deku. Like, it's weird that I think Ida is closer to each one of them than they are to each other at some points. It's weird. Ida is there.
Like, honestly, it's really cool.
It's
not that odd to me, because in my friend group, we used to be really close in high school, but we all still talk like 4 or 5 years after high school. We all still a group, but some of us don't talk as much as others. But literally, I connect everybody. If there's a plan, someone hits me up, hey, text this nigga. Like, why can't you just text this nigga? Well, technically, everybody just goes through me just to get to everybody else. When we could all just talk. Well, everybody has the same number, but it's literally like, okay, you're closer to him, but you're closer to him.
And a lot of friend groups, you have like that middleman that connects everyone.
Oh yeah.
I understand how Ida works
with everybody.
I do what Ida does. Yeah. So.
Yeah. All I know is that one of my favorite Shoto scenes and Deku friendship scenes is when, after the joint training, he comes to Deku and he says, hey dude, I don't know if you noticed this, but you were telling me not to hold back in the sports festival. Were you hiding this from me? And Shoto's not the type of guy to be like, oh, I'm just calling you out because, I gotcha. He legitimately wanted to know if Deku lied to him, and this very important moment in his life was a lie. Because as soon as Deku says, like, no, don't worry, dude, I wasn't, he was like, oh, well, I apologize for doubting you.
And then Bakugo's like, this guy's so dense.
Bakugo was very smug there for being in on the know. It's like, you would have reacted the same.
Yeah. So
I think.
Hey, Ian, you finished with your EA?
I know I would have.
What's that mean?
Finish with talk about EA, because I wanted to talk about.
I mind a lot out of Endeavor.
I wanted to say one more thing, and that's, I think we've talked a lot about
I'm about to talk about
Shoto
EA,
and Natsuo now. And I wanted to just mention Fuyumi one more time, and that is, there's this one scene where it's just like the side panel where Endeavor basically thinks, Fuyumi, you've done so much for me. And I really love this scene, because I think for a long time, it might have been that it kind of gave the impression that the person that is most important for Endeavor's growth is All Might retiring, which is of course important, and Shoto giving him these chances, and the little scenes we have between him and Shoto. But this one scene just shows how important Fuyumi is, which is something we don't really see, because we never see them interact, because we don't really get to see Fuyumi's side of the story. We don't really get to spend that much time with Endeavor just sitting around with Fuyumi. So this was just like, how important is that there's one person that believes, that wants him to be better, that believes that it's possible, that is just supporting him. That's how important that is. And I love this little panel.
Yeah, I also like that panel too, because I think it emphasizes how Fuyumi kind of stepped into the mother role since Rei was institutionalized. Mm-hmm. She kind of became that motherly figure for the family, like being there for Shoto. I probably would figure like she was making the meal, she was cooking dinner. And so I think like she kind of kept the family unit together as much as she could over those dark years. And I think Endeavor in that moment is just realizing it's like she was there being tough and strong for the rest of the family. And he's finally acknowledging her for all the years that she was doing that. It's just like, thank you for doing what you were doing and just being here for us.
And you can get all of that out of a character who's had like 2 scenes, because Horikoshi did such a wonderful job of making everything around her feed into her character without anyone even noticing.
Yes,
exactly.
So wholesome.
Exactly.
Just so wholesome. You love to see it.
Yumi has
what
my
do you gotta
respect
say?
entirely, to be honest.
So basically, well, so now I talk about EA. That has some of my favorite moments in the entire series.
Who?
Honestly, after the first arc, after the first thing, I actually don't have a top 5. I really don't believe in that when it comes to MHA ever, because it's too damn hard for me. And unlike the rest of the people in here, you know, no disrespect, but everything a 10 out of 10. I don't care. Nobody say, nobody check me.
That's right.
Nobody check me. Nobody.
It's my favorite series, so I vibe with you.
But back to my main point real quick. It's just so many little teeny tiny moments that really made me see characters in a different light or stuff like that. Or it's just like moments that really elevate the series. But there's one thing I truly noticed, that it's one thing I make a point to realize and tell other people. If you stop comparing yourself to somebody else, or you stop comparing yourself to other people or trying to reach their level, and then you look at yourself and everything you've accomplished and grown, then you realize how much you've actually done and grown, instead of looking at what where you're supposed to go. You're too blinded. That's what Endeavor was doing, trying to get the All Might. But if he looked at his fucking self and stopped being so caught up in this nigga, bro, you are the number 2 with the most respectable agency in fucking Japan, bro. You have it all. You literally have it all.
And he solved the most cases.
Yeah, he's the most naturally strong.
He already said, like, yo, some people in that arc when he was talking about All Might, he was like, yeah, some of us are just literally built different. Like, he literally was like, so he was just talking about the Deco, and it was like, yeah, some of us, we just build different. Other of us have to actually work hard to get where we want to get. And it's just like him going through. When he was teaching the boys, I'm like, dog, this nigga the best teacher I ever fucking seen. Like, he shitting on everybody in the series like this. Like, in one go. I'm like, this nigga shit on All Might. I'm like, Aizawa, I'm not going to diss Aizawa, but like everybody else, like,
he's the only teacher who actually gives like distinct instructions, like do this, this, and this. No, like egg in the microwave or anything like that.
I'm like, and then my queen was in that one scene, Queen Vernon. She was like, I think Deco was like, yeah, so I got 45 seconds, I got 45 seconds, I can do like this, but I had sometimes backlash like this, I can use black glove at this point in time. And everyone was like, what the fuck he just say? And the Deco was like, all right, I see you got it like this, so do this, that, and other, this, that, and you got it. He was like, damn, he understood me. Wow. I was like, this nigga Endeavor, he kind of good, dog. Like, see, I really focused. And then he was talking shit like his home turf, his town, and like the sidekicks were encouraging him to go on like, hey, we got this here, you boys. Y'all go ahead and help Endeavor out. He's already ahead. He's like, he's on 5th Street all over. You might want to speed up, and the boys are trying to catch up. And it's like you can see their physical growth with their damages and all the sweat in the hotels. Like, yeah, it was a little tiny scene where Brandon was trying to egg them on to encourage them, but she was teasing them. And then she's seen all like their bruises and damages, like their uniforms and stuff, and they just woke up. And she's like, I guess I don't need it and boost them on because they're already doing it to themselves. You can see how hard they are working for their future. And there's 2 more points that were my favorite point in this arc that's sitting over the top as so top tier. The one moment I had with Endeavor when he actually just thanked for Yumi, and it was like, there's those little 2 panels. He's like, for Yumi, thanks. He didn't say, thank you for everything, but everything. He's just like, he didn't need all that. It's just like, it was just you. You the one really holding it down. Thanks. That's all I need. I was like, yo, I felt that when he was getting in the car too. I was like, damn, I felt that. And he had the coat on and shit. I was like, damn, bro. I feel like it's a movie. Like it's like an emotional family drama movie. This shit kind of hit, but at that level. And then the last point that was really, really something I really appreciated, because Horikoshi once again is my guy, my GOAT. I hate the talk no jutsu for the fact that niggas really step in over their place when they don't understand everything. And then they impede their thoughts and their process on the other people, whether these niggas be evil or not. But the fact that you somehow got somebody that was evil for like 100 years, 10 years doing all this stuff, you talk to them one time and all of a sudden they revitalize, or you just impose yourself. I feel that's a little selfish to a certain extent. But when Deku, he didn't impose his like in thoughts like, you should be forgiving your father. No, he said, I'm pretty sure you're ready to forgive him. Like it wasn't forcing him, but it was kind of like
because you're a kind person. He built him up in the person. It's like
he opens up his mind and he's not forcing it. But the reason I can respect that, and I don't feel like, oh here he go, overstepping his bounds, like Todoroki was also actually ready to forgive him. Deku wasn't just spitting nonsense. He was coming from what he actually seen, and it still wasn't like, you should forgive him now. So it's like, how? Because like someone say y'all was Shoto, and some niggas, I'm like, you need to forgive your father. You know what I'm saying? He trying. You be like, you can get the fuck out of my face. What's wrong with you? But he said you're actually opening up and getting ready to forgive him. And I was like, you see everything Endeavor was doing. I was like, you see, this I can respect. This it's like those little moments Deku do all the cool shit. That's okay. I can find an MC doing cool shit in any damn show, damn near, right? Any battle show, whatever. But it's when I get the little introspective points that he does, the words he says, that I can see the growth. Like with the Airy thing, that really shocked, like a click of my hand, like, oh, Deku really fucking grew, huh? Like as a person, not just as a 55%, 60%. No, like
you mean when he talks to Airy and encourages?
Yeah, like that little moment. It was like, hey, you made me. I was like, oh, I felt that. And he's talking about he's blessed and shit. Like you see, it's those little moments that I really fuck with that really make me like, goddamn. And it had that for like everybody in the art too, which is absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, you already know that shit still gets 10 out of 10. Like I said, it really don't be top 10 art. They all 10 and 10, and nobody gonna check on that.
That's right.
I think when you brought up the thing about the mumbling, I think Sean said it before that it was really something we saw here is how similar Deku and Endeavor actually are, which is like we go into this arc and the parallel to Bakugo is kind of always there, so we don't really expect to see a parallel to Deku. And then he says, yeah, your quirk's actually similar to mine in the sense that it's damaging me, but it's beyond that. That is, I think, the moment when Deku just rambles and Endeavor understands it. I kind of was reminded of that scene during Pro Hero when Endeavor just thought, well, this Noma has this quirk and this quirk and this quirk and this quirk and this quirk, and it's faster and stronger than me, and my quirk is overheating, but when I don't use it, then it's gonna defeat me. So I have to put on. So how he made this long thought process just to come to the conclusion that I have to fight with all I have. It's so Deku. Like Endeavor is actually kind of similar to Deku in the way how he overthinks it.
Well, and that's the thing about all of these characters, right? Is that, or especially with this Trinity, is that you look at All Might and you're like, oh yeah, like the bold energy, like the focus to win, the drive to win. Bakugo's got that. Shoto's got the ridiculous amounts of raw power. Deku's got the heart. And then you switch over and you look at, like, again, like with Endeavor, and it's like, okay, well, like the way the brain works, that's that Deku, that power, that the flames, like the bloodline that's in Shoto, like the inheritance almost, same way you have like the Deku and All Might connection. And then you have Bakugo once again having that same prodigal mind. And then the raw skill with this quirk, where in a lot of ways, when you think one of the things that I always think that like sticks out to me is the line where he says, okay, so you're going to rip off my explosion, where to a certain degree, he treats Flashfire as his, like, just using his quirk. Like, to him, that's what a Flashfire fist ability is, and the way that he can contextualize Endeavor's abilities. So he's applying the things that Endeavor is teaching him. If you think about it, he's hit this concentration point, like breakthrough, before we've seen Shoto have a hyper-focused concentration point breakthrough. So like that whole thing that allows Endeavor to like be like the number 2 hero, the one who racked up the most successful cases, you get to see that like paralleled in Bakugo, but then also him taking the steps that Endeavor is already taking now, but taking them at such a younger, earlier age, that he's not going to have to worry about or take those risks or have that negative impact that Endeavor ended up having on his family. You know, the same way that. So I think that's kind of like what's really cool about the Trinity and the way they kind of play off the teachers, especially any of the teachers that they both directly study under.
So what we're all saying is get volume 26 when it comes out, which it already is out. Read Endeavor Agency arc and read the greatness, because it's wonderful. And the extra additions that they add to the ending fight are so good. So
very good.
See, I'd love to do that, but my bookstore said that they got delayed for my store, so I can't get
mine got delayed too.
I'm built different, BG. I got it right on release.
Wait, why are you guys not using Amazon?
Why the fuck would I use Amazon?
Amazon is terrible.
Support our local bookstore.
My Barnes and Noble puts them on the shelves the weekend early, so I get them early.
You gotta support small business.
That's right.
That's cool, but I pay $100 a year for
community.
Amazon, so I'm going to use that and get my Prime and get my book on the day of release. Cool.
Wow, imagine supporting a
You're built
company that
different.
don't even pay their employees minimum
That's
wage.
Rex for
That's
ya.
wild.
They pay more than hold on. I can't let you slander me like that. They pay me more than minimum wage.
Really? Oh wait, you work at Amazon?
Yeah, they pay me way more than minimum wage.
Oh my bad.
We covered Endeavor Agency at length. Flo isn't here, so he can't rep Pro Hero. We've been going a long time. I think we should wrap up with talking about Paranormal Liberation War in full. We've touched on it here and there.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk. I was like, damn, Sayesh, you fiend! You got these mindless fools to talk about Endeavor for 2 hours. I was like, no, can we talk about the Stain
Talk
arc?
for 2 hours? What are you talking about?
What's
funny is I gave my
piece back her up earlier.
I gave my piece on Endeavor. I was like, okay, they're going to talk about it for like 10 more minutes. I was like, no.
She just kept spinning the web anytime it started to die down. She'd be like, oh, but
I'm never going to this.
Yeah, we'll talk about Endeavor.
Yeah,
we can finish.
He has be like a Machiavellian villain, to be honest.
Yeah, man. So we can finish with Paranormal. I just wanted to talk about the Stain arc, but we can talk about the Paranormal.
Well, here we can hit up Hostful City real quick. I don't mind discussing Hostful City real quick.
Yeah,
we discussing the best art.
I mean,
so like,
there was Endeavor in Hostful City, so no problem.
Jesus Christ.
No mention of Endeavor in Hostful City. No mention of Endeavor. All right.
So I wanted to talk about because a couple people have it, but not everybody has the Stain arc on there. And one thing I liked about that arc was how it tied into the sports festival, because we got the immediate phone call about Ida and his brother, and we got the hero killer. And I think that Stain was the first, I'm not gonna say was the first villain that we felt was an actual villain, and we felt terror, and we felt was really, that guy. And I think Stain, outside of the hero killer arc or Hostful City arc, is potentially the most important villain we have gotten in the series so far. Yeah. And one thing I like about the arc, even outside of Stain, was we finally got to see Horikoshi Mon work, and how we got to see the seeds and how he was going to develop Deku for the future, and how the quirk was going to be applied. It was never going to be like huge growth spurts. We're going to start getting incremental steps. We saw that Deku was not a prodigy, and he was going to have to learn it in a unique way that fit him. And I love the training between him and Gran Torino. It was perfect. And we saw like each stage of like how he thought that he had to apply that one limb at a time, then do it, then switch to another limb, then slowly realizing that no, I have to use it all over my body at the same time. And I love that we finally got to see that Deku had to learn to stop seeing quirks as superpowers and seeing them as just a part of your body and just something you were born with. Because like for someone, and I love that because Horikoshi didn't have to go into this little detail, where Deku was for so long an outsider that he never got to, experience the quirk. So he thought it was something special, where everyone else like, no, I'm just born with this. It's just whatever. And I love that we got to see that with Deku. And we saw how that hindered him a lot, and also how All Might being so great also hindered Deku. So like I love we got all of that, and I love that we got the Ida moment. Probably the last like really big Ida moment we had was this arc where we were just solely focused on him, and I love that we got to see what heroes. Yes, the baby crying. I know, right?
How about to say stuff?
A baby was brought here, and it's crying. But yeah, it's. Oh, never mind. I'll just mute myself.
Well, what I'll say about
it's right. It's you talking, so it's okay.
All right.
I can hear you.
Well, Hosu was the first like world-shaking arc. That was when Horikoshi started getting more of a handle on world building, which you saw at the end there. He's like, okay, I'm going to introduce elements that are going to have long-term ramifications on the story, like long, because there was already some stuff in Sports Festival, like the scar Deku got from using One for All, and then All Might's shortening time, but that's not on the same level as Stain inspiring a whole new generation of villains to rise up and cause serious problems for the heroes and attack them when they're at their weakest.
Well, of course, he gave us Dobby. He was one of the best characters in the series.
I also think it's a good point to highlight, though, that I also think it's interesting because like it's one of the only villain plus training arcs where it's like it sets out like we get a whole training phase, we get the villain set phase, and we get like an actual fall phase that like it transitions into it transitions in the final exam pretty well, and like because like they come back and it's like, yeah, like this, but one of the most important world building bits for me was the emphasis on like how the police function, where it was like we agreed to not use artworks. That was the decision that the police made back in the day. And then they brought up how while technically they were on missions, there's still a legality barrier to heroics. And that's one of the things that I think people just kind of like, there was no, oh, we know for sure that like once these kids get a costume and they go out into the world, they still need a license. There wasn't like a lot of hard emphasis on that until that point. And so us having this understanding that throughout the story, there's going to be an emphasis on the litigation and what the government thinks and how they want to approach heroics was something that I really look forward to. Like when we get those cutaways to like Hero Commission and Safety Commission later on, it all makes sense when you realize that like the police chief even brought up how like there's a whole bunch of legal like structuring and tiering to licenses, even where there's certain licenses that allow you to, you know, do stuff with or without a companion technically, but then there's stuff that you need to always have a chaperone for.
Yeah, I was going to add to that because I wanted to talk about it. The police chief did say that shit. Like he was like, yeah, he was like,
called them
yeah, that shit's so funny. That nigga be going off the hinge, bro. But he talked about that very briefly. It was like, yeah, he was like, he was reprimanding them for all the shit they did. But it was like, now that's if, you know, I had a public statement. I appreciate y'all, but y'all can't take any credit for what happened actual whatsoever because you're not supposed to be involved in the situation because you did act recklessly.
Never had to take credit for the defeat of Stain.
Yeah.
Well, now that I think about it, like that's a pretty significant, you know, dub on your record.
Yeah, but it's the dub that he knows he didn't actually.
Yeah, he hates it, I think. I think there's even a comment or Shoto. Does he make a comment about it?
Considering Stain made Endeavor stop in his tracks.
Yeah, it's only the second time we've seen.
It's just like, oh, I'm taking the credit for this.
And if you think about it, when we're just popping off of the Endeavor agency, that's Stain and then with Ending, those are the only two times we've seen Endeavor freeze.
Didn't tell him to?
Is there another one?
Because Dobby was third time.
Oh, yes.
Dobby.
That's right.
Dobby just like...
I know we now again talking about Endeavor. I'm very happy.
But it's important to know.
What am I doing?
What I tell you, I smoked that fire. We start single point about Endeavor, and look how that shit snowballed.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. I get it. He's my favorite character too, but Jesus Christ.
It's just it.
Rex, you see how
we have now not yet touched the greatness that is native. Give it just peace.
Oh yeah. R.I.P.
No rest in peace. Young cultural appropriative.
Rest in piss, not peace.
Well,
one other thing I definitely want to bring up, because the ending of this arc, I think, opens up the world for My Hero a lot. Like Stain's great, but I think the last conversation we have with All Might and Deku, when All Might's explaining how One for All came to be, and then also explaining about All for One, this entity that he had to defeat, and that he's probably back, and that Deku, you're going to have to be the one that probably has to face this great evil. This is what One for All has been built up for. This arc is where we finally get all of that information leading into the final exams.
For me, one thing I am kind of hoping for the liberation. For me, the aftermath, for it to be solidified, I need to see the commission's response to this. Not just UA, I need to see like the exact government body of the Hero Safety Commission.
Yes.
Responding to such a travesty.
Well, the commission were the ones who ordered the kids to go to the front line, I think.
Yeah, my thing about
that's why they need to give like anytime an agency like in real world messes up badly, you expect a statement from them like off rip. Like normally those statements are trash, but it's like you expect a statement. Like why y'all having kids out here struggling?
It's like, hold on, this is my thing though. Why is it that didn't every major event we have, the commission was involved after it in at least half a chapter or a chapter, right?
Yeah, like
was a really common
at
big
the
thing.
end of USJ, there was like a chapter.
Every
arc of that. Like,
every major arc where the kids are involved, or something big and bad happens, isn't there at least a news broadcast or the commission says something, right?
Yeah, we know that we're gonna get something from the commission.
Some sort of reaction.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
like, what's gonna be their specific reaction?
After joint training, or like during joint training, you even had them like making it a point to cut on the news so that there was like a little bit of discussion and then you had a segue into the Debt Direct commercial. So like even if we're not necessarily getting an update, we still will tune in to like what's going on in the world, because it's like, oh, like this is after joint training. And even though joint training isn't seen as a big arc, it did have a really big reveal. So it was like, okay, now we need to segue like after this big reveal into what the villains are doing, because you need to understand like why what just happened.
That's why
before we move on from Stain, I think we need to mention one more thing, and that is that we know that Shouter was always kind of rude to he who must not be named, but how he spoke to that police officer, like he was so rude to. It's just, I mean, he's so rude.
You're very particular about being polite, aren't you, Sayus? You're a very proper woman.
Yeah, she is.
I'm sorry, but calling a police officer or the head detective chief, I don't know what exactly it was, a mutt. I mean, I'm sorry, that's a little bit over the top, right?
Hey man, that's my type of attitude right there.
I would have called that nigga. A mutt.
I mean, it was kind of
I would have called that nigga every day in the book. Me and my niggas just risked our lives and brought down a villain, 3 kids, and we see some niggas' lives on the street. We brought down a serial killer, and you come in here and the first thing you do is start talking shit to me. Man, you look at it, throw my damn fucking shit at your face.
I appreciate that the rage was for Ida, where he's like, dude, if Ida didn't save that guy, or if Ida didn't step in, Native would have died. And of course, he doesn't necessarily know that Ida wasn't trying to save Native, but
he also doesn't know that Native would die.
He wanted a body that time.
Ida is his best friend.
Appropriation.
I really like Ida during this arc, but something that really annoys me is that till to this day, I still don't understand why Stain had to target Ingenium. That's like.
Well, it's because
I don't get it. I like Ingenium.
Yeah.
If you really read,
Stain was a crackhead. Think about it.
If you really read Vigilantes, you understand how fucking cool Ingenium really is. Like that nigga is so fucking cool.
Yeah, he was cool. No. Hold on, guys. 65 like sidekick.
Stain didn't target Ingenium. Ingenium targeted Stain.
And Ingenium attacked him, and he took him out, and he didn't kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, so he just left him as a
but
message.
afterwards, the way he talked about Ingenium to Ida, it seems like
he was a cool hero. Like he didn't.
Well, I guess because if he wasn't a true hero, he didn't take me out. Like it's the hero that came and didn't take me out.
He tried to stop me, and anyone who can't beat me should be culled. In terms of like if you're gonna try to, because the only one who can judge him is All Might, right? So if you're trying to judge me when I know that I'm righteous, so
like that's my problem with Stain. It's like. He didn't just think no, not like a problem like in terms of writing, like just like why I don't really mess with his ideology. It's that
me too.
It's not
you'd
just
put,
that
you'd put a dislike on his video.
You just can't be like corrupt, right? You have to be strong as well. Like you can't be like some third-rate rescue hero that's just saying, I'm trying to help out. No, you got to be strong.
You got to be all in on being a hero.
But this is, I talked to Ian about this in the past, but this is
Rex, you finished changing those diapers over there?
That's not my child.
Yeah,
that's not my child.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, go for it, Rex. I knew you were gonna bring this up.
But the one thing I really love about Stain is that, remember when he had the conversation with Shigaraki, it wasn't just that he wanted heroes to be propped up and be like All Might. He wanted villains to essentially be like All for One. He wanted the perfect hero society where the villains are like that's why he had this thing with Shigaraki. Like he wants villains to be like maniacal, that he wants
conviction.
He wants him to have conviction. He wants them to play. He wants them to be strong. When they make villain action, it's just not to steal money from the store. It's something that is really big and grandiose. Just like with Heroes in All Might, he wants this grandiose society of both heroes and villains, and that's why I love Stain ideology. It's like as much as he poops on heroes, he also poops on the villains. Like y'all are not good enough to be villains either. Like
but you gotta remember why most people even become villains. It's out of like for example, with Twice,
or petty dreams is what he says. Stain anyway.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that like ultimately everybody's dream in My Hero art stems from like these childish things, and you can like give all these reasons, like adult reasonings, but ultimately Endeavor wanted to be the greatest hero. It's like a childish thing. All Might wanted to save everybody. It's like a childish thing. Everything is childish, but through your experience and through your life, you could give them real reasons and real foundation, and that's what he was trying to teach Shigaraki. And that's yes, Stain wanted a perfect society. It's like childish, but through what Stain has experienced and what we saw in Hero Society, it's like, yeah, like obviously he's not right in every sense, but like, yeah, there are heroes that won't save somebody because they don't think they're fit for the job at the moment. We saw that with Bakugo in the Slug Monster.
I was literally just reading the first chapter and I was seeing that shit. All these niggas like, damn, who I did this on?
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
man,
like
hey,
they
man,
did.
hold
They
it off.
Yeah, like you gotta like with Mount Lady, right? Like she hasn't like really established herself at that point. It's like having a lot of like wealth. Like Horikoshi even like made a bio to where it's all in a loop, right? She needs money, so she goes hard and she breaks a bunch of stuff, and then she has to spend all her salary on fixing it. She doesn't have to pay their own damages, and now you got to do it again, and it's like at that point you're either causing more damage than what you make, and if it was a bad month, she could have like probably went out of business. So
yeah,
which I think is more a problem with the hero system than like it's individual heroes. Like there's a point where you have to look at this at a systemic level.
But the Stain's point is that you don't go into hero work unless you are only doing it to save people. You're not in it for the money. You're not in it to like get recognition. You're not in it for praise. And like All Might and Deku at the time, they weren't in it for anything other than they just really wanted to save people and stop people from being hurt. And that's what Stain wanted from heroes. He doesn't want you to be in there for any other reason. So Achako's dream, Shoto's dream, Bakugo's dream, Ida's dream, all these people are not heroes in his mind.
Well, and Stain actually doesn't. Stain actually doesn't need him to. Oh, go ahead.
Didn't Shoto explicitly say I want to be a hero like All Might? So isn't
well,
yeah,
I respect with Shoto. I was just naming people in the class.
I feel you.
Well, the thing though is with that
you
is
could have
that
just said Ochako because she literally became a hero for the money.
Hold on. So here's the thing though, right? Is that Stain immediately acknowledges Shoto, which I think is interesting because it's not directly stated that like that's why he's doing anything or like why he's like trying to be a hero. But I do think if he would have realized that part of the like Shoto's motivations is literally fuck my dad, he would have been like pulling up on him ASAP.
But to be fair, of course, if he had learned that, what I was gonna say about Stain is that I really like that it's not necessarily because Squid had said something about like, oh, he needs you to be good. It's like he really doesn't because he spared Shigaraki and Deku when he proved that he was better than them simply on the base of their conviction. He's like, okay, you weren't good enough to beat me, but I can tell that you're going places. So he will spare people who he thinks have pure motives and pure and evil and good. I mean. So I think that's an interesting part about Stain too.
All right, yeah. Let me restate that. You have to be pure, or pure and strong, or just pure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I just want to point that out because I thought that was a cool moment.
And again, I was pointing out like Mount Lady. Sorry, my bad.
Ian, let me know when you finish.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna actually ask East if you would go on a tirade about how cool Ida is, please.
How cool or cruel?
I was gonna say cool. Like let's move to another arc discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Boo!
So
10 hours on it.
Boo the man bullying this man.
But hey, basically what I was about to do was since we're already 4 hours in, I can tell we're about to start running out of time, run out of energy, and somebody also did say let's get back on track. So the perfect segue to the final arc, which is the most top of the arc, which would be the PLF. There's a last arc we need to discuss. Let's talk about this. Let's segue into how will Hero Society reform after the villains drop this shit because it's crumbling. It's coming down. Like it's not going to be the same status quo as it was before. We all know this. So how do we see this going? So last arc discussion, final wrap up, and we go into this.
Yeah. Okay, so what I think is going to happen is I think that because Horikoshi mirrors, like government, like the Hero Safety Commission, like the government of his world, as a bureaucracy, like real government. So what I think is gonna so I'm gonna base kind of like my expectations kind of off real life. After a huge like attack like that, there's often a huge amount of paranoia about not only the group that did it, but also the types of people that did it. So I can see
fear mongering.
Huh?
Fear mongering, essentially.
Yeah, fear mongering. Yeah, to where because right now people with villainous quirks, they're not actively hated. They're just kind of pushed away, like, like yeah, you kind of look like a villain, so I'm just like move to the side. But I can see that turning to like active hatred and like bigotry to like the old generations.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's gonna revert back to how things started out, where it was chaos, nobody knew what was gonna happen, and that's like
Everyone was a bunch
guiding
of
everybody
haters.
through that is what's going to define this next generation of heroes that Deku is a part of. So,
and I think that the commission will directly contribute to that fear mongering of people like Tomura, of like Spinner, of people like Twice. I think they're going to directly contribute to that.
And I also think it's going to be like, how does the Hero Commission respond to the public's outcry after this? Because with the amount of damage that has been done during this arc, like we have 80 kilometers of just a straight line of Machia rampage that busted through city after city. And so it's not all of Japan that's been affected by this, but a good majority of people.
He split a line across Kansai.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because it started off in Wakayama, then it goes to Kyoto. So it's like this. So like halfway through Japan and like in the middle of Kansai, there's just this destruction, this devastation.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, I wonder like how the economy would be affected by this, because it's like it's not
Hawk
just
is hung out to dry. He is screwed. He is so screwed.
I don't think they're gonna reveal like their little secret agent, program. I think they're not gonna reveal
you
that.
alone. You can't use your wings and pick up the phone, bitch ass nigga.
Wow.
Ouch. That was rough, buddy. Yeah.
You really hating on him doing what he's been.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck that bird, KFC ass nigga. That's why you can't use your wings, punk ass.
God damn, like can my nigga
really
Hawks chill?
Angry, right?
Why don't you tell us how you really
We're never
feel?
gonna forgive that.
The day I forget a nigga is the day MHA drop out 10 out of 10 for me. And guess what? Neither of those things ever happening. So to this day,
What's the chapter? What's the chapter?
That nigga.
What's the chapter when it happened? A 10 out of 10 chapter.
266.
No. She's asking East if every chapter is a 10 out of 10. Was the chapter in which Hawks murdered twice a 10 out of 10 chapter?
Yeah, because I never felt such rage in my life. I can barely remember the last time I felt such hatred for a character on a piece of paper. So truly, the fact that I could feel such emotion for a bitch ass nigga that I actually like so much and truly care for until that moment. He stabbed my nigga in the back, metaphorically and physically. I'm actually awestruck that.
Well, this is how Endeavor anti.
He called you an Endeavor anti.
I approve.
Okay, so what's funny about this though is that I have a Pro Hero Arc video planned where I intend to bring up how there was a person who rigged their phone to automatically call into the DC poll to make sure that Jason Todd would die.
Yeah.
That's East. That would be East with Hawks. Like if there was a poll that was like, oh, does Hawks get to live or die? East would be like, let me find a bot so I can like make sure they get a bunch of votes.
I mean, in that case, we got Red Hood, so like I didn't have that much of a problem.
It
worked out.
It's 4K.
They call you 4K.
Get that shit.
Honestly,
but
seriously, look at the resolution of the cameras Dobby used. That's like that's 4K right there.
Yeah, Ian's leaving.
Oh, well, Ian, do you want to get him? Want to get him?
He's already gone.
They really caught
just like Twice.
Killing that villain in 4K, 2,160 pixels of just that feather blade. And Twice's back.
Yeah, that's
because the skeptic, he provided the high quality cameras to film it all.
Yeah, I need that guy to do my next video for sure.
And that was editing skills too, that he was just able to do with like 10 minutes on Machia's back. He got it done.
Got it done. Back to the original question about like how we see this going and stuff. So I'm probably in the minority that don't think like I remember earlier you guys were talking about how we got news reports and things like that, and we got to see that. Like I really don't think we're gonna get any of that. Like this is the first time I don't think we're going to get any of that simply because of All For One being like, there will be no tomorrow. So I think we're literally going to go into.
Okay, but then they're gonna have to respond.
Squid.
Wait, Squid. Let him
Finish, bro.
Yeah.
Like, so my point is that like I think what we're gonna do is go straight to the prison break. I think that's gonna be however many chapters, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, however long Horikoshi wants to do it. I think the next time we see the heroes, they're gonna be in their beds, like aching and ailing, and then like if they turn on the news, they're gonna be like they have one panel say, so this happened with what we got breaking news. People are all over Japan again, and then that's how like I don't think there's going to be any time for us to hear what the commission is going to statement they're going to give. I don't think we're going to have time to see what civilians are saying. I don't think we're going to get any of that. I think we're going to go straight into villains rampaging throughout all of Japan from Tartarus. And I think the most we're going to get is that we're going to get how the heroes themselves feels and how the kids feel and how they are interpret the situation. I don't think we're ever going to get back to like the ramifications of like how people feel on this situation until maybe after all is said and done, because the way I picture all of this going is that after that happens, you have to start evacuating people to safe areas and locations. You don't have time to like sit and think about, oh man, people that died, or oh man, how are we going to reform society? I don't think we're going to have time for that. I don't think there's any time to really sit back and have a dialogue about society and how the heroes should be shaped to better everybody so that things like this won't happen again. I think it's because in the chapter said this is the same evening. So when everyone says tomorrow, like, no, this like that's what I was saying. People were saying war is over spans of days. No, this is still the same day. So I don't think we're going to have any time to like.
Let me ask a question. Right?
Yeah, go
are you of the belief when he says that I won't let you see tomorrow? Are you of the belief that he like literally means like
I think he means it figuratively and literally.
Because I think it's more figurative. I don't think it means.
I think it's both. I think it's both.
I mean, the Nereids are about to jump Tartarus like right now.
Here's the thing, Shigaraki.
Like for me personally, I don't think it means like, oh yeah, it's gonna I'm gonna do this today. No, or I think it means so much as like it won't like I'm going to do this like very soon, like in the next couple days.
The only reason I would agree with you. The only reason I don't agree is that when we got the panel, we saw Tartarus, and in that panel we saw the same evening. That's the only reason why I think that he means it figuratively. Like figuratively, there's no tomorrow, and literally, no, there is literally no tomorrow.
I just think it's weird that like because Deku's injuries, like when are we gonna get the reactions to that from All Might, his mom, and Ochako? Ochako was kept away from Deku during this entire arc, and that was weird. Like as you deliberately, like Horikoshi deliberately goes back to her and shows she's thinking about him and she was thinking about going after him, and like there's this moment in chapter 286 where she looks off in the distance and she's like, you guys, and you can tell that she already sort of knows, like she doesn't want to admit it to herself, but she already knows something really bad has to be happening to Deku right now. Like,
and I think that kind of goes back to provisional license exam. I just wanted to say, like, I think that goes back to provisional license exam when she kind of made that statement about like her feelings for Deku. She kind of puts those down and then continues doing the hero work that she wants to do. So I think like in that moment, those feelings are starting to bubble up. But as we see, like with the chapters that have preceded that, she's continued to do her hero work. She went to go rescue people. She confronted Toga. She's done all of those things. But we had Nejire and Ida break off from the group and actually head over to where Deku was. So I think she might have prioritized just her hero duties in that moment. But I think once she sees Deku, I'm curious to see how those feelings, if she'll be able to keep them at bay any longer.
Okay, wait, real quick. Let me acknowledge Andrew Lalabar, because this is going to be what we end up talking about as we transition into this art discussion anyway, who donated and asked the big question of, will they go back to school? We're going to put a pin on that just because I know that as we like talk about this more, that's going to come up anyway. So like, go ahead, East.
No, that's literally what I was about to say. I was about to break it. Ian was waiting to put his final thoughts in, and then Andrew had the super chat. But you said Ian was good to go, and you handled the super chat. That's the only thing. That's the only things I was going to say. But I guess since I got the floor, I might as well say this to Rex. Like I said, there's so much right side or left side that we kind of forgetting how Horikoshi has intertwined everything so that we can get half and half or both. You don't have to just have a full
That's
thing.
exactly
like,
what I wanted to bring up, East. I think this next stretch of the story isn't going to be straight up, we're going to jump right into Prison Break. I think there's going to be half and half where you get the hero side and you're going to get the villain side of things.
Yeah, like there's no reason that we have to go, okay, straight all Prison Break, straight all heroes. Like it's literally to the point where the stories are so interconnected, the characters, we know everybody, all the places, that it's intertwined and it goes half and half. So like literally, Rex, I could give you half and half of a Prison Break in one chapter. The people at the Prison Break can literally be watching the news, which has been the same consistent guy criticizing the status of society and heroes. The guy with the horn on his head who's been here for God knows how long. Reporting.
You mean the guy who's canonically known as a coon?
Yeah, basically.
Yikes.
Yeah, basically.
Wait, like, you know that, right, Wreezy?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, he's a coon. So it's like you can literally have people at the prison.
Okay, I'll explain it after he's done.
Yeah, I'm just making it quick. You can literally have them.
Wait, who are you talking about?
You can literally have them at the prison giving a breakdown, like what the fuck just happened. Like this many heroes dead. This is like what is going on with society. They always do the news capture after everything, like they did with Daika and shit. And then you can have the people at the prison watching that and be like, make a comment about it, but you had the Prison Break at the same time. It doesn't have to be just like 5 chapters over here, 5 chapters over there. Like it's intertwined.
So one thing real quick, I feel like y'all just ignore everything I say all the fucking time. So like I literally said that we will get the Prison Break stuff and we will get all of this stuff that y'all talk about. Not from civilians. Hold up real quick. Hold up real quick. What I was saying is we will get all of that stuff, but from the kids and the heroes themselves, not the civilians in the hospital. That's literally what I said. But you all choose to ignore that one point that I made about no, we're not. And I said the moment they turn on to news, that's when we get the villains are breaking up. But we get all the stuff. I don't think we go to the civilians or anything. I think we keep it in house because like ultimately we don't care about the civilians. We care about the ramification of how that affects the hero society with the students and how it affects Endeavor. We get the Ochako Deku moment. All of that will be in the hospital, but I don't think we go outside of that. Is what my ultimate point was. We don't go outside of that.
I disagree with you on the news part.
Okay.
Yeah, right? Can I also say something about the tomorrow part because I still feel like with last chapter, it's something else talked about during the chapter discussion. I really had the sense that Horikoshi was bringing in this element of time. Like we're talking about tomorrow, I want to see a statement of the heroes. Tomorrow we're gonna break out of the prison, and then we pan over the unconscious heroes over Endeavor and Deku, and it just brought in this element of urgency. And I think that would be kind of weird to bring that in, which I think he kind of did, and then say, well, tomorrow we just mean figuratively, and the Prison Break will actually happen like in 1 month, and the whole statement we can also do within the next week. It seems like really like the next day we're expecting something, and the civilians will be disappointed when that doesn't happen, that statement, and the heroes may be doing something else entirely, the breakout, or trying at least the breakout, or starting that. So I do actually think that the tomorrow might be meant in a literal sense.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with that nigga Rex. It kind of wouldn't make too much sense for All for One to say, I'm not going to let you have tomorrow, and then be standing point blank at Tartarus with the high ends just for him to be like, you know what, I think I'm going to go home. And
it's not time for a big arc yet.
Yeah, like he literally described them as my creatures who do not need any rest. Like,
okay, that's what I was gonna say. Also, is like my tireless no move, and like Sayas mentioned, everybody's talking about like what they expected. He said, "Why do they think I'm gonna let them rest?" And the thing that you really got to factor in here is, I remember when we got that chapter explaining the old quirk users, and Wreezy was like, "Man, All for One had them hurting in these streets." Do y'all not remember what was depicted? This man was standing on the top of a pile of corpses. The 6th user ran up on Nana missing an arm.
That's rough.
Like, literally, you can see him crying, missing an arm. Eat this real quick.
Take the hairs. Take them.
I'm out here struggling. Eat it. I ain't got long. The 4th user was like, man, I'm always in danger. Why? Because All for One is always looking for my ass. Let me go hide in the woods.
Yeah, I passed that shit on too. If I got a danger sense, imagine you on toilet taking a dump and I was, you get a fucking shot in your head. You over here talking to some girl. Next thing you know, you're shot in your head.
So that's my point, though, is that you got all these people that have been going through it. So Vestas, for one, is basically running like he's prime all for one. Versus for one is out here like, I'm that nigga. I fold people, I take their sandwiches, and they say thank you for eating my food. That's what I do. That's who I am.
Gang shit right there.
Like, you ain't got new kicks. I got new kicks. Thanks for the J's. I didn't know you was gonna pick them up for me on early release.
The saddest part is that's all true. Like, they're gonna thank this nigga for eating their sandwiches. Like, the guy.
Oh my god.
All for one would burn down your building and you thank him for it.
Exactly. Like, he is at the prison. Like, the majority of the top heroes were doing what they could during the battle that ensued that entire day. So now, like I said last week, I think the Shiketsu students are at Tartarus. So I think we might see Inasa and some of them try and fight some of these high-ends. But ultimately, once the gates start opening and some of these, like Overhaul said, some of these top pieces get like put back onto the board, it's a wrap, guys. We're heading into the Age of Darkness. We know what time it is.
What's funny? Finally getting the goat mustard back.
What's funny to me? You know that nigga ain't no Tartar. Stop playing. What's funny?
I got a juvie wing, bro. I got the juvie wing. Honestly, no. Actually, okay. Based on what Japan's actual legal system is and the way that Japanese people feel about like when you get punished in jail, Mustard actually could be in Tartarus.
So he a regular human being basically, bro. Why he getting his cheeks clapped by Muscular? Come on, man. That's not right. That's not right. Hey, bro, I got petty theft, and you got me in here with a fucking serious. You got in here with Hannibal Lecter. Come on now, tell me how that's right.
He technically poisoned 25 children.
Somebody go after the kids again because Mustard might be feeling pretty bitter about how Tetsu and Kendo punked him. So
yeah, somebody asked me a question. He said, if there is no tomorrow for the heroes, where will they go? And this is like people just write this off when I say this. When we got that panel where the person was like, I should move overseas, the bubble was literally over Endeavor and Deku. Like, I don't like, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I literally think Horikoshi put it right there to say that they may go overseas. I'm not saying this is a definitive fact.
Got updated to where it was like, oh, we should move.
Yeah, it was the public. Yeah,
but we got no money.
Yeah, no, I know that, but it's just kind of weird how the bubble is.
Yeah, the placing is weird.
The placing is literally showing it's over Endeavor and Deku. So I'm thinking that the reason he did that was like, hey, if anybody catches this, move overseas for a while.
Overseas has been a big theory for a long time.
And I cut it out like after a certain point because I didn't think it was going to happen. But after this chapter, I thought it may come back.
I've been theorizing for a while that maybe UA goes international or something
because of like how bad the crime rate is and just
honestly
the country.
America's played out. I'm here for hashtag Deku in Canada. Let's make it happen.
We get Russian villains.
You want him to be freeze to death, bro? Higher? Like,
we getting Russian villains, bro.
No, you want him to freeze to death?
Me three. Get the vodka and shoot this little boy. I don't think he is meant for the court. Hey, you know what? Something I thought of though. When All For One was really hunting down these niggas, all the All For One users, one for all users. Y'all ever watch Everybody Hates Chris? And y'all seen the episode? Julius was like, "When you shower, I'ma beat it. When you drive your car."
Oh yeah, I remember that episode. Yeah, I remember that.
You that don't know, it's like his dad was like, he was threatening to subdue. He was like, everywhere you go, I'ma be there. So no matter what the dude was doing, you see this big ass black dude with a bat in his head, just like pulling up everywhere you go. Yeah. So I thought that for the fucking users, like, bro, imagine you just chilling this shit at the crib and you hear some fucking opera music playing. You see a nigga floating in your window. Like, bro, come on, man.
That would be terrifying. Like,
yeah, besides All Might and his brother, every other user was killed by him, right?
Yeah, they all got their ass cheeks spread open, and you know how to mess with them, bro. Like just look at those pictures. Like, look at exactly. Look at the pictures of them all trying to pass on the quirk. Those guys did not have a good day at all. Like, Nana Shimura had to mush All Might,
didn't even have
run,
have kids.
Little nigga run. And the rest was history.
Little nigga Red. Oh my god.
So I mean, it was Struggleopolis out there. Like they were like population U, nigga.
Like said, nigga, give me your cornbread. Think about it, bro. Right. Think about how scary that is, though. Because I was rereading it recently. He was talking about. He was like, somebody that denied me. He was like, my followers went and blew their ass up. I didn't even tell them to do it. They just did it for me. Like, bro, that's you talk some slick shit about off one on the street. Like, keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Like we in North Korea or some shit. And he's like, keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. And the next thing you know,
100 goons pull up and blow up their workplace.
That shit is terrifying.
And that's what I'm saying. It's
like you can't even be on Twitter being like, all for one a hoe. Because guess what?
One is
everything
running it
blown
like how All for One did. He's gonna like pull up. He Message for One's out here.
Either you getting killed by his zealots or he's gonna pull up and blow up your whole block.
Is Shigaraki just gonna start decaying like parts of Japan and just calling it a day?
But that's the thing that I think would like the Shigaraki All for One conversation is what I think it's either going to happen in the Vestige world or it's going to happen when at Tartarus or immediately after Tartarus, because I think that conversation is very important to where the story goes. Because like again, like even what I think would happen, that's kind of All for One orchestrating all of that. You know what I mean? And Shigaraki is still kind of like in limbo somewhere inside of his own body. So I think the reason I think that it has to happen immediately because like whatever destruction comes after this has to be either with All for One at the helm or with Shigaraki at the helm. And I hope it's Shigaraki. So like whatever happens, it has to be one or the other. And I hope that somehow we get to where Shigaraki is back in the driving seat.
I think we will because I think, like Aniki said last week, there's a difference between like All for One, and the Vestige All for One. I think. No, hear me out. I fully acknowledge this is a reach. Like my arm is starting to hurt just at the thought of this.
That's fine. I love it.
We might end up seeing like a brief scuffle between All for One and Vestige All for One. Because the All for One proper wants Shigaraki to be like the Don and inherit everything that he's built. And I think All for One might train Shigaraki over like a time skip on how to properly use the quirk All for One. Because like Vestige All for One even says like when he gave those Nomus the command with the radio waves, like Shigaraki can't do this because this is pretty advanced. So there's still a lot Shigaraki has to learn about the quirk All for One. So that might be something we see in the future.
BG. It's BG. It's BG.
Don't get me copyright struck out here.
Yeah. But Wreezy, that's a theory I had. Like this is really crazy. Probably would never happen. But I was thinking of All for One and Shigaraki both floating throughout the city because All for One can fly. And then literally All for One be like, hey, use this like this and shoot this out and like shoots out like a super like deadly cannon from his hand and like it kills a whole bunch of people and destroys buildings and then All for One's like, hey, that's how you do that, and it's like, oh cool, and they're literally just going throughout Japan and as they're destroying things, like he's showing him how to use his quirk while just destroying all of Japan. This will probably never happen, but I really want All for One to teach Shigaraki how to use the quirk.
I can show you the world.
They're just having a casual
destruction and fire everywhere.
At that point, though, what I want to see is him like figuring out how to infuse decay with the air blast quirk. So you just see like a wave of air come, and then it's just like
Aniki, stop, Aniki! You destroying the world, brother.
Hold on. One idea I had about decay and All for One was that so you know how Kurogiri's warp gate is a mix of multiple quirks getting merged, their quirk factors just merging. I was thinking, what if, like One for All, Decay and All for One essentially mutated and merged into a new quirk, where he takes your quirk but that also simultaneously decays you, and it's like
Oh no, he can just stack it like that now. The thing that I would find fascinating is
but I was thinking of it to be more natural and just having it renamed.
That shit, like he said, is terrifying.
Destruction,
like air cannon.
This thing, Aniki trying to really power scale this shit. This got scary, nigga.
Nigga, that's dark.
Look, I'm the same man who said Tokoyami after this arc needs to be a nighttime hero because I want him to have PTSD where he smells hawks in his nightmares, so he can't sleep properly.
Listen, hey, listen.
You're cruel.
I want that
because
because
has to happen.
my nigga Tokoyami is about top 4, always will be. You see, Tokoyami, I value Tokoyami so much because he's my Rock Lee. He's the Rock Lee I didn't get that I know Hori ain't gonna fumble with. Yeah, that shot to that nigga Kishimoto. Fuck up Rock Lee. Trash ass nigga.
Tokoyami is Rock Lee?
Yeah, he's bro.
Wait, hold on. Rock Lee's whole point was that he was born trash.
Rock Lee should have been number. If Rock Lee had opened his 6th gate and his 7th gate, he would have been number 3 out of after Naruto and Sasuke or however you scale those two niggas. He would have been right, but that nigga got stuck at like the 5th gate and was just trash. Like they 6th gate. Okay, 6, and they kept him there, and they never did anything with his character. No fights, no nothing. Just kept him stuck at that one level.
I'm pretty sure that like even at Boruto,
I like that you mentioned
that to the 7.
Because as you mentioned that, I'm just going to point out that, as somebody mentioned earlier when we were discussing Endeavor Agency, and one of the things that I always liked about Tokoyami is that though he is not one of the main characters due to the fact that he does not have like a really good relationship with Deku, or like a super close one, because he's so important like in his power level and his training under Hawks, he has still managed to stay adjacent to the story so that we always get little Tokoyami crumbs throughout the story, like emphasis on how, like if you really look at the spread, it kind of seemed like Tokoyami was borderline running Hawks agency, and like he was kind of at the front with them kind of like moving around back. Yeah, exactly. Like because Tokoyami seems to like scale over most of the people at Hawks agency at that point too. So, you know, if Tokoyami's pulling up, hitting people with the Black Sabbath and all this other stuff, and adopting the same MO that Hawks was using, where it's just like, I beat him up and my sidekicks handle the light work, then that same aspect, like that same approach is what Tokoyami would have been using. And when you look at the way he clashed with Destro, that definitely seems to be what the implication is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People try to downplay his daytime thing. He's not that weak in daytime either. If you've seen him taking Hawks out the paint, he was fucking gone. Like that nigga was zooming during the daytime. So the daytime excuse doesn't really. He's not that weak during the daytime either. He's already covered all his bases for week.
Tokoyami needs to use that sword in his room. That's all I wanted to say.
Here's why I disagree. He's like the Rock Lee of the manga. For me, what Rock Lee was supposed to, idealize is the idea of hard work beating natural talent, only to learn that, Naruto was little baby Jesus. But let's ignore that for a minute. The thing with Tokoyami was that, like, he couldn't even, like, box. Like, he was a little skinny. And in the most elite, like, hero school in Japan, in the sports festival, he got 4th.
Yeah,
off Dark Shadow, just doing all the work for him. Like,
yeah,
the man was Gaara that arc.
Yeah, I don't see the parallel to Rock Lee either.
Like,
I also have to say that
is in my opinion like the epitome of privilege in sports festival besides Shoto.
One at a time, kids. One at a time.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think he just meant in the rankings of the student.
Thank you, BG. I meant as in, okay, you have your typical MC who's always gonna be at the top, right? Then you have the rival to that, and then you usually have everybody else down the ladder. For me, I never really liked the MC or whatnot, or I like these certain side characters. But for Rock Lee, he was one of my first like pivotal characters, and he had the ways to go to keep up with the other two, or at least be useful later on. But Kishimoto just threw that nigga to the side for no reason.
I'm still mad that Rock Lee couldn't beat Gaara. Still mad.
Hey, in the terms of Tokoyami, he's basically essentially the same thing. I'm not talking about hard work, beats talent, this, that, and the other. How I view him as a character is that he's right. Like this time you have instead of 2 top tiers, you got the rival, and then you got Shoto in there too. So I was like, okay, you got these 3, but he's right there as a side character. Who's my favorite character, but he's still up to he had potential to be at the top of the rest of them. That's what I meant.
Y'all seen JLA? Y'all seen JLA, right? Justice League animated by Bruce Timm.
Of course.
Good. Okay, good. What Tokoyami reminds me of most is kind of like unironically a Martian Manhunter, to where he's extremely powerful, but he has like a very common weakness. For Martian Manhunter, it was fire. For Tokoyami, it's just in general light.
I wouldn't say fire is a common weakness.
I mean,
I think when you say common weakness,
compared to like green alien rock.
Just briefly to elaborate on that, Batman had a quote about Martian Manhunter. He said, "I have a $25 million rock from the one from Krypton, but for you, I just need a penny for a box of matches." So fire is a pretty common weakness for Martian.
Yeah, but in terms of pure power, like Martian Manhunter is really up there in the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Martian Manhunter can go. He's on par with Superman.
Comics Martian Manhunter actually scales up to arguably above Superman, depending on how you want to imply it.
Like in most versions, he's at least equal. But for Bruce Timm, he actually made it a point to where I remember in an interview, he was like, "We purposely made him like slightly weaker than Superman, but we made up for it with having him having so many powers."
Yeah, that guy's
so broken. That's the way I view Tokoyami. Like in terms of pure power, I'd say like at least at night he's easily top 3 level. But he has a very very exploitable weakness. Pretty sure everyone here has like a box of matches.
Right.
You don't, Lord
That's
help
why
you.
I also have.
Also, when you're fighting in the city, if things catch on fire.
Like the thing is, I have major problems ranking him because there are just so many heroes. We know that he can't fight during daytime, but he seems to be like really, really weak if there's just some sort of flashy power. And that goes even so far as like even Kaminari's lightning, which is of course bright, but it's very short. It's just basically making his Dark Shadow very afraid. And there are just so many characters that have some sort of lightning power. Like even Momo, who doesn't actually have a fire power, can create these flash bombs within just a second. I mean, she did that against Aizawa, where she just flash bombed, created like 6 of them subconsciously. So there are just so many characters who can do that.
So that's kind of the whole point, though. Hold on.
Sorry.
So that's kind of the point, though, of what happened.
What?
Froze.
Froze. No, not like this.
Oh, that was rough. Oh.
No.
That's rough, buddy.
Okay, but
where
like for me,
we get this emphasis in style and like.
Okay.
Wait.
You froze, bro. Restart.
Start again, man. You froze completely.
Okay. So
rewind.
What I was gonna say is that with Tokoyami, you get this whole thing where you get this clash with Tokoyami and Redestro, and his legs are broken, whatever, sure. But like the idea is that like Tokoyami is this big threat. You realize, okay, if Tokoyami really wants to go in on somebody, he is a challenge. You get hard proof of that. He's a high tier. Let's be real here. Ragnarok is an attack that scales up to like what we'd expect out of what we've come to expect out of like top 10 heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think anybody here is going to be like, Ragnarok wouldn't be like a top 10 hero attack. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think it gave Edgeshot trouble.
It traveled like through like the hallway, and it immediately clashed with 80% Redestro. And even when the prosthetics weren't breaking, he was actively pushing him back.
Right. I think at nighttime,
that's just a testament.
At nighttime, one thing we might see from Tokoyami in the future is a Susano-esque attack where he uses Dark Shadow.
Oh, that's the inevitability of Black Abyss. Yeah, that's where Black Abyss is going to be. And then like what I really kind of also want to see is like that condensing thing, the same thing that like Bakugo and them do, is like see like Dark Shadow at like max power but come down and be like a small
that would
armor.
Be so
I've always wanted like Dark Shadow to act as like a berserker armor.
The other thing though that I wanted to like round out though with my Tokoyami point is that the war arc makes it a point to show us, yes, Tokoyami is powerful, but like you guys were talking about, he's got these bad matchups. So we immediately, after he gets to show off, have him break out of Fat Gum's Fast. So it's like, oh no, another really cool feat. That's amazing. And then we humble him really, really quick.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that's a humbling moment. I think that's actually more impressive than anything else he had did in the arc with Dabi. Because before then, when he was fighting Bakugo or anyone else with fire, he immediately became like timid. He was fighting the person who has the brightest flame and the hottest flame in the series, and he was still able to move around and get away. I think that's so impressive.
The thing that's important though is that one, Dabi was intentionally toying with him to make sure that when he went for the final blow, it was going to be a final shot. Two, like we discussed on air, like now every fight Dabi has, canonically in MHA, named attacks matter, and Dabi has dropped no named attacks until he fought Shoto.
Then,
yeah, but still his base fire is still stronger than
my thing about this, the people try to like discredit him during the daytime a little bit too much. I understand if somebody has a bright light matchup, a quirk, that's okay. But to say he's like not anything during the daytime when he's already proven that during joint training and like doing even like I said, his speed even flying around with Hawks, a whole other human being, like he puts his cape over himself and they move like that. Like that's like Black Dark Fall Angel. Like they use that move for a reason in order to combat this thing. So he has his cape to keep Dark Shadow hooded and then move around at speed. So he's not just staying, and then he also has hands too. So he's not just staying in one place. He has Dark Shadow on his back with the cape over him. So even those bright lights are not that thing. When he was fighting Dobby, yes, like Dobby was torn with him, but at the same time, he said, I don't really have space to move like that because like that area wasn't that big, and these fires are big and hot. I have nowhere to go which way.
Here's the thing. The point of the arc and this interaction, though, is to show you that he still has those weaknesses and it's still the vulnerability. You don't want to throw out the point of the arc because, like, that's to me one of the things that makes it good. It's Hori staying consistent. Like, this isn't about power scaling necessarily. This is about the consistency which Horikoshi is applying his writing and being like adherent to the power system that he has laid out.
Well, no, I agree with you on that point. But what I'm saying is that I think it's still more impressive because we saw how he would immediately just fall over anytime like he was like near him, and now he's not only not at night, in the daytime, in these hot fires, and he's able to get out of the situation. I get your point, but like him being able to get out of this situation just shows his growth tremendously from where he was. Because like look back at the camp force training arc. They did that little light attack and he was done. But now we fight Dobby. Of course, Dobby is not going all out, but his flames are still bright and like it's all hell and hot as all hell. And he was able to get out of the situation. I don't think he's strong enough to fight in those situations, but for at least to retreat and like recover himself, I think he's at that point now. And I think that further puts him at number 4.
We saw when Dobby exposed Dark Shadow to flame and Tokoyami was holding to that staircase, like Dark Shadow couldn't even like do a pull up to like get him up there. I felt kind of bad for Dark Shadow.
Yo, briefly, I gotta go, but I just want to say it would be hype if Tokuyami uses that sword in his room in conjunction with Dark Shadow at some point and pulls off some like shadow slash. I don't know, but I'd be here for it. And as always, it was a great time talking about MHA with all you lovely people. Can't wait to do it again next week. And what am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Fight Club is back. Last week we had Sugar Rocky All for One versus 9. That shit was hype. And this week is what Best Genius versus Ed Shot.
Let's go.
Be sure to tune in to that, guys. I'm almost at 500 subs. Come get your meathead on Wednesdays and repent for your sins on Sundays with the Church of MHA. So it's always a great time, guys. All right, I'm gonna catch y'all later.
Hey,
see you, man.
Y'all want that meathead greatness? Shout out to Wreezy.
One of the things that though is that like, how do you guys feel about the Makia plot now?
What do you mean?
Because I think a lot of people with the Makia plot throughout the war, or with the Villa plot as a whole, with the students, they're like, oh, well, they failed, and so therefore it's a waste of time. And then you have like, oh, what if they succeed now? It's like you had like both these things being thrown out here, like these ideas. So I'm curious how you all now feel, because the way I looked at it was the dosage was calculated based on his like normal size. He got bigger, so that helped him get away with it. But as soon as he shrunk down, over.
I like to talk about this one because we were talking about this the other day about how the people would feel, like how Momo would be taking this, like would she see it as complete failure and this, that, and the other. The thing that it was handled really well, like you said, it's all logically based and stuff like that. And as far as like how do you talk about logic or narrative or both?
Either way.
All right, so logically, yes, it makes sense because then he shrunk back down. The doses was proper prior to that, so it all tracks logically. As far as narrative wise, like we have to look at, okay, you were against impossible odds. How was it your job as a child to do this shit when the villain should have already equated for that? I mean, heroes should have equated for him in the first place. They let this nigga slide. It was like, hey, you gotta worry about him. You know, as long as the boss is asleep somewhere else, then he ain't gonna wake up and he cause no trouble. But nobody equated for that. They thought it was gonna be one big sweep. So that's their fault for this. And then they were placed in that situation. And Momo made the right call perfectly on time. So it's like, okay, you did your job. Yeah, thousands of people died, but it was other heroes that tried to stop this shit too. So don't blame yourself whatsoever. You stopped it in inevitability after that, because if Manga kept going, that would have been even fucking worse. But she did her shit. And no fault of hers at all. She did her shit. She flexed.
If no one else is gonna go, the way I feel about the Mafia plot line is, I think that like logically it makes sense, but again, what Ian said however many weeks ago there's times where Horikoshi is so big brain, but he needs to explain certain things. Like the Makia shrinking thing is logically makes sense. We all can talk about it, we all know it. But for other people who aren't like MHA like diehards, I think that's something that needs to be like sort of explained a little bit to them, that the only reason why he didn't fall down immediately or fall down because he grew in size. And I think that's like, it's little things like that I think need to be explained sometimes that Horikoshi don't. And like and I always say Horikoshi puts too much faith in his readers to understand things sometimes. And I think that this is one of those things. And also I would have preferred if Makia would have failed the moment he got there. Instead of having it to be where Genus has them and then we have this big like roller coaster like swing, then ultimately just not it pay off. I still would have preferred that a little bit more. But I think ultimately none of it really matters because he's going to break out of Taurus and do the same shit again. So it is what it is.
You know, for me, when it comes to the Makia plot, I come back to his name, which is Gigantomachi, which was the war between the Olympic Titans and gods. And I think in terms of like the name's meaning, I think he did that role to where his rampage is what's going to fuel the oncoming, war for the, Tartarus breaking in, the explosion and the crime. Makia's rampage is what's really sealed and defined this war between heroes and villains.
What about you, Sean Watkins?
Yeah, so like with Makia, I feel like just like with his plotline, I think like one thing I definitely agree with too is just like when he arrived on the scene, I think that would have been a really powerful thing where it's just like that rampage leading up to that moment, and then right there is when it kind of kicked in, because I feel like it took a little bit for like just like the shrinking, showing his exhaustion. Like so I think some of us kind of picked up on like what was kind of like eventually going to happen with Makia, but I think for like some others it was kind of a little bit vague and just a little bit harder to follow in that retrospect. And plus having Endeavor come in with that uppercut, it made you kind of think it was like, well, was it Endeavor the uppercutting Makia that just kind of like put like the final nail in the coffin for the drug to work, or did it just work in that moment and then Endeavor just kind of got like a cheap shot in on Makia in that moment after he was doing it? But I think moving forward, I don't think any of us have any problems with saying that. Like, I don't think they have anything to hold Makia after like All For One.
I think they're gonna try to kill him, to be honest.
They're not gonna do that.
I don't think they're gonna do that.
That wouldn't make any sense.
Even if they tried, they would not be able to.
Of course,
I could see them
they
keeping
would
him
fail
sedated
miserably.
because the thing that I think about here is that first off, Horikoshi did do himself a favor, or he set Momo up here, because what Momo did is illegal.
Yeah, that was high. That was like a point to be made when Midnight was telling Momo to do that.
Right. That size is going to kill an average person.
And you could blame Midnight for it, but she's dead.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, are they going to go out of their way to bury the fact that a sedative was used? And then you factor in like, okay, so are people who are on the villain side going to be able to say, I know a sedative was used. I know you did this. That's illegal. You put this and then it's like, wait, the heroes are doing, not only are the heroes the only ones who can use quirks, but now they're using weapons and technology that they're not even supposed to legally be using.
Yeah, that's what I'm most curious about, to see if that little line of dialogue comes back within the public backlash in any way. If it gets brought to light that illegal substances were used to try to stop Makia, even though it failed, it's like, are they going to harp on the fact that it was illegally used? Is that going to be a pain point moving forward? And then,
I mean,
it's again one of those cases where I would say that
a war crime because of the use of chemical weapons.
The thing is, in this situation, I would really think the thing is, it's for me, it's always difficult to differentiate between what is lawful and what does the public care about. And it's odd to think about. There's this giant rampaging through half of Japan, essentially killing I don't know how many hundreds of people, and then we're complaining that they use some illegal substance to just make him fall asleep. I mean, it's not like he died or anything. So
yeah, but sometimes in society, the stupidest things get argued about in signs of tragedy.
I don't know.
That's my thing. People not gonna look at like y'all use a sedative to knock him out, and it was legal. No, they're gonna criticize. So you use a sedative, an illegal dosage, and you still couldn't manage. Like they're gonna get criticized for what they didn't do, not what they attempted to do.
Why didn't you use poison, right?
Like it didn't work out before. They're like, well, shit. They're like they go get shit for all the shit they didn't actually accomplish.
Like, but so also I like to like with the sedative argument. I want to say that it's more so that even if the civilians themselves like applaud it and stuff, it's the notion that like it's like kind of the Batman no killing rule. Once you like approve or like let something like that slide, then it gets harder and harder to like justify not doing other things. And I think that this is one of those things where if you really want to like keep the society intact in some way, you completely have to reprimand Momo for doing that. Cause next thing you know, okay, well maybe we just get horse tranquilizers and put it in villains and maybe they die, maybe they don't, but they're down. So it's like, so like once you allow that, it's like, where's the give and where's the take?
That same thing that goes for Hawks, that bitch ass nigga Hawks and Twice. It's like,
yeah,
you have to like, okay, like we know what the fuck he was capable of. That's the thing. People need to disconnect themselves from what we know and what the world knows. We know everything. These niggas don't know shit. We know what he was capable of. What Hawks gonna do? Like, well, I had to kill Jim Rock because he was so dangerous that he could do this. And be like, well, okay, well, hold on. How did you get this information? Well, I had to infiltrate. So, well, you infiltrated, but you didn't stop him. Well, the way it was working, I had to figure out what shit right. Like, they're gonna get, no matter how much way you spend it, they're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt because they failed in every regard. Because the way same when we're asking questions, well, why didn't they prepare for this or that? What answers do they have for that? Well, we thought it was gonna be a clean sweep, and then apparently, yeah, Baki did a clean sweep of 20 cities and fucking 1,000 bodies.
That's the thing is that Hawks, no matter how you look at it, like if they had won this cleanly, if they had actually just pulled the get over here, whoop, put him in the coffin, caught everybody, fine. They would have been like, yeah, Hawks, you infiltrated this and you nobly. But that's not what's about to happen. So many people just die. You got little kids with buildings falling on them. You got all these like heroes quitting, and they're gonna find out that it was because Hawks told them this information. And then they're gonna be like, on top of that, they'd be like, wow, you could have assassinated him sooner. You could have did this sooner. You could have handled that. There's all like the amount
not to mention, we talk about how
going to happen with Hawks. It's
he
ridiculous.
Literally killed his brand. Like he's like the laid back hero, you know, like he has something like for example, like the teenage fangirls, right? He's the second most popular hero in Japan. He's known as like, oh, you know, he's
they're not going to care about that. Not the teenage fangirls.
But the thing is like, how are you going to portray that image of being like this, you know, laid back, you know, really nice guy, and then you're killing a villain that ran away?
Okay,
the dude was running, like they caught him in 4K.
One thing I want to say is that like when it comes to celebrities, and that's what kind of heroes are, like we can see this in our society. People let a lot of shit go for the celebrities they really love. Like I want to use like Robert as an example. I'm not gonna say his full name, but for like Robert, like he was his doings have been known for years, and like the Boondock said. Like y'all really underestimate how much people really love this man. Like they will excuse so much like that. And I think that's one thing about hero societies, that these people are so infatuated with the heroes that they're willing to let certain things go. I don't think it's necessarily the civilians that will be reprimanding Hawks to that a certain thing, I think it's going to be the commission and the government that's going to be reprimanding Hawks.
Actually, oh, my fault. You finish. My fault.
Yeah,
I
because
mean, it's a betrayal of expectations. It's
No,
like
no, like
about
I think
the amount of children that are growing up thinking like, oh, he's like this super nice, really laid back dude, only to see him kill someone who ran away. It's like,
but
you
like
feel lied to.
No, but Rex, let me you finish. I'm gonna let you finish before I go say anything.
Trapped in the closet.
yeah,
Good.
but like
I'm not
yeah,
gonna
but
cap.
like people like take Chris Brown for example. Yeah, people
Okay.
talk about him all the time, but there's still people that like genuinely. He has a cult following. Like people that genuinely like, okay, whatever. Like, and I think that's the like realistically, like when celebrities try to get canceled, it's a very small fraction of their fan base that actually leaves. Like for the most part, people just stick with them.
Well, yeah, to that point, not everybody's gonna like we said, not everybody's gonna leave his side, but like he's not gonna have the same, and it's not just him, it's everybody in just the heroes in general. It's not just him, it's the collective other people. And yeah, you could say the thing about Robert, but is he thriving in 2020? Was he thriving in 2020, or was he being a fucking
East? I will promise you, behind the scenes,
remember that Gale interview? The Gale interview.
Hold on, quick. Behind the scenes, everybody still listens to his music. I want you to know that. Behind the scenes, trust me, I know this. Everybody listens to his music. So not everybody, but a lot of people, and I know that because like I'll be talking to people, and I say, wait, are you playing? Yo, you already know, like.
Hold on.
I've had, yeah, he's right. Like there
hold on. I know he's talking about, but this is my point too, because I didn't get to finish my point. It's a collective. It's not just him. Like I said, he will always have a cult following. Yes, but when it first came out, everything he was doing, that was not back when the cancel culture thing was happening. Now you will like this is not the same. That's not the same era as back then as now. Like any allegation against you, you damn near out of here off allegations alone.
East.
Like
when I was saying that,
flip flopping on fan bases, but
I wasn't talking about older people. I was talking about my generation.
Hold on. But yes, but this was not exactly the same too. But it's similar. Okay, yes. But also to another point.
Wait.
Yes, they listen to his music. Yes, they listen to his music, but do they support the person himself? There's a difference. Yeah, I hear Brock will talk about this, like separating the product from the person himself. Like who in here really fucks with Jeff Bezos, like as a person? People say he be doing scummy shit, right? But I know at least 5 y'all niggas in here got a fucking Amazon subscription.
Oh my god, I love Amazon. Oh Lord, yes.
But do you
praise hell Amazon? Oh my Lord. Let's just talk about how amazing Jeff Bezos.
Look.
I'm joking.
Okay. Look, the point though is we don't need to get out cancel culture. That's not what this is for. But I am saying, I think it's about time we start wrapping up. So let's start doing a bit of round the horn, final thoughts.
I'm talking about the worst arcs.
I mean, I was gonna keep.
There are no bad arcs.
Yeah, I'm saying that arc.
And like honestly, for me, there's no arcs that are bad anymore. Like there's no arc that I feel like I can actually call bad in MHA anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Anything that I'm not like about, I still go back at it and I'm like, Abed, I see your value now. You know,
exactly.
like
that was
a lot is better in hindsight.
So you say Abed?
Provisional license is actually.
That was me with joint training recently. I was just like, I judged you too harshly because I did not experience you in the right format. It was weekly. It was that's for sure.
As long as your eyes lay on the page, that's the right format.
I wish I felt that way about Provisional.
Provisional, I feel that way about in the anime.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I still think the manga was the inferior version.
I think that the anime version of Provisional, when it's actually covering like the shit that actually happened, I feel like it's better. But the filler, those 2 filler episodes,
I like them personally.
I don't like IQ. I hate IQ. I hated that one. It's a rookie one. I'm biased.
Psycho and Telly is her name.
Yeah, say her name. She's amazing.
Nigga, no, she's
not.
Don't
do that. Don't do that.
Oh, I can't even like characters anymore. I can't like.
That's not what you did, and you know it.
What? What did I do? I said she
say her name.
You said say her name.
Oh yeah.
No. We're not going to that.
Hey, somebody get this nigga out of here, man.
Wait, what do you mean say her name? I'm confused. What happened? I don't like. Was there? Wait, I'm confused.
Wait. Did Paul
name
just wake up?
is a something that's being used when like black women are killed by the police.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a BLM thing. That's a BLM thing. That's their name.
Oh, that's
And then it was recently flipped around because
somebody tried it with Ashley Babbitt.
Jesus, like I just wanted him to not.
Like if you break into a federal building, like you.
We'll talk about
that. Ultimately, I had literally no idea. I was so confused when y'all was like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?"
I was confused.
I was so confused. I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "I don't know what's going on." You know how many times I've said say his name before, like it's just casual conversation throughout my entire life. That's what I hate. I hate when things pick up and I can't say casual things I've said and like just like regular things, like just everybody said. Like,
I know, no. I didn't even think of it that way until I said until I was like, oh, I know what they're talking about.
I still didn't get it because I was like, okay, cool.
All right.
I'll cry on that later. All I'm gonna say is don't talk about IQ, bitch. No. We'll talk about that later.
Sorry.
All I was gonna say is don't make me talk about IQ girl because it's gonna piss me off. I'm gonna have to rant.
Show apologist.
Let's all calm down. Let's actually wrap this thing up.
Yeah. All right. We're doing the rap process. For once, I don't feel like doing a history and politics lecture on stream. Like, let me have that. Let's go. Volk, go ahead. Kind of give your thoughts on like the best arcs in MHA, your final thoughts overall, discussions, etc. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we covered a good breadth of what My Hero does really well, and I think what you have to understand about My Hero Academia arcs is that they're not so much going to give you the gratification like right out of the gate. That was something that we kept stressing. They do keep building and building and building, and they take things from other arcs and they keep pushing it forward. And I think what is important to understand about arc regression in this series is that you can never say anything is over. You can never say anything is over. What carries over from overall is going to keep pushing forward in the future, and that's going to keep making that arc better. What happened in Culture Festival, that's going to keep pushing forward into future and make that arc better. Same with Joint Training, My Villain Academia, and most prominently Paranormal Liberation More. I think I when we were discussing all of our top arcs, like I could see why each of you had that as your top arc, because you're always going to take away something a little different from this series, and I think that's one of its greatest strengths for sure. Lots to talk about in the future. Prison Break offers a lot of exciting possibilities, and yeah, hail Hori.
You was spitting.
Remember to drop the F. Squid. Let's get your energy out now, because
all right.
if we wait too long.
Okay, so for me, what's the question?
You give me your final thoughts on like My Hero Academia, and then like just final thoughts on the stream.
Okay.
Close the ceremony.
Okay. So My Hero is a great manga. Y'all should read it. If y'all don't, I'll find you and I'll slap you like your mama should have. But my favorite arc is My Villain Academia. I'll explain it more in chat and to give actual counter arguments. And good stream.
All right. Let's go with
Also, I would smash for you, me.
Rex, you can go.
Degenerates.
I wanted to talk about my favorite arc, which was My Villain Academia, but Squid took all the energy out from me talking about it. So it's my favorite arc. And please watch Skate the Affinity if you like.
Oh yes, thank you.
If you like skateboarding,
I'm watching that tonight.
Now I gotta change.
I was going to watch it today.
Is that on Verve or Crunchyroll?
No. I was going to watch it, but bitch ass Funimation has it.
Yeah, Funimation has it, or you can use Hulu.
It's on Hulu now. It's on Hulu now.
Yeah, I got both. So
thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
Okay, your Hulu password, nigga.
No hell.
Pass that around.
But yeah, Roch Gate Infinity, and there's another slice of life called Horimiya or whatever. It's great as well. I feel like this is anime
I heard
season.
it was mid.
Well, if you don't like slice of life, you think everything's mid.
No,
so,
no,
like,
I know.
No, not you. I know, but I'm just saying the general anime community.
Just dropped today.
Read Gravity Boys, but that shit getting canceled like next week. So.
Yeah,
it finished last week.
Yeah, and also,
last week.
Let's go.
And also, we also have another RPR A Gravity Boys. I was supporting you the longest since chapter 1. But also, we have another isekai, which is called So What Am I, Spider? I watched the first episode, and I immediately was like, I have to read the entire manga. I finished it all in one day. This is great. It's high tier. It's high tier mid. It's high chef mid. It's kind of bad sometimes, but it's enjoyable, and I love it so much. It's a guilty pleasure, boys. Give me all the guilty pleasure anime.
It is. Wait, no, Skate's not on here.
Oh well, it's Funimation, man. It's $9.99 or something. I don't know.
Get out of here.
$10. You know, you could buy 10 Kit Kats for $10.
Nigga.
All right, BG, give me your final thoughts.
PLF best arc. NBA right there. Good.
Yeah, agreed.
What?
What do you mean? What the fuck?
No. Ponzu missed the entire discussion because he fell asleep.
Yeah.
So,
what was your favorite arc? I couldn't hear.
Yeah. Ponzu, go ahead. We're doing like wrap up thoughts. So like, you go ahead and say like your piece real quick. Give your final thoughts on like the best arcs in MHA.
Oh,
because this is the end of the stream. You woke back up. Congratulations.
Okay. It's true. I fell asleep. I didn't sleep the whole night because I'm studying at my exams Wednesday. So
it's Struggleopolis in college. You correct.
Yep. So man. Okay. So my favorite arc is MVA. Why? It is for me what this arc presents for me, what Horikoshi can do, what the story of My Hero Academia. If you want for me an arc that tell you what the story is about, I will choose MVA. For me, quest to learn about yourself, to find your true self, and to go forward. And that's what and Shigaraki had his arc as a villain, and the way that it was presented, all the allegorism with Jesus and everything. Yeah, it is for me the best what Horikoshi can do in an arc. He will become better, so these things that he will do, he will surpass MVA. But if I have to if somebody asks me, what do you want? If you have to give one arc of My Hero Academia to read to somebody, I will say to him, read MVA. Read MVA. The start till the finish, the dialogues, everything is beautiful to see, beautiful to read too. With Spinner intro, ending with Spinner, and the famous lines of Shigaraki. You get money.
I mean, you got a bag, right?
Yeah, you get some money, bro.
You got money, you got hoes.
To Redestro. Yes. This arc is what in my eyes, if you want to hook somebody on My Hero Academia, you say, you know what? If you don't want to read, just read this. You will see what you get from the story. So yeah. Next to this, yeah. Sorry for that. I wasn't here. My bad. I think that we get a team of people here, and that brought the best, and Squid and people like Rex show them the way, the truth about MVA. So thank you to hear me right now.
If we had more time, I would have dived into more of the religious imagery of the arc.
Yeah, oh man, that was too good. So thank you. Aniki,
probably why I have it above it.
Give the words to somebody else.
All right, so let's go with Sayez.
Yeah, I think I've said my piece about most of the arc. I can actually not say much more because I know that Rex, despite having Hio must not be named as his number 2 character and Pro Hero as his number 2 arc, would complain if I start talking again. So I don't have much to say.
Listen, screw him. He's a hater. He's the stink meaner of the stream.
Dude, I love
stink meaner Uncle Ruckus combined into the possessed ghost of Tom.
I love it, but like Sayas, I love that you love Endeavor so much, and I love that you like no matter what is going on, and like we've done this so much, like especially during this arc, everyone was like, Endeavor is definitely dying, and you were the only one fighting all of us like every week, like he is not dying. I love him. He will win, and I just love that.
Who was right?
You were right. You were right. You're right. I was wrong.
I love that. When you had your last words and you said like my favorite arc was MVA, but you talked much about it. For a second, I thought you would use this as an opportunity to speak about your second favorite arc that we didn't talk about, but you didn't. So I just mentioned that your second favorite arc was Pro Hero. So.
After the Endeavor Agency, I was Endeavored out. I was Endeavored out. I was like, I'm done with the Endeavor talk.
Endeavor's like my third favorite, like after Tomura and Hawks.
East, you want to go and get your final thoughts out?
Yeah, you already know what time it is, man.
10 out of 10.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. It is what it is. Like I say every single time. There are no bad arcs in MHA. Every arc 10 out of 10. I can't even rank it because they're all 10 out of 10. So you know what I'm saying? This list is really blasphemous. I just have my top favorite current one, but each time I reread through the damn story, it's like, damn, this arc was so gas. I can't believe I forgot. Let me give it a 10.5 out of 10. And then every time I run through this bitch and go back up, it's always just a 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10 out of 10. So
not an 11 out of 10
with that being said, MHA is literally a 10 out of 10 peak fishing. Ain't nobody gonna ever stop me, and ain't nobody ever gonna try me. So it is what it is. Hell Hori. And by the way, I still got a list for all y'all niggas that was shitting on Hori, and I don't want to hear that. Oh, well, I could change my mind. No, you wanted to run that slander. Don't worry, I got some for you. I'm a very patient person. I'm coming for all these niggas. I got the list. You think it's a joke? I honestly seen the list. I got a list, nigga.
He canonically has a list.
Yeah. Am I on that list?
I want I want my credit.
Hold on, am I on the list? I want to know if I'm on the list.
No, you're not on the list.
Oh, see, look.
If you didn't rant and drag Horikoshi name through the mud when this arc played out for the long term instead of the immediate payoff, then your name not on the list. If you did, then you know who you are.
I never would. I would never.
I would never too, because I always try to. I always believe in him. So I'm.
There you go. I mean, you on a different list for people that didn't get arrested, but that's a different story.
That ain't
what?
World champion walking.
You had a list about Oda, on the other hand. I mean.
Culture Festival, best arc, hands down. You heard my spiel at the beginning of this talk. I'm not going to repeat myself with that. But I will say, kind of piggyback off what Ponzu said about if I had to show an arc to somebody to get them into My Hero Academia, it would be Culture Festival, because I think it hits a lot of the themes that My Hero Academia is all about. Mm-hmm. And that would be the arc I would show somebody. And also, My Hero Academia is going to go down as one of the greats, like its predecessors. You know, all the stuff that's in Jump right now, you know, can't hold a candle, especially last year. I don't care what manga, anime 2020 list or freaking award shows you want to give. My Hero Academia should have swept most of that. I don't care who you are. Right. Hail Hori, all that stuff. Yeah.
Sean?
Yeah, piggybacking off of everybody, first I just want to say, like, thank you for always having the invite to be a part of these streams. These are always a lot of fun, and just being able to have a discussion about our favorite arcs, even though we kind of went on a little bit of a tangent in the middle there. We got back on track, which was good, and I think we had a lot of good topics to talk about for all of our favorite arcs. And I think even though we have different reasons for liking the arcs that we like and the way that we place them, I think that what we can all agree upon is that we love My Hero Academia. We love Horikoshi, and we just love the progression that we've seen from arc to arc, and just seeing how the story has progressed up until this point. And I think we're all just excited to see what the future of My Hero has in store, especially coming off of the events of this latest Paranormal Liberation War arc, going into a potential prison break arc, and then what is going to be after that.
Oh man,
it's gonna be amazing, and I can't wait just to have like future conversations just with what the story and the potential has for us. So I definitely look forward to all that. For my arcs, when I lay them out, I still have Paranormal Liberation War as my favorite arc thus far. I'll probably put a list a little bit later just on Twitter, and I would love to see like everyone else's list of how they would rank them. But to just have like that one arc, I think that I would introduce to someone. It's in my top 10, but I would honestly just go UA Sports Festival as just the intro for an arc to bring someone in, because I feel like that has everything someone could be looking for My Hero. It's a really entertaining arc, and I think just the way that arc is presented and the structure of it, I think is just a good centerpiece just to show like, here's My Hero, and then everything else after that you dive into is just perfect. So yeah, thanks guys for having me a part of the stream. This has been awesome.
All together, I got some crack to sell. Goodbye.
What?
That's Squid. Squid always Squid always leaves on some strange shit.
Sean
I'm lost.
Wholesome, and here comes this fucking coon. It's goddamn.
All right, so I didn't forget anybody this time, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we out here. All right. So real quick, I'm just gonna say that if I'm gonna recommend somebody an arc, it's more than likely gonna be Pro Hero arc, even though my favorite arc is the Paranormal Liberation War. Specifically, if we're talking manga, just because the Pro Hero arc is actually a really good run of 8 chapters, it's just a really powerful stretch. It's easy and digestible, and the thing is that while it does have some plot points that very much are the culmination of things that are before it, it does have very strong island space. Like it's a very strong story in isolation. You could easily add like 4 more chapters onto that story. You can create like a standard issue, 12 issue comic run, like in the US, how that like usually like plays out. You could really do that with that storyline, and I think it's kind of cool. So yeah, I think it's just one of those ones that really shows people the strengths of My Hero Academia and what it's bringing to the table, that perfect fusion of Western and Eastern like comic storytelling, and just kind of drives it all home. That said, MVA is another one that I would love to like. If I'm like, this is what like My Hero is about, like in its most unique form, then like that's probably what I would give them to. So I understand where you guys are coming from. I appreciate everybody that came through. Sean, Watkins, Volk.
I realized I didn't say what arc I would recommend. So very, very quickly, I'd say Sports Festival is just, you get so much there.
That's what I'd say.
Like Paranormal Liberation War is my favorite, but like you're not really gonna get the full scope of that.
Yeah, no.
Experience everything. Like without that, it's basically worthless. It's just a bunch of dull action.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I might also recommend Sports Festival or maybe Hosu. Because Hosu
I think Hosu City is a good arc too.
Because Hosu does kind of introduce also the whole societal thing without spoiling too much or relying too much on things we already know.
Well, that's what I was saying. I don't feel like Hosu hits as much without Sports Festival.
Yeah, the thing is, most of these arcs, I would recommend an early arc. Like I wouldn't go and recommend MVA because it's just too late into the game. Even though it would be exciting for anybody who watches it. Hosu, I would maybe recommend before Pro Hero if I want them to show more the political side. Like Pro Hero is very much just Sports Festival is very much just a exciting tournament arc. So that would be something if I want to show them how the fights work and stuff. But if I wanted to go more to the politics and the societal things, I would maybe recommend Hosu, I think.
Well, I mean, Sports Festival also gets to some of the societal things too, like the court marriages and all that type of shit.
If you haven't taken the hint yet, read or watch My Hero Academia.
Yeah, look at this one.
And start with the beginning. I mean,
I like to imagine you wouldn't be here if you didn't.
Hey man, I got supporters all over the place. It's crazy.
And you could just start watching Midoriya with Shoto and then start from the beginning. That would be
that's a good way
enough to get you into that, I think.
But yeah, so thank everybody who came through to watch. Sean, Watkins, Volk, Wreezy, especially as like special guests that came through. The Bishops always turning up like usual. Appreciate y'all too.
We are here.
But you don't have your own
Don't
identity.
even get a name drop now.
Nope. You're officially the Bishops. That's how it works. Like that's how people talk in the comments now. They're like, "Oh, this is Anarchy and the crew, or like the bishops, like the main crew." And they're like, "Oh, look, this stream has the guests on." Like somebody was like, "Is this the Reverie?" on one of the streams. So like,
that shit was funny.
Wait next this year when I will have my channel. You will love it.
Bet. All right.